civilizations for centuries to come. Okay, with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for listening to this lecture. I hope we have more opportunities to speak in the future. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this month, I'm delighted to be addressing a group of students in Budapest associated with the Ashkenazium, a remarkable new institution that is founded by my colleague and friend, Dean Michael Kegel. And thanks to the generosity of Dr. Kegel and the Ashkenazium, we've decided to put the public part of these classes online so that people can participate globally. These 12 lectures will be open to the global community. Please RSVP, totally free. And I look forward to interacting with you as we explore the millennium of Jewish history in the lands of Ashkenaz and beyond. So let us start today with just a little Vorspeise, a little bit of an appetizer, to ask a basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What do we mean when we use this strange word, Ashkenaz? So it turns out that this particular word occurs in the Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Here's a screenshot from the web page Sefaria, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And here in Genesis 10:3, we have the first reference to Ashkenaz. Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah of the flood. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenazic pronunciation, that would be Yafes. Yafes has a son named Gomer, and then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This is the first citation of the name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great-grandson of through the Greek line. That's the way that we have it described in Genesis. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jew? Basically, Ashkenaz is the name of a people, right? A lineage of people from this one forefather, Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. We're going to look at that in just a second. And later, that place will be associated in the Jewish mind with the Jews who lived there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection between Ashkenaz and the lineage that followed from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincidence of the geographic location that is ascribed to Ashkenaz. In other words, although Ashkenaz is their great something uncle, the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, 10 generations after Noah, have no other connection with Ashkenaz. To express this another way, I am a Canadian Jew. You can tell because of the way I say about, and that I apologize for a lot of things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically Canadian about my Jewishness or Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century ago, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews who at some point ended up in a land that was associated with Ashkenaz. Now, who are these Ashkenazi Jews? According to one of the great scholars of the 20th century, we're talking about basically something like 5,000 to 10,000 people who lived in this region of Ashkenaz around the year 900, who by the time you got to the 20th century, there are about 12 million of them on the cusp of the disastrous World War II. And that represented about 80% of world Jewry at the time. In other words, if you ran into a Jew in the first half of the 20th century before the Holocaust, was more than likely you ran into an Ashkenazi Jew. There are many other Jews scattered throughout the world, Sephardic Jews, Edut HaMizrach Jews, even Asian Jews, but the demographic weight was clearly behind the Ashkenazim. So let's go to the next question. We've got this idea of the word Ashkenaz is somehow associated with this biblical figure. Where is Ashkenaz? So one of the hints we can use to figure this out is a passage in the book of Jeremiah. Here's another screenshot from the Sefaria website. And you can see here that Jeremiah is in one of his classic Jeremiads, right? One of his sort of dirge-like imprecations. In this case, he's cursing Babylonia, who would, of course, take the Jews into exile in the 6th century before the Common Era, and he talks about the vengeance that would one day be meted out against the Babylonian captors of the Jews. In verse 27, you see here, he says, I'll read in English, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is against Babylonia, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up horses like swarming locusts. In other words, these three regions, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia. So Jeremiah seems to be speaking about the location which had the descendants of Ashkenaz living, and that somehow they would represent a later threat to Babylonia. So if we have a look at where that might be, and in the entry in particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their later, where they ended up in the Middle East. Here is an interesting map from roughly that period. You can see right in the center is the land of Israel. And then looking to the northeast in this circled area, that's where Babylonia would be, right? Mesopotamia, the Neo-Babylonians to be technically correct. And the regions that would come down and attack her, according to the passage in Jeremiah, would be in Asia Minor here. You can see on the lower right of the circle, there's the mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the Phrygians. So we have some interesting associations to suggest that this might be the correct location for Ashkenaz, but they're not really that strong. Some of the earliest and most enthusiastic defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include the great Shadal, Rabbi Shmuel David Luzzatto, who wrote in the 19th century. But when you look at the research of another very important scholar, Shmuel Kraus, he suggests that they actually came a little bit to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elbe rivers. Now, this is especially interesting, and Dr. Kraus really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with the remarkable Khazar people. That is a thesis which, for other reasons, totally blew up in the 20th century, and we'll discuss that, God willing, in the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with the Ashkenazim, the original biblical Ashkenazim, descendants of Ashkenaz, and they exist basically in a realm of supposition and theory. So when we say Ashkenaz and we're referring to Jews, what we're really talking about is Germany, and in particular, the Rhineland. In fact, when we look at the first times that Jews start referring to themselves as being Ashkenazi, which is around the 12th century, they're basically talking about the Rhineland. And in the centuries prior to that, because there are Jews in this region considerably earlier, they speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. And later that somehow morphs into Ashkenaz Jews, perhaps borrowing from this idea that the children of Ashkenaz moved somewhere north, and this is somewhere north, but there's no other real connection between the name Ashkenaz in the Bible and this region which Jews later came to call Ashkenaz. What happened to those Ashkenazi Jews? They basically spread out to the eastern regions, especially from about the 13th and 14th century onwards, and you get a much larger population of these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz. And then in the late 19th century, there is a large flow of Jews to Western locations and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazic, and their descendants today, of course, are the dominant sub-ethnic group among Jews. So we're going to explore this in the course in much greater detail. We're going to pick up with that whole Chazar question, which is really quite fascinating. I hope that you will be able to join us, because it's really exciting to think of having a global population of students in a live lecture like this. But let us recall that when we're speaking about Ashkenaz, we're really talking about two different things. Most people use this term Ashkenaz to refer to those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the Rhineland region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to this great-grandson of Noah and has no specifically Jewish connection. Okay, I hope you found this Vorspeise appealing, and I hope you will join us in the Ashkenazium lectures. Please reserve your spot today. Thanks very much for watching.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Michael Kegel. I'm the Dean of the Ashkenazium, which is a new graduate school here in Budapest. And with God's great graciousness, I've managed to put together a wonderful faculty, of which Professor Henry Abramson is one of the shining stars, I would say. And I say that without exaggeration. Maybe I just want to introduce maybe Henry to those who don't know him, with just a very small personal anecdote. Nothing embarrassing, of course. Henry and I go back quite a long way, back to high school. I think I met Henry when I was in grade 11. He was in grade 13 back in Toronto, in our home and native land. Well, not native, but and over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of interesting directions. And one of the most interesting is our parallel interest in Yiddishkeit, in Judaism. And one thing that I will always be very grateful to Henry for is that during years when I was troubled in my relationship to Judaism, this was actually in university, Henry insisted, he came up to me and he insisted that we have a regular chavrusa in Talmud. That we meet regularly. And we did meet regularly once a week at Sid Smith. What was that building in the U of T campus?
Yes, Sid Smith, I think.
Sid Smith. We used to meet once a week, and we studied Masechet Megillah, which deals with Purim, the holiday that we just came out of. And to me, that was a great lifeline in my Jewish identity. And I mention it here. I want to mention it here not just because of my gratitude towards Henry. That's one of the other things I'm grateful to him for, but to point out that Henry embodies, in my mind, something that is exemplary for what the Ashkenazim should be, to my mind, which is, on the one hand, a Jew who is
people playing on my phone
to Torah and is passionate about it. It's not just an academic exercise, his interest in Torah and Jewish matters. And on the other hand,
I don't like people. No, fuck that.
Uncompromising in his academic standards.
People playing on my phone. No, fuck that. You Jezebel fucking hoe.
Who's let their passion get away with them to the point where they will compromise
athleticism
standards of academia. Henry's somebody who bestrides both worlds, both Jewish learning. You may or may not know the and we wrote, among several books that he wrote, he also wrote a book on Talmud. And on the other hand, an academic who's responsible for the highest levels of responsibility in academia. This is a model for the Ashkenazium that I really would like to build with Henry into the future. And by the way, I should mention to anyone who's listening out there, we have our Ashkenazi students who are participating here. And of course, we're going to have a private session with Henry afterwards, because this is part of our standard curriculum. If anybody at any point is interested in finding out more about the Ashkenazi, please do feel free. You're more than free. You're very welcome to write to me personally. I guess in the Q&A, I'll just write again my email. If you want to find out anything about the Ashkenazim other than what there is already on the website, ashkenazim.eu, that is, I'd be very happy to have a private Zoom with you and tell you all about this. So, Henry?
Michael, that was thoroughly embarrassing. I thought you were going to do a more kind of like generic, but I'm glad you really skipped over the really embarrassing part. So I appreciate the kind words very much. Although somewhat hyperbolic, the uncompromising standards and things like that, way too much. But I do appreciate the kind words, and I will be sure to replay the video from my mother so that she will really get. I'm also extremely grateful for what you're doing in Budapest with this amazing Ashkenazi faculty that you have brought together for this intellectual exercise is absolutely amazing. And really top-notch scholars that I'm very proud to be on the same list as they. And I wish you tremendous success with this venture, and I think it's really fortuitous that we're able to offer these lectures online to a much larger audience and let people know the amazing things that are happening under your auspices. So let us begin our discussion. We're going to have 12 lectures on the history of Ashkenazi Jews, part of the Ashkenazium, which is a name that actually I'm proud to have had some role in designing, because Dr. Siegel and I, when we were talking back and forth this project, I think he came up with the term Ashkenazium, but I enthusiastically endorsed it. Maybe it was the other way around, but it sort of happened together at the same time. The only worry I have is a little bit like the word terrarium, like where you imagine where you put ants inside a box and you watch them from the outside through glass. But the idea is, I think, to look at the amazing civilization that developed in Germany primarily, and then later in Eastern Europe, and then actually onward onto the New World and in the land of Israel, of Ashkenazic culture. And there's so many different ways to look at this multifaceted institution, civilization as a whole. My small part is to give a broad survey of the historical events that relate to the development of this civilization, in order that many of the literary, philosophical, religious, and other aspects of the Ashkenazi civilization can be contextualized. This is a graduate level seminar, but only in the sense that it is multidisciplinary. So I'm going to be presenting these lectures at what I hope is a little bit higher level undergraduate level, so that people with intelligent lay people who do not necessarily have a strong background in Eastern European or in Central European Jewish history will still be able to benefit from these lectures. And I regard my lectures more as kind of like the foundation for much more advanced research. We may occasionally get into a little bit more complex, difficult issues, but I imagine that we're going to address those in the follow-up seminars. Here is an old picture of me from when I was much younger. A great photograph by Marco Deshev, and just wanted to give a little bit of a context to my own access and interest in Ashkenazi history. I did my dissertation at the University of Toronto on the history of the Jews of Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century. It was in that context that Dr. Kiko and I both shared hallways in the university. I have a lot of fond memories of meeting him in the library and discussing our mutual interests. He was, of course, studying philosophy, and I was studying history, but we had a lot of overlap. So I went on to become more of a generalist. I wrote a couple of books on the Talmud, on art history, and now I'm working on a survey of Jewish history in 3 volumes for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. Very much looking forward to seeing that come to light. Also maintain my strong interest in traditional religious studies, and I'm the author of a podcast called Jewish History in Daf Yomi, which has a rather ambitious goal of creating 2,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history that correspond to the daily Talmud page that's studied in the Daf Yomi program. That's available on the All Daf app. You can find it at alldaf.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large multinational university with campuses in New York, of course, where we are based, and also in California, Nevada, Berlin, Jerusalem, Moscow, and about 19,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud to work in the heart of Brooklyn, as you can see in the map here, on a couple of campuses there. So the structure of this class is as follows. We're going to have these public lectures, which are going to be broadcast as they are now in a webinar format. And this is going to be more like basically me talking, but we have the Q&A function where you can type in your questions, and I will, from time to time, pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer at least some of those questions. Then, because the Ashkenazium has registered students in Budapest itself, we will take a break after 1 hour from these lectures, and then we will have a private Zoom for the much smaller group of Budapest students who will have a private discussion in a regular Zoom meeting.
What's up, baby?
If you have any curiosity about participating in those as an auditor, perhaps please write to Dr. Pivo.
Rabbi,
the subject
are
that
you
we're going to be looking at over the course of
the general manager?
1,000
What's your
years
role
of Ashkenaz,
on this
because
team?
more
Maybe
or
on the
less,
number 1 draft
that
pick.
is the period of time.
Fuck Ashton Gentry. Rabbi Rothschild, number 1, baby.
Back over
All right.
10 centuries.
I'm all that stuff. I'm like one of those older, like silverback gorilla-like coaches
an online version of this with
I'm also the owner of this bitch too, but I'm like, it would be
videos,
like if Jerry
some
Jones,
meetings, also some quizzes, things like that, and this is
and
also open to the
Bill
public
Belichick,
at my website. Okay, so today's discussion is on the origins of Ashkenazi Jews, which are the subject of a certain amount of debate,
Tom
just about
Brady,
everything in this course.
and
But let us start with a more basic question.
the front
What
office
is
of the NFC
Ashkenaz?
East, all
What exactly
combined
do we mean
forces,
when we say this word, Ashkenaz? So
and the
the word
NFC
is
West,
actually
and
biblical
NFC
in
Central.
origin. As you can
North
see
and
here, it
South.
occurs actually 3
Anyway,
times in
again,
the Bible. Here's
my mind
a
is
passage
still
from
in
book
the
of Genesis. The screenshot is
1990s,
from
probably
the
always
wonderful
will be,
Samaria website.
especially when it comes to the
And
NFL.
it basically
We're the
lists
best 1990s quarterbacks.
lineages
Yeah,
of humanity.
We're the best
And in
1990s
this
quarterbacks.
particular passage,
Whether
we're
Steve
talking
Young,
about
there's
the children
Troy
of
Aikman,
Noah. That is Noah
there's
of the flood. He has
Dan
3
Marino,
sons, Shem, Ham,
there's
and Japheth. And
Warren Moon, Randall Cunningham,
and then Japheth, who is
John
typically
Elway.
associated with Western culture, especially
There's
has 3 more sons, no, actually more than that. Gomer, Magog, Madai, Lavan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. And then Gomer has 3 sons, one of whom is named Ashkenaz.
Jeff George.
So let us just understand what we're talking
Best
about
honor
here.
of all time
There's
in
a
the NFL.
biblical lineage,
At least
which is
Howard.
10 generations prior to the advent of Abraham, who is considered the father
not late
of
90s,
the Semites,
but like
most of
mid-90s.
the Jews.
Those motherfuckers are sick.
And
Oh,
from that 10th generation
like,
before
all right,
we
anybody
start
else?
speaking about Hebrews, we have an individual named Ashkenaz, who is the great-grandson of Noah. And you may be wondering, correctly, because you're all very intelligent people, what does this have to do with modern Jews? Well, not a lot, because really it goes like this. The name Ashkenaz is associated with a biblical name of a people, right? right? A lineage, the children of Ashkenaz,
When did the NFL start going
descended from
downhill?
Noah. Later,
Carolina and
much
Jacksonville.
later, this will be associated with
Why?
a place, piece of geography,
Watered
and
down
then
league.
later
Those
that
two
term will
teams
be
are
associated
quick,
with the Jews
Anyway.
who lived in that
Other
piece of
questions
geography,
about
that
my
piece of real estate.
1990s NFL
That
history?
would be to say that both Dr. Keegle and I are Canadian Jews. He mentioned, by the way, it was
So
not
I
his
get that you're
native
like the
land.
silverback
He was
gorilla of
literally
this
because
team.
he's actually
What are your
born
thoughts
in
thus
Eastern
far in the
Europe,
draft?
if I'm
You
not
had
mistaken.
two
But it is in fact my home
you had
and
two
native land.
draft picks. What are you thinking?
And all of the things that
Well, I
go
think
along
I may
with
have
the Canadian
drafted the
national
two
anthem.
best players in the NFL.
But and so you could call me a Canadian.
I'm really
Jew,
proud of that. I don't know
and I
why
am a full-fledged
everybody else is
Canadian.
proud of it.
But you know that
They
doesn't
should be
mean
having
to say that there's anything
Mardi Gras
specifically
parade,
connecting me with non-Jewish Canadians other than
French
that
Quarter,
common area of
Bourbon Street,
our
and
home. And so that's the same thing as
Ticker
Ashkenaz.
Tape Parade, Times
Ashkenazi
Square.
Jews are simply Jews who lived in the area
Sick.
called
Should be like
Ashkenaz. We're talking about a fairly large chunk of the demographic
incredible.
weight
These
of
are
the
the
Jewish
two
people
best
overall
choices
are associated
I think I
with
could
the
have made.
Ashkenaz.
So let's
They
get y'all
are
updated
distinct
on
from
where we
other
stand with the draft picks.
sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as Sephardim and Edut Mizrach.
All right, how's
various
Hurricane 8 doing?
Jews, of course, in Africa,
All right.
and Asia, and
Is
so on.
he,
They're
did
all,
he figure shit out?
they all have different terms to describe their cultural orientation, their place of origin.
All
But
right, here we go.
Ashkenazi Jews constitute a very large proportion
See
of
the
the
team.
overall Jewish people. Now let's go a little further in our history. When we say that Ashkenaz is a place, it is
All right.
it's a state of mind.
So again,
Because it
number
is
one
a
pick, Jamar
piece of
Chase.
geography. Where exactly
Went
is
to
Ashkenaz?
fight.
So again,
Speed
looking
got
at
Justin
the
Jefferson.
the
Schiller
third
got Saquon
occurrence of the
Barkley.
text,
Got
actually
third
the
pick.
second occurrence
John
of the text
Robinson,
of the Bible
fourth pick,
in the book
Bitcoin.
of
Mike D,
Jeremiah,
fifth
chapter
with Jameer Chase.
51.
Sixth is BMU.
In
Derrick
one
Henry,
of
BMU,
his
Jr.
characteristic implications,
Halloween,
which have been
got
called after
C.
his
Lamb
name, Jeremiah,
seven. Christian
describing
McCaffrey,
the
Scroll
downfall
down for 8. Yo-Yo 9.
of Jerusalem
St.
if
Brown.
the Jews do not
10 is
repent
Jeff
and so
Cloud.
on.
That's
He also describes the downfall of Babylonia,
Mark Chase
which
1,
would
Justin
be
Jefferson 2.
the region that would ultimately destroy Jerusalem in Jeremiah's time in the 6th century before the Common Era. And as he's describing the many terrible things that will happen to Babylonia, you can see in verse 27 at the bottom, he says, raise a standard on earth,
There could be anything in the box.
sound a horn among the
Anyway.
nations, appoint nations
12
against her, that is
Devon
against Babylonia,
13, Malik Neighbors.
Ararat, Mini,
14,
and
Lamar Jackson.
Ashkenaz.
Solid.
So Ashkenaz
He's
is
the,
referred
look at
to
when you click
by
on his thing,
Jeremiah
he's the
as
number
one
one
of
quarterback and
those
the number one
nations,
overall pick.
one of those
Now, if you're wondering
peoples
why did he go
that
number one
will
overall,
assemble
make sense,
together with
but,
Ararat and Mini
because
to attack Babylonia. So when we
you
look
really
at
aren't
the
drafting
map of the region here, and this is actually
if he's
quite
the number
a
one pick overall,
preoccupation
you're
of
number one
18th and 19th
overall guy. Why didn't he go number one?
cartographers and
Well, the
biblical
reason
scholars
is
trying
you're
to
really
map out
drafting. It's a great
precisely
question.
where
You're really
each of
drafting
these biblical peoples
positions.
ended up
So basically,
living.
you want the
With
big
a certain
difference in
amount of
position
creative scholarship.
and the difference
We
between
can see
basically
that
like
here
the best quarterback
in
and
the-
worst
where I've
quarterback
shaded the map
isn't
is
that
the
big,
region of Babylonia,
at least from the
called
starters,
Shinar or
when in
Chaldea,
comparison to like the best
later.
running back and the best
And
wide receiver.
the region from the
Next,
north, which includes, for example,
choice is Brock
Ararat,
Bowers,
a
who
mountain
I
region
considered
that's also
taking. If
associated
at
with
one
Noah,
point he's going to be
would
my
have
first round,
included
just
this
because I
region
figured I'm
here,
going to beat
basically
everybody's
in
ass outside.
Turkey,
But,
which according to
yeah.
the great
Then
19th century
so that was Rev
biblical
Cloud.
scholar
Then we got Yo-Yo
Shmuel
with
David
Jonathan Taylor.
Luzzatto, also
Then we
known
got
as the
Scrotum
Shadal,
with
that
Nico
would have been the
Collins.
home
Notice how far he fell.
Ashkenaz,
Probably because people found out where he went to college.
Of the biblical Ashkenaz,
We had Halloween get Brian Thomas, and then VMU's on the clock. So it's going to start back up in 3 hours.
But nevertheless, that would be the place where it was located.
And
often associated, as you can see in this particular map.
how you feel about your squad?
Now,
Well, I mean,
like
it's really,
everything Jewish,
you notice
especially
I was like down on
biblical,
this team
this was subject to
after the first round, and really down when I figured I had to pick some fucking
there are a lot of
loser
many
wide
opinions
receiver.
throughout
Then I
Jewish
just out of
thinkers as to
nowhere
whether
on
or
live,
not
whatever
the,
this is, live
this place
social
association
media.
of
You know
Shadal
what?
and
I'm gonna
Oper was
fucking
correct.
I asked myself
Another
the question
major
through the
opinion, also
like,
from
you know what?
the late
Why not
19th
take a
century,
fucking quarterback?
is
And then it's
that,
an exciting season
Shmuel
because then it's
Klaus
like, oh, you got the best player in
that,
the league.
no, they came from
Arguably.
somewhat northern
And you can light shit up.
somewhat north
And-
of the Caspian Sea. Many scholars associate the region of
That's
the
tight.
Ashkenaz
So who's your third pick gonna be?
descendants in the
It's too
biblical
soon to
line
tell.
as that of the
Ideally, we'll take a
Scythians,
wide
which is
receiver.
an ancient people in the region of what would be today,
we might
let's say,
take a tight
Central Asia,
If I take a tight end,
bordering on
I'd
the
be happy with
Donbass
that.
region that is so much used today with the war.
and then I would just take running backs and tight ends the whole
But
fucking way
Scrollcross
until the
offers
15th
another
and 16th pick where I take
tantalizing
some
suggestion,
loser defense
which would
and some
actually
loser
involve
kickers.
quite a bit of
And
controversy,
then
and that is
stream.
that the Khazar
That's the
people
strategy.
should be associated with the
Any other
descendants of
questions?
Ashkenaz.
Yeah, Rabbi from the back.
The Khazars are
Rabbi,
exceptionally important in Jewish history, and that's where
are you going to do
we
this for
will
every
turn
pick?
next.
Oh, for
But
sure.
just to
I'm gonna
remember
give
what
it
we're
away.
speaking
Why?
about here,
Why not?
keep these things separate. The
Yeah, Rabbi to the back.
biblical
Yeah.
descendants of
Rabbi, I have a
Ashkenaz
question.
have no
Yeah, that's
real
why you raised your hand,
intrinsic
girl. I get it.
connection
Yeah,
with Jews other
so
than describing
how-
a place
how's your
where
strategy
Jews
with the
would
clips
ultimately
and,
end up. That's
you know,
a
yeah,
huge
very famous,
distinction that's
everybody.
important to
All right, well-
remember, as we shall see towards the end of this lecture. Where actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset, as opposed to
Oh, no way. Somebody.
silly opinions as to
How
where
is that
Ashkenaz
possible?
showed up. In reality, the Jews who call themselves Ashkenaz
How is that
all
even possible?
come from a region, or at least a
We were here
culture
for it. Did you get it? Did
in
it?
the Rhine
All right,
area.
so being you
European
picked
Germany,
AJ
as you
Brown.
can see in this map.
How is that even possible?
This is the region in which Jews began to call Ashkenaz from about the 12th century on. Prior
It
to
says,
that,
it
Jews
says,
living there tended to
draft
refer to
autopause
themselves
from 12
one
a.m.
way
to
or
6 a.m.
another to the region of the Rhine itself. There is one interesting passage.
But AJ Brown
in
was
which
just picked.
Rashi
He had never
himself
picked before.
was
I would
about
be like,
Rashi a little bit more later in this
you
course.
Mike Diesel?
Uses the term Ashkenaz to
Jeff,
refer to
maybe
the
you
region,
can
but
pick
it
a
was
guy,
not the most popular designation for the Jews until about the 12th
but there's
century,
no clock.
a good 100
I
odd
don't
years
know. I don't
after
know. It
Rashi
doesn't
passed
explain
away.
it.
These
I don't think anybody.
Jews came from an area, a civilization that flourished
Bullshit.
from about the 10th to the 13th century. And then, for reasons
Come on.
which we will describe over the course of these lectures, they
Look
migrated
at
to
my
the
little-
east, to the great Polish
Oh,
Lithuanian Commonwealth, the regions which would be today
Wow.
Lithuania, parts of
Oh,
Belarus,
shit.
parts of Poland, and especially the
There's a
western
website
part of
dedicated to called
Ukraine.
Don't Kill My
And
App.
they had a
And
population
Android
expansion, particularly
People
in
like
the 19th
Samsung
century,
and
that resulted
yeah,
in
Ribbits in the
great
back.
homeland of
Yeah, could you explain to us what this whole Android
So
thing is?
Ashkenaz
We
are
all use
often
iPhones.
referred to as Eastern Europeans, not because of their origins in
yeah, so
Germany, but
basically,
because of the significant
Apple
population
makes
increase that they enjoy
iOS,
when we get closer to
and
the
that's
contemporary period.
iPhones and iPads.
Then from this region, so this migration is primarily from the 13th and 14th centuries onward, you have another
And you've got
migration of these
Google,
large
which
Ashkenazi Jews
developed
moving
Android.
to Israel, a smaller number, a certain amount to Western
Yeah.
Europe, and a large number
They allow a lot of
North America.
manufacturers to
Something
use
like
that.
1.75 million Jews moved from the area of the
TCL
Russian
and
Empire that was
Motorola
overwhelmingly Ashkenazi at the time,
and all
to
the other
North
basically
America,
everything that's not
actually the United States of America specifically, in the years 1881
Yeah,
to
respect.
1928.
What about Huawei? Well, that's a great
And
question.
that's really
I don't
where
know.
the great bulk of American
I
Jewry
think it's something
traces
Chinese.
its roots to this later
I
Ashkenazi
actually don't know the answer
migration.
to that. Let's look it up.
So that's
I one
the
time was
whole
going to buy a Huawei
meaning
phone
of the word
a long
Ashkenaz
time
in
ago,
a
and it was just
nutshell.
so amazing to me.
It originates
It was like
from
China is living
a
in
biblical
the
designation
future
of a
with their phones. Their
people
phones were like,
descended from Noah,
I'm not kidding.
which was
If you bought an iPhone
with
at
a
that
certain
time, I don't
amount
know,
of
it had like a 10
fanciful
megapixel
logic
camera. I don't know.
assigned to various
Well, Huawei's
locations,
was like 50.
perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central
iPhone's
Asia,
battery would last
and then
like 8
later
hours.
by the
Huawei's
Jews
would last
to
8
the
days.
Rhineland
It's like,
as
why
a
the fuck?
location. And the Jews who
I'm
ended up
using
in the
it. It's like, oh,
Rhineland
that's Chinese
started
spyware.
calling themselves
Dog.
Ashkenazi, just like
I'm
I
telling you
would
this.
call myself
I've seen it with my own
Canadian.
eyes. There's a part of the
But
phone you
there's
can
no
go to.
like
If you look at your incoming and
derivation
outgoing
of
packets,
lineage
like
from
basically
the
the
biblical
data from your phone.
Ashkenaz.
And there's
to
this
modern
packet
Jews.
that is being
We've
sent out
talked
all the
about
time on all your
you know,
phones.
what is
Nobody
Ashkenaz.
knows
We
where it
talked
goes.
about
And it's
where is
probably,
Ashkenaz now we've got to get to
Really?
how the Jews got to the
I'm not
land
even kidding
in the
you.
first place. And
At least when
specifically,
I
want to
checked
start
this,
with the
right.
Khazar hypothesis, which is a rather
It was
highfalutin
almost 10 years ago,
term
but that's how
for
it was.
what the current United States
All right.
president would call malarkey. But nevertheless,
Huawei-
it is occupying a
The reason why
large amount of
Huawei
space
isn't, I mean, it's a
in the
successful
mind of
company,
some
but it's not
thinkers,
like
and
super big.
takes a lot of
It's just
oxygen
because
out
it
of
looks
the
like
room.
Huawei.
When we talk about the roots
No
of
one knows what that
ancient
is.
Jews. What,
Is that
who are the
is it Android?
Khazars? Khazars are a
Or do they
fascinating
have
Turkic
like
people
other things?
who
I don't
apparently
think
had
they
a
have anything.
capital on the Caspian
Does-
Sea. You can see here in this German language map at the city
Anyway.
of Itil,
So in the future,
right
I might.
in the top
want
right
one.
section of the
It no longer
orange
uses
part
Android
of
as
this
a
map,
new flagship
orange part of
devices,
the map.
marking
And the actual civilization
significant shift
would last
in
for
status. So this is a great
several
question.
centuries and interacted with many
With,
of
like,
the other
how-
surrounding
like, relates to,
civilizations, including
Fuck, how could I do
famously
it?
the
Where's my fucking hat?
early state called Cave and the Rus, which formed kind of like the beginnings
Lettuces.
of the cultural patrimonies
How do
that
hot
were
chicks do
claimed by
Dude, I
Ukraine,
know everything about chicks.
Belarus,
I'm a hot
and
chick.
Russia
No, they had the legs
alike.
crossed.
Also, a
This.
significant historical
Oh.
part of the conflict today. The Khazars were a tribe, like many of the other
Fucking
regions.
happy with
But
themselves.
according to some interesting documents
anyway.
that have made their
That's a
way
good
down
question.
to us today, they
They
apparently
use Harmony
converted
OS
to
Next,
Judaism in
which
the
is
year
independent of Android
740.
and does not use Android
The
apps. Move began
story
launched
of
in
their
70.
is rather
Well, anyway, they should
amazing.
just rename this
And
company.
it is perhaps most
Huawei
well
will never
told
work in the
a
United
book
States. I mean,
that
maybe it will,
has
but
very
you could
little to do with
you
history
could
and a
rename
lot
it
to
something
do
better.
with
Huawei.
philosophy and
But we.
polemics. It's a famous work by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi.
I
Who was
honestly
a
think
scholar
that's
who
why,
lived in
like,
Spain several
Hyundai,
hundred years after the events
You could have
described,
your
and he wrote this
company's name
famous
anything,
classic
and
work,
two of
which
them
is
basically have the same name.
Khazari,
Honda, which
which
is
really
understandable, and they
the
were like first, and then
Khazari.
Hyundai.
In
It's like,
the
dog, that's like too
Khazari,
close to the
he
other one. Just pick
describes
anything else.
the
Literally,
legend
you could
of
pick
the conversion of
Boogie.
the
Oh, I
Khazar
drive a
king,
Boogie. Okay, cool, dog. People would understand that. But
who
oh, did you say
was
Honda
sort
or
of
Hyundai?
faced with a
Huh?
difficult
Anyway.
choice because at that time,
So we've got Huawei.
Christianity was
Now I understand not
expanding
everything's in
throughout
English,
Europe,
but
and
I'm just telling you, if you want to sell
Islam
to
was
the English
expanding
market,
all the way
that would have a
across
good name. That's like the first
the
thing.
coast of North Africa.
Like, hey guys,
and
let's
then
have
moving
super fun.
upward
Oh,
into
okay.
Europe
What are
as
we gonna
well,
name our company?
into Turkey, into the Balkans, and so on.
Let's make it
And this
Huawei.
King
Oh,
Ulan
okay, like
was troubled by
W-A.
this geopolitical
W-A-Y?
situation, and also
No.
highly
Let's
motivated,
make
at
it
least as
H.
the legend has it, by sincere spiritual longing to find the one
E-I.
true religion.
Huh?
So according to the
That's not
legend,
a good
he
idea.
brought together a sort of a
Why?
trilateral
Well, it's Huawei.
debate
It starts
team,
with H.
a representative
Huawei.
of Christianity,
Anyway.
a representative of Islam, and a
So that's-
representative of the Jews. And they
That's
had
some
this
knowledge
three-way
on
debate,
phones.
and ultimately, according
Alright.
to the legend, King Ulan
Back to the
converted
draft?
to Christianity.
Yeah, privilege
Now,
to that.
before we discuss the
Yeah,
actual realities of the legend,
How long do you think
we
this
should
draft's gonna
understand
go?
how it is portrayed
Well,
in
this pace-
Khazari. Rabbi Yehuda Levi lived at that time in Spain, the end of its so-called golden era, which was a
And I
period
bet the
of
rebels
remarkable
know about that
coexistence
because I'm doing
between
these videos. It's
Christians,
hilarious.
Jews,
Are they?
and Muslims. Jews in
But do you really
particular
think these
enjoyed
Videos are
tremendous
hilarious. I know
freedoms
they are.
to
I sit back
express
and watch them
themselves
immediately after I
politically.
make them, and I'm
Many
like,
of them held
that's the
high
funniest shit I've ever seen.
office.
I love myself, though,
There's
so
a rather
I'm a little
remarkable
biased.
school, even
Anyway,
Gabriella,
we're running out
who
of
was
time on this one.
actually
Oh,
the
yeah, fuck you,
general of
Zuckerberg.
a Muslim army
First and
for
foremost, for making me
16
do this
years,
shit,
an
motherfucker.
accomplished
Gotta
poet,
throw a body
and
up
a
the motherfucker
Talmudist
roof.
to boot.
I
All of
like
these
the
three
pros
things
and
brought
cons.
together
I said,
in one
toast,
particular
motherfucker.
individual.
Nah,
In many ways,
nah.
a lot like
Anyway, that's a little
Maimonides,
last
who's
call.
also a
But
product
Zuckerberg, when I
of the
upload this
late
video,
golden
it's like
era, although he would
videos
ultimately
of 3 minutes or
be a
more will
victim
not
of
be
the reactionary
suggested
period when
for
Muslims
new
would come
audiences.
from
It's
North
like, why?
Africa and insist that
Why?
all of
Why
this
do you limit
fraternizing
the
with Jews
reach
was unacceptable,
of
and
content.
Maimonides' family
Dog,
who
I'm
were
telling
free
you,
and made their way over
social
to
media.
Cairo,
I used to
where
use
he would continue on
Zuckerberg and I were
illustrious career.
Facebook friends way back
At
in
any
the
rate,
day.
Rabbi
in my-
Yehuda Halevi,
Facebook launched.
you know,
I was on it in 2004 when it launched.
breakdown
Like everybody,
of
like,
this
oh,
period
I'm on social media.
composed this
Like
philosophical
this
work,
motherfucker.
which
Anyway,
is set in that
and
Khazarian
Zuckerberg
debate
had
between
his
Iran
fucking
and the
platform
key representatives of major world
that
faiths, and he used it essentially as a foil
like no
to
algorithm. It was just
relitigate that
chronological.
case
That's what people
and
want.
to make
Just
a
shown
strong
and
philosophical
people want filters
defense
as
of
well.
Judaism,
But it's not like
which of course
Zuckerberg.
results
I don't
in
come to you to be like, hey, what TV should I watch?
affirmative
I know
decision
what I
to
want.
accept
And if I
Judaism,
want to watch other
and
shit,
by
you can give me
extension,
suggestions.
Rabbi
But don't
Yehuda
put them on my
Halevi
main shit.
is
There was a
intended to make
timeline.
visible
Social
to
media
the
is
broader
so much
reading
better.
public
And
a rather audacious work to write
Dude,
in
your
the
fucking
Middle
wife hates
Ages.
you,
It would
your
be
kid hates
audacious
you,
to write it
both
even
people
today, I
kids.
think,
I'll
in which he
They
is
hate
a
your fucking
clear
stories before
polemic
bedtime,
against
everything.
Islam and
Zuckerberg
Christianity in
but he
favor
doesn't
of
have
Judaism.
fantasy football team,
So
and if he
there
did,
was
he
a
probably
lot
took
of
some
philosophical
douchebag
reason why
as
Rabbi
his
Yehuda
first
Halevi
pick. Certainly
would use
didn't
the
pick as
story of the
conjecture. Who's
Kuzari
going to have
as a type of conceit to
111,250
clothe his larger
touchdowns
polemic
for
argument. But what about the
All right, friends.
actual history
Get
of the
fired.
Khazars?
Go fuck yourself.
So in reality, we know very little about the Khazars as it is. Perhaps the most important piece of the story is some correspondence that was conducted between the Spanish leader named Hasta ibn Shaprut, a very important example of the early period of the Golden Age of Spain, who was a foreign minister essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations of Europe on behalf of Spanish kingdom, and he was especially curious and philanthropically inclined towards Jewish populations all over. So, you know, is it true? What they say back in the year 740 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom in this region of Khazaria? And so we sent out emissaries to go to the Far East, to Central Asia, and to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they were not able to get past Constantinople for various political reasons of the day. However, those emissaries of Hasta ibn Shaprut did meet people who claimed to have been to Khazaria and who promised to communicate with him and to exchange letters. And so they brought back with them some letters from one King Joseph of Khazaria, which essentially goes through the legend as we have it today. And for some, particularly early modern historians, that was sufficient proof of the existence and reality of Khazaria as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, saying, wait a second here. This is, not direct contact with King Joseph. This is contact through third parties, and who knows, maybe they made it all up, maybe they are forgeries and so on. And so there's a lot of questions about the actual validity of the story associated with the conversion of the Khazars. We do know, however, from multiple data points that there were Jews who called themselves Khazarian. They show up in a few places. Medieval Jewish travelers encounter them. They have various things to say about them. They're certainly not in large numbers, and there's a lot of questions about the degree to which they are well associated with the Jewish tradition, as we shall see. One of those examples that I find quite fascinating is this document, which was found in the amazing medieval archive known as the Cairo Geniza. Very quick window here just to explain what that Cairo Geniza was. It's just so fantastic. In Jewish thought, following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain, there is this concept that if you write down the name of God on a document, that document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. This is called the Hebrew Shuk, which means literally name, because it has the name of God on the paper. So what that means in Jewish practice until today is that, for example, if you have a prayer book, or certainly a sacred Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or even something a little bit more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children for homework, if it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah with God's name in it, that document may not be simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially, and typically these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes invalidated from use, the letters are cracked and things like that, or prayer books become unbound, the spines break, things like that. You can't use it anymore. You can't simply throw them away, so they are collected in one place called a geniza, which means like a storehouse or even a treasure house. And then at some point, when that geniza is full, these documents are taken to a Jewish cemetery and they are formally buried. That's considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents called shemot. It happened that the large Jewish community in Fustat, also known as Old Cairo, somewhat south of modern-day Cairo, had this custom of not only following the laws with regards to shemot, but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred, and therefore they put it in their geniza. Thankfully, for generations of historians since the 19th century, the geniza was discovered because it was sealed up for a good 700 years, and there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types. Not only, of course, religious works, including remarkable things like the actual autographed copy of Maimonides' writings and things like that, but also, casual things, because they believed that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters even, so even like in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially an Arabic language written with Hebrew characters, they would save those in the geniza. Everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's doodles, all kinds of things. If it had Hebrew on it, it was put in the geniza. And included is this document that you see on your screens before you here. This is what we would call in modern Hebrew a petek, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector. And those of you who live in strong Jewish communities today will certainly be familiar with this document, because typically when emissaries from a faraway community come to a local community to collect charity, they bring some kind of document which describes their credentials, describes the association that they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by local rabbis or signed by famous rabbis, let's say in Israel, and they come door to door with this petek. Nowadays it's usually laminated, and they should say, I'm from this particular cause, I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever, would you like to donate? And they present a document. That's exactly what this is, but it purports to be from a Khazarian Jew from Kiev. This is so-called Kievan document, which dates from, if I remember correctly, about the 10th century. And among the many interesting features is that the signatures of the local dignitaries includes this document, which is written in a Turkic-style runes that indicates that there was an official who actually could not even write in Hebrew, had to use Turkic to express himself. So in other words, we have lots of interesting kind of like sideways evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some Jews living there. And Kiev, by the way, was well populated by Khazarian Jews. Lots of references to a Jewish gate and things like that in the literature. In fact, the great Ukrainian historian Omelia Pritsak opined that Kiev, as it's pronounced today in the Ukrainian pronunciation, Kiev was actually founded by Khazars, which is a kind of interesting thought. One last piece of evidence that supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about the depth of that conversion, is a very important document in the history of Eastern Europe called the Kodex Vermenyev, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years. The great prince Volodymyr of Vladimir, who was the first Christian prince of this medieval state known as Kiev Rus, based in Kiev. Volodymyr had exactly the same conundrum as King Ulan did in Khazaria, meaning Christianity is expanding, Islam is expanding. I'm so confused. Which religion should I accept? And so Volodymyr essentially repeats the whole Khazarian story with a little bit of a twist, because he has a representative of what would become Orthodox Christianity, especially after the schism in 1054, a representative of what would become Western Catholic Christianity, and so he has two Christian flavors represented, as well as a Jew and a Muslim. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who recorded the Chronicle of Bygone Years have very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like dispensed with rather quickly. Judaism, however, Volodymyr considers very seriously. He says, wow, unlike the Muslims who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons, by the way, that Islam was disqualified for Volodymyr. The Jews sound pretty good, and he came actually pretty close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what Eastern Europe would be like if Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine was predominantly Jewish? Hard to imagine. But when he found out that the Jews no longer had their own state in the land of Israel, he said, I'm going to pass, thank you. And he turned to the two Christian variations. He ultimately adopted what would be, of course, Orthodox Christianity, the Eastern Rite, and there was a mass baptism in the year 988, which begins the Christian period in Kiev and Rus, onward in the Slavic regions. So the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which was written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazarian Jews. Now, what's at the heart of this? Is this possible, and are they connected to the Ashkenazi Jews? So the first thing we have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of the story of the Khazarian conversion. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Professor Shaul Stamfer, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story, meaning what a great story. It's so fascinating, trilateral debate, the whole thing like that. But he argues that it is either entirely by later writers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to lean towards the exaggerated to highly exaggerated, but I don't quite agree with my colleague, senior scholar Dr. Stamfer, that it is entirely fabricated. I just think there's the preponderance of evidence of the connection between Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. Like, for example, how widespread was this conversion? Was this possibly just a royal conversion that was designed to sort of mollify would-be attackers from the south and from the west, who would claim that it had to be either a Muslim or a Christian kingdom, respectively? Both Islam and Christianity have theological spaces in which Jews are allowed to maintain their religion. For Jews in Islam, it would be the Pact of Umar. For Christians, Jews are permitted to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness from St. Augustine. So there was space for Jews to kind of have a neutral territory between Islam and Christianity. And so it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have had a pro forma conversion in order to maintain their geopolitical stance. Another argument revolves around, well, let's say they did convert to Judaism, and let's say it was only a thin conversion, but were they adhering to a rabbinic Judaism, or perhaps another variety, like a Karaite Judaism? Who exactly were they? The various travelers' accounts that we have of people who encounter Khazarian Jews in one place or another tend to portray them as being fairly ignorant and of having very little awareness of many of the commandments that devolve upon them as the Jews. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go? They seem to have disappeared from the history of Judaism afterwards. So, this essentially leads people like Dr. Stamford to say that the burden of truth rests on those who want to indicate that Khazaria later expanded or at least maintained its position, because this is a civilization that lasted for 5 centuries, and then if they were Jewish, simply poof, they disappeared. They were ultimately conquered by King Rus, and then we have a Mongol invasion that conquers the region, and they simply don't appear on the world stage again. Further, well, let's get to the actual Khazar hypothesis. So here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who wish to impugn the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, and there are some political connections, especially with the land of Israel. The Khazar hypothesis argues that, oh no, they didn't disappear. They actually constitute the bulk of the later Ashkenazic population. This is a hypothesis which can be immediately discarded on any number of grounds. Primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in later Ashkenazic civilization. For example, linguistically, the Ashkenazim overwhelmingly, like even in 1900, 97% of them in the 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language, and Yiddish is incredibly German in origin. It's overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has maybe 20% of Hebraic and Aramaic words in it, a smattering of Romance words, like Old French and things like that. But it has no strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a completely divorced linguistic environment that is primarily associated with Germany. Billy Crystal, a comedian, likes to say that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. It's kind of funny, but anyway, so there's no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of the migration of Jews from Rhineland to Eastern Europe. I mean, we can trace communities. We have a strong literary record of the customs that they accepted. We have all kinds of material that supports the Rhineland origin of Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe. We have no evidence that supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constitute the bulk of Ashkenazi Jews. And finally, what kind of should put the end of the story to this debate, with modern DNA research advances, many scholars, including Professor Eran Ahaik, shown here, have shown that there's no Turkic elements in Ashkenazic Jews. That overwhelmingly Ashkenazic Jews are related to the Western European origins of the Jews. We're going to explore this a little further. Now, let me mention, why is it then that this hypothesis, that's actually like a dignified word for, again, to use Biden's phrase, malarkey, why would this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews to their connection, on a genetic level at any rate, to their biblical origins. In other words, it's a way of saying that, oh, those Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They are, as some like to say, Jew-ish. Like, they're not actually Jews. They pretend to be Jews, but they're not. So basically a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli politics, because it says that, hey, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews have a claim on the land of Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless the descendants of the people who lived in the Middle East at that time. If you want to say that no, they're actually Central Asian peoples that are claimed to be Jewish, then they don't have a claim to the land of Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation for supporting this kind of ridiculous theory. So where exactly, what can we say about the actual Ashkenazi Jews of Eastern Europe? So as I mentioned, DNA research has helped us out tremendously in this regard. Dr. Doron Behar did some really excellent research in this region that gave us some rather surprising results. For example, that looking especially at Y chromosomes, about 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews actually trace their origins to 4 women. We don't know their names. I like to think of them as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but they are of European origin, most likely Northern Italy, and overwhelmingly they are related to other non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Eilat Mizrach, and they are distinct from the peoples among whom they live in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What Dr. Behar was able to reconstruct with the kind of scientific tools that DNA research provides is kind of an interesting migration route that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research, particularly looking at Levites on the Y chromosome, because Levite status is passed through the father, and so therefore you have a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Middle East.
After watching that last video,
through Italy.
realized I didn't
It
name
makes a
Red
lot of
Bar
sense with
in
the
that
traditional
best
model
back to
of
the 90s.
understanding
Probably
of
should
how
have.
Jews, especially in the context of the Roman-Jewish wars of the first century, many of them, Josephus says, in the tens of thousands, were deported to the Italian
If you
peninsula
want to see how my
to serve
fucking
as slaves. There was already a Jewish population before the revolts that was existing in Rome, for example.
Android,
And then they made their way up through the peninsula.
They killed the
By the time we
and
get
I don't
to the
understand
earliest
why.
Ashkenazi settlements, which
I don't
will be
get it.
in the next lecture
There's like
in this
some
series.
fucking
And
engineer
from there,
somewhere.
as we discussed,
Yeah,
move
this is what
to
it is.
Eastern
It's
Europe.
about
The
battery life.
DNA trail
But it's like if
follows
you
the
keep your
same
phone
trail
plugged in
that I
all the time, then
described
that shouldn't
in this
matter.
lecture. Another
Anyway,
route,
what's going on
which
here?
is labeled here with the number 5, the green route, which was always thought as a
Alright, well, don't worry,
possible
this
route
shit'll
of migration of Ashkenazi Jews
Alright, so
across
yeah,
the
Rabbi,
coast
send
of
in the
North
back.
Africa, because we do have Jewish
Yeah, Rabbi,
settlements
you were
that
telling
appear,
us about
of course, in Egypt, places
whether
like
your strategy was
Alexandria,
making
and
clips is working.
Tunis, and all the way
Yeah,
over
great question.
Morocco,
Thanks for
and
bringing
Berber
it up.
Jews, and so on, that perhaps they end up constituting the bulk of Ashkenazi relation. That appears not to be the case, but there is
Yeah,
a
I mean, I
certain
don't know.
amount of
I expect to awake and
admixture,
have like
particularly when we
1,000 new
get
people
to
on the
the
Discord.
High
And,
Middle
like,
Ages
all my
of
chats be
Sephardi
buzzing.
Jews with Ashkenazim, as we
I've lost
discussed
people on the
previously.
Discord.
So that's
And
basically the story of
I did
how
have some
Ashkenazi
people,
Jews
one
got
guy,
to be
say, thanks for
called
the clip on
Ashkenazi
YouTube.
and how
That was
they
great.
got
Shout out
to
to
the Rhineland and then later
ADP,
to
that's
Eastern
or no,
Europe and
ADS,
ultimately
ADS.
to Europe.
They
I
were,
want to
they said
thank
they watched me when I
Dr.
was asleep.
Siegel for inviting me to present this lecture, a series of
They said
lectures
they're my
in the
biggest fan.
Ashkenazium, and I want to thank all of you for viewing. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene for the
Anyway,
second lecture. Thank you very much for participating.
Yeah, Rabbi, show us your fucking boss. All right. Okay, here we go. Does it always work? Alright, so this is it's gonna click it and it's gonna click it. It's tight. Anyway. And then it just makes a clip and
In the last lecture, we looked at
Rabbi,
the origins.
yes, why did you say it's so
of
over and then you were like,
Jews of
not
Ashkenaz.
over?
And
It's just gonna be
today,
an uphill
in
struggle.
this lecture, what I'd like
Well,
to
thanks
do
for adding
is
words to
continue
my
that
mouth.
discussion
That.
by looking
But you're
specifically
absolutely right.
at the social and economic
Because
foundations.
it was
of
posting
Black
my
community.
clips
It
in
is
the chat. I
largely,
figured
of
out
course,
a way how to do
because
that,
of
but it no
the
longer does that.
attractions of the Rhineland with their unique social and economic foundations that we have a presence of Jews in Ashkenaz at all. And so
Anyway, it doesn't
understanding
always
these
work.
two
But the
topics
thing is, it doesn't always have
very
to
much
work.
related.
It just
Trying
has to
understand
continue.
why the Jews
I'd
actually
much like
migrated
this is like a strategy
to
that
that
I've
region.
used anyway. You see, it's fucking working.
Civilization
It'll
that
take
they
my
started
shit,
there
copy and paste.
also attracted more Jews and created the nucleus of what would ultimately become Ashkenazi Jewry as a whole. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat familiar. It's not quite as colorful as the Google map that I showed you in the last lecture, but this shows the development of Ashkenazi civilization in the center region there, which has sort of the cross-hatching. You can see the Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River, the community of Mainz, Worms, and Speyer. Also, Köln, Cologne, which is one of the oldest communities of the period. And then it spreads out, especially towards the east, ultimately becoming a very large civilization in Eastern Europe.
I checked
yesterday. On the left in the legend, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. By the way, this is a day I died. Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a remarkable resource for the history of Ashkenazi Jews.
Just like stealth strategies, flying under the radar. Because I was going on just spam the map. You spend most of your time creating the account
migration of these Ashkenazi Jews in the 19th and 20th centuries in particular. Not quite as colorful as the one I showed you, but still very informative. Here is a close-up of the Rhineland region in particular.
Are you done?
Following the Rhine River.
Let's talk about that phrase.
There are also several other very communities not too far away.
Oh, it's so funny. So sometimes I'd be around
some of the most important attractions,
and they'd be like
specific communities.
They'd be
like the early establishment
this economic policy should go like this, another one would be like this.
It sounds kind of awkward. Why would you?
And I'd be like, well, I think the economic policy should go like this and 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 this, and they'd all be looking at me like, done, and I'd be like,
a place where one may have hallowed ground to visit one's ancestors and so on. I can tell you.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How you living, girl?
I come from a very remote community in northern Canada, northern Ontario.
Apologies, I haven't been available for bowling. I've been getting my beauty rest, but God willing, we'll be able to play tonight. You have your last day of physical therapy today. Are you ready to hit the ground running? Excellent. You go do it. God willing, we'll play tonight and get back into our rhythm. All right, girl? Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing. Take care. Thank you. Absolutely. Good. Take care. You're good, girl. Don't worry about it.
At that time in that region. So the establishment of cemeteries in a lot of these places was extremely important for the creation of communities as a whole and the tenets of build on each other. Jews, of course, like many religious groups, prefer to be buried among other Jews and not in many cemeteries.
Flying under the radar.
Not in mass graves, which is not at all uncommon for parts of the Middle Ages, particularly when we get to the Black Death.
Anyway, I made like
so the establishment of the cemetery was often associated with the early establishment of Jews.
Just in like
we should also note that one of the crucial elements that relates to the development of a unique civilization in Ashkenaz was center-periphery relationships. Where was the center of the Jewish world at this time? Or if we look around the 8th, 9th century, the most profound
I forgot one of the lyrics when I was reading Let's Call It
was certainly in Baghdad.
Yo, fuck you,
very far away
first and foremost for making me do this shit.
Rhineland, which was
Can't throw about a video to motherfucking room.
Baghdad, it already, developed just to the south of that, the huge Talmudic culture.
I love that song.
They had a long series of
back in the day,
kind of like titular heads of the Jewish community, specifically associated with the rabbinic academies.
Everybody loved,
and they were, communicating far and wide with the Jews spread out around the Mediterranean basin. You also have virgin communities in places close to Israel.
I love a lot of their music.
Small.
There was this one song that I remember. They got it off Napster,
You also have significant communities in
Psych, I bought on Apple Music.
The Italian Peninsula,
anyway,
Egypt,
that wasn't even a thing. You couldn't even get it on
and then across the coast of North Africa until you get to Spain,
anyway,
where
Rabbit's
we're just by the time we get to about
younger,
100,
what is a CD?
just beginning to see the flourishing
for
of
compact
Jewish
disc,
communities. They're going into their golden
which
age.
it was like the future.
Dog,
Dog, have you ever seen
Ashkenaz was clearly on the
the
periphery.
Freedom 90
And one of the
video?
things
Oh,
about,
dog, we got girls
being
that
on the
watch the
periphery
Freedom 90
is
video.
you have
There's
to
this
adapt to local circumstances.
Okay, here's what I
You can
know
often
about
get away with a lot of
it's
things
amazing.
you could
George
not get
Michael
away
video,
with in
and
the center. So
George Michael's
it's a little
people
bit like what they
called
say here in
all these
America.
supermodels
What happens
people,
in
and they're
Vegas
like, hey,
stays
we'll
in
fly you
Vegas.
to London
So a
first
lot of
class.
innovations that
How expensive
occur
to pay to
in
be in this music
Ashkenaz,
video,
the peripheral
and
locations
all you
of
have to do
Jewish
is work really
settlement
hard,
look
or
to be
you're
very
doing that.
positive,
Then,
beneficial types of innovations, which would stand the Jews in good stead over their long centuries of settlement there. But they were new things that might not necessarily have worked in the center. You could say the same thing, by the way, about the growth of Sephardic culture, which was
director
very
has like all the same
back at this time, and could explore new modes of expression, literary activity, and so on. So
like
part of the
kind
reasons why we
themes.
have
I'm really big on
innovations
themes.
in the region
In fact,
of the Rhineland at this time,
like if I ever go on a date, like questions are asked on.
like let us also say before we get too
social
deeply
media
into
stuff,
these
like
lectures that I'm going
what's
to
your
be
idea
speaking
of an
broadly
ideal
for
first date?
this
And I
hour
always say,
over
I don't know
the
where it'll be,
9th
but
through the
kids started
14th
have
centuries.
Why?
And there's a
Teams are
tremendous
amazing.
amount of change that
All
happens
right,
during
David
this time.
Fincher.
This is a period
So this dude,
that
he was known
represents the High Middle Ages right up
for
until the Black Death,
having
where Europe
a
is going
distinctive
through a lot
visual
of dramatic
style,
changes. Some of them really quite fundamental
really
in what
large
we
tones.
call
That's
the
cool.
longue durée, the long duration of history,
But
things like climactic
I
change.
just like when I picture like what a CD
of
is,
productivity of the
I can't.
soil, really basic kind of geological events, at the same time as massive changes in political events and cultural events and so on. So I'm going to be generalizing because it's inevitable to speak in large terms over a very dynamic group of centuries, but nevertheless we will get some sense of how the Jewish community developed and changed over these 500 odd years. Okay. Perhaps the most important thing that is at the heart of the development of Ashkenazi civilization is the development of a form of communal organization, which is typically known as the Kehillah. The word Kehillah is Hebrew, of course, and it derives from the root kahal, which means to congregate, to gather. It is actually related to words which later developed into synagogue, church, they're all related to this idea of gathering together. And the Kehillah essentially represented an iteration of the communal organization of Jews in a structure that proved to be highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, meaning the group integrity, the endogamy in marriage, the adherence to group norms, and so on, and resisted just general dissipation of the community through assimilation, through conversion to Christianity, which was, of course, the overwhelming dominant faith of the period, and allowed the Jews to survive in what were somewhat hostile times as well. The structure that I'm going to describe to you is not completely new in Ashkenaz, but there were certain refinements, innovations, and institutional developments that were specific to Ashkenaz that had a tremendously beneficial impact on Jews right up until really the 18th century, when the innovations of modern citizenship, primarily from the French Revolution onward, began to erode the foundations of what the Kehillah meant. Let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that in medieval society, the organization of human groups is primarily corporate in nature. What that means is, unlike today, where I might decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, immigrate to Budapest, and there, have to get citizenship and so on. But otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian among Budapestians. I don't know if Budapestian is a word. Maybe I just made it up, but you get the idea, right? I could basically go there, and if I wanted to, I could completely jettison. That was everything New Yorkian about me, everything Canadian about me. I could theoretically learn the Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or any other language that's comparable to Hungarian. But let's say I could just go there and I could just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we can do in modernity, primarily because our governments organize us primarily on the basis of our individual citizenship. Here in the United States, I have a social security number, which is my primary conduit of communication to the municipal and state and federal authorities. That's how they know if I pay my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they know my dental records and everything about me individually. They do not necessarily group me with my friends, my associates, my congregational group, and so on. This is totally different from medieval society in which people were classified almost on a caste-like basis with their affinity groups. This was primarily economic in nature, meaning if you were a peasant, you were classed with other peasants, and you were typically classed as the peasants belonging to this particular nobleman, and the noblemen were classed as belonging to this particular king, and so on. And this is like a type of feudal structure that prevailed through much of European history. And so the Jews occupied an unusual kind of box, as we shall see later in this lecture, that they were organized collectively, and very rarely were demands put on these individually by outside groups, but were put on them collectively. So therefore, it was in their own interest to organize themselves effectively, to have strong representation, to convey their needs to authorities, and to defend themselves from external threats and so on. So we're going to see how that plays out over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. One of the ways in which this corporate nature of medieval society was expressed was through things called charters. A charter is essentially a type of document, typically written, often forged later on in medieval periods, that describe the privileges of the Jewish community in a particular locale, that was typically contracted between the local authorities of that particular location and the chief representatives of the Jews. And these charters were frequently invoked in later centuries to protect the rights of the Jews, saying that, hey, wait a second, you can't do that because according to the charter that was signed 300 years ago, these are our rights and privileges and so on. To a certain degree, they often became outmoded as social, economic, religious
I don't understand. I just was making a video.
Some of the privileges
there's a reason why I'm live on so many different fucking accounts
perhaps they were
and
so
devices,
that
and a lot of people are like, "Wow, why do you do that?"
A new arrangement, and these things would happen over the dynamic course
because
of the next
sometimes the shit
years.
crashes, and I want to make sure it's backed up. I'm
Jewish
that cool.
communities
The
being
shit that I would
established
say
in
is
the
that
Rhineland,
important.
they typically were
I want it
organized
backed up when the
Jews as
inevitably
groups,
something
like,
doesn't work.
Imagine
Anyway,
tour buses of Jews coming into a location,
I don't know. I talked
meeting
about
with the
Red Farm,
local
I should
ruler,
have been in that
and
original
putting in
list,
writing
and
the kind
I
of
talked
agreements
about
that would
CDs
pertain
being
to their settlement in this
and
region.
when I think of a CD,
Protections
I
and
think
responsibilities as
of
well.
this
Not
Fincher video,
at all
fucking George
equivalent
Michael,
to other castes in that society,
and
sometimes much more beneficial to the Jews, advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews. But this was considered normal for the medieval period, primarily because it was a corporate society in which groups were dealt with as part of collective organizations, rather than dealt with as individuals as we have in modern Western
I love this
societies
video.
today.
I love George Michael.
So this allowed the Jews essentially, because they had to organize themselves and they had to represent themselves within a charter to the local authorities, to establish this organization called the Kehillah. Let me show you here basically a breakdown of what a kahila would look like structurally. We'll start from the top down and understand how this worked.
Amazing.
Again, as I mentioned earlier,
and I really
it's
felt
not like the
it should have been more
kahila structure
popular, but
was brand new.
wasn't.
There were
He
definitely
was kind of getting older at
antecedents
that
that we found in
Anyway.
diaspora communities. Jews had already been living
So I was
outside
talking
of the
about
land of Israel,
what
outside of
CDs were,
sovereign territory
and
for almost 1,000
when
years.
I
And they had found ways to more or less establish themselves.
then we had all
But
that stuff in
the
Miss Aquarius.
confluence of the corporate society of medieval Europe, the sense of
this is what I
periphery
think of when I think of
issues,
CDs,
led
like,
them to
What,
develop
like they're
and refine
lasers. This thing is like a
the
CD was
structure
had
in
lasers. It's like alien
medieval
technology.
Ashkenaz. So you would have at the top
Okay,
people
watch
who are
this.
typically called the Tuve
Look at that.
Ha'ir,
It's a laser.
Tove Ha'ir,
Lasers.
which means
Lasers are
literally
tight as
the
fuck.
good people
Anyway,
of
so
the city.
listen to music through
This is a
lasers.
Talmudic
Dude,
term which was
fucking
applied to the leadership of the
Anyway.
Kehillah, and it refers to typically
We don't listen
the
to music with lasers today.
wealthier, established male denizens of a locale. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7.
Anyway,
It would be an elected position,
is that
but
the
the
I had all
election
this other
was
stuff that I
based
was saying.
on gender and on property as well. So it was typically within a small group of people. And the Tuve would have the responsibility of making all of the leadership decisions for the Kehillah as a
I
whole.
truthfully think
In many ways, by the way, if you're familiar with
quality
the
assurance,
structure of most
Math engineering,
modern synagogues,
fucking pretty sure.
it's basically exactly the
And
same
I
structure,
really mean,
where
like,
this would be the board
at one
of
time,
directors or the
I knew
executive
an app
board.
so well.
This is the group of people who
I
are
watch apps on the App Store.
technically
Google Play.
elected, but everybody in Shul knows
And
you
I
really
press
should
the
only
button.
vote for certain people.
Just
Why
send it.
is
I've
wealth
written the
such an important
description.
criterion?
I've
Gender, of course, is the
ensured that
criterion
the
that's taken for granted that,
App
that
Store
women would
those
not,
were paid
by and large,
and
hold
Play Store.
leadership roles
I
at this
mean,
level.
I'm not saying I know everything.
We're going to look at gender much more throughout the course of these lectures. Gender will
But,
play a very big
I can
role, as we
tell
shall
you
see
that
in the Chavrot at the bottom of this chart. But at the top
I'm just
level,
shocked that they
we're
don't
dealing
work as well
primarily
as
with men. Now, why is property so important? Because
And I
there was
don't
a kind
understand
of
why.
noblesse oblige. There was a
I mean,
kind of
I
an
understand it's
understanding
like
that along with
it's planned
receiving
obsolescence.
the
They don't
honor
want stuff to
of
work
being
really
named
well.
to the
I
board
get that,
of
but
directors, you're also supposed to
I
write a
would just
check.
destroy
You're also supposed to
companies like Apple.
economically
And it's planned
support
obsolescence.
the
It's not giving
financial
us anything
activities
new.
and
They're
needs
putting out an
of
iPhone
the
Air,
Kehillah as a whole
allegedly,
and contribute
and
to the
it
support
has like
of
a
the
battery
Jewish
on it of
poor.
like 2400
So the
megahertz.
Tuve Ha'ir were, the
Something
good
like that.
people of the city,
And
not
even
only
like the
because they
lowest
were wealthier, but also
Android phone
because
of a few
they
years
would,
ago has
in
double.
exchange,
It's like,
informal
Huh.
exchange, rarely
well, but it's
stipulated
skinny.
in
Okay,
writing,
it works for
but
10
in
minutes.
exchange
Nobody
for
gives a shit.
participating in this term
And
limited
it's so
board,
skinny that it's gonna
they
bend.
would
Like you're
also
gonna put it.
be
Some
generating
hot chicks wear their fucking
funds
phones in the
for
back
the
left
larger
pocket. It's like
So
a thing.
these are
And,
largely men
And
of
like some
property
hot chick
class
does that,
within
it's
the
gonna
Jewish
bend the
community.
phone. She could
They would
be
establish
really thin.
one of their members to be the Nas,
And if
who
you
was
put some
essentially
donk
president.
in
I
there,
wonder if the word
that phone's
president
gonna look
somehow
like a
is
C.
related to the word Parnas.
Anyway,
I don't know.
the
But
future of phones is
Parnas
golden.
literally means the
And then it's gonna go
provider.
to
But that person would
like
act as the
projection. I don't
chief
understand why the
executive
phone
officer
doesn't have a
of the
projector that
Kehillah,
shoots out
who
on like the
would
wall. It should
essentially
just be,
run
I've got a projector
the
behind me, and
most
that
important
projector can
function
fit in
of
my
the
pocket.
They would
And
also
that projector's
hire
like
the rabbinical
5 years
leadership
old,
of the
at
community,
least. It was
which often
top of the line though.
exercised its function not only in
Anyway, projector should be
pastoral
really big.
duties, but basically
I feel like
in a
these
legal
fucking
fashion
executives just aren't
by interpreting
thinking, and they
the
don't have.
conflicts
I
within
mean,
the
I
community
understand that they
in
need
terms
to
of
make
Talmudic law and rendering
quarterly
decisions
results
and
for their
essentially
stockholders,
supporting
but
the adherence of
these
Judaic
stockholders use their
responsibilities by the larger
just
population. Now, this should
very
again look very familiar
impressive
to
at
modern
all.
synagogue structure because the board of directors will appoint a shul president and will also hire the rabbi. Now, I use that term
I'll tell
hire
you this is my
intentionally
quick
because,
overview
as you
of
might
capital.
assume, there's always
I worked
going
on
to
an
be
app
a certain dynamic
crashed.
tension between the
When I
president
first
of the
got
synagogue
it wouldn't even
and the
work that
rabbi of the synagogue.
And I got it to be the point
They don't
where
have
I would give
identical
the app
concerns. They
It
have
was so
overlapping
now it took
concerns.
years of
And
development.
Jewish history is replete
Well, insurance, but we had a
with
big
examples of
We had a
conflicts
big team.
between
We could have
the
had a
community, and
capacity.
especially the
But,
wealthier class, who want to do certain things, and the rabbi or the Beit Din oppose them, and they have to find a way of negotiating their way through these things. The rabbi has the advantage, theoretically, popular support.
Wait, did this not
People
blow?
go to the rabbi for
Or is this
rabbinic
also-
guidance and
I
for
don't know, this fucking
spiritual
thing makes
sustenance and so on. They don't necessarily go to the president.
This fucking device,
that.
which I'm
So the rabbi has kind of like popular backing. But if the rabbi pushes too hard against the demands of the
I use
Parnas
these
on a
fucking
2 year, the
devices
rabbi can
so
get fired.
hard. Like, to put it in automobile terms, it would be like, I got some jalopy.
So it's not like it's not a theocracy where the rabbi is in charge.
Like
Theoretically, everything has to be run according to Jewish law, and the chief interpreter of that Jewish law is the rabbi and the Beit Din, meaning the court. But if the court
it's like I put
rules too stringently
an elephant
for
in the
bear,
bed,
then that
and
court
we
will
drive
be
it
overturned,
from
and they'll find a new court. That
Portland,
will
Maine
interpret more leniently. So
to
there's always this kind
San
of dynamic tension.
Diego.
Similarly,
That's
with
like
the Parnas
I
and
push
Tuvei
these
here
fucking things as
are
far as I can, and I feel like people should like computers. Right now, that fucking computer, it's not even trying, has like 35 different tabs.
or they refuse to allow certain
That's how
agencies,
much you can work.
then
Like,
there'll be a
it should
kind of a
work
popular
so
uprising that will be
smoothly. I
directed
shouldn't have to worry about
sometimes through
RAM.
the rabbi and will require
RAM
a
should be
change
so expensive.
themselves,
Like,
because after all,
the reason why
they
this
live
shit
within
is so
this community.
expensive is
It's
because
not
they
a
don't have any
separate
competition.
community, and we're talking
And the
also
reason why they don't have
about
any
relatively
competition
small
is it's so
communities that might
expensive
number
to
in the
get into
hundreds,
the
very large
like
ones, small
before. Like,
thousands.
what is stuff that
So
used to
these
be
are
really cheap?
basically
Oh, the
little
really expensive.
shuls,
They got cheap
essentially,
televisions.
the Rhineland.
Televisions.
Now, both the Parnas
They used to have
and the
televisions at
rabbi
Best Buy that were
have
like
a
$25,000
stack
back then,
of
which is like
so-called gabai.
and
Literal
they'd have like a whole
gabbai
fucking
means
room in
collector.
a Best Buy.
In modern synagogues, the gabbai has
Anyway,
kind of like a
except, like,
shadow
one
of their original
bulb.
role.
And
The modern synagogues,
that's all they had
gabbais
to
are
sell. But
sometimes
then,
called
like that
beadles,
television,
and they're
3 years
essentially
later,
people who make sure
would
the
be
synagogue
in the
functions
middle of an
properly,
aisle
that
at
when
a
they
fucking
hand out
Walmart.
synagogue honors, that people
Roll back.
receive them in appropriate
And they'd have them stacked.
timing,
Like, it would
circulation,
be like,
things
that's
like
how
that.
quickly
But
television
in the medieval Kippah,
and
the
they'd be like
gabbai were essentially the
$299. Like,
They were one who would
like
issue
televisions
summons
go
to the
down
court.
in
They
price, like
were people
crazy.
who would essentially
And
mete out the
I don't understand
tax
why.
demands and make sure that those tax
Phones
demands
don't.
met.
I understand because these guys
They were actually
inflate the
very,
prices,
very
but
powerful people
like,
employed by both the
the
Parnas
stuff should
and
get
the
cheaper.
rabbi. So
And it
today's
doesn't.
gabbai, respect the gabbai
And
because
it's because
he
they have
has a
competition. Anyway,
tremendous
are you
amount of
done?
authority.
Well, frankly, we're just waiting
Now, I
on.
mentioned taxes, which is crucial, of course. The Kahila was
The next person,
self-sustaining. His entire
the
structure,
who is, I believe,
which had a
Mike
remarkable number of functions, as we shall see shortly, had to be sustained through taxing the local Jewish population.
Yeah, so
This tax
do you
assessment
think that other
was
video
essentially done
uploaded
by
that
the
you were
Tuvei, and they
this thing
would
made some noise, but I don't
require
know.
on a
So anyway,
sliding scale that Jews who were more
and-
prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general welfare fund, and they would send out Gabayim to make sure that that taxation was
just make it
fulfilled.
easier.
If a person refused to pay the taxation rate that was assigned to them by the Tuvei, then they faced a whole series of consequences. They could, of course, appeal through the rabbi and so on, and they would have appropriate channels to appeal their tax assessment, but really there was no way out
I know we've asked you
other
this, but we're
than
just asking again.
conversion to
What are
Christianity.
your plans
In other words,
for
leaving the Kahila.
third pick of the strap?
Unlike modern day society,
All right,
where
well, I don't
a
really.
Jew
We
may
could do
choose
a
the
mock draft.
degree to which he or she wishes
We can
to
do a mock
affiliate
draft.
with a
Let's do a
large
mock
Jewish
draft.
community,
All
this
right.
was not at all possible.
I was just
in
thinking,
the
why do they
Kahila.
fucking allow
In
people
the
to do mock
Kahila, up
drafts
until the
when the
18th
draft has already
century,
started? This
you
okay, so
were
what's a mock
part of
draft?
it,
It's just like pretend.
and you were a Jew,
Start mock
and you were
draft.
expected to pay
Here
the
we go.
taxes
Just
that
gonna
the
be
Jewish
doing it.
community levied on you, or you left it entirely and essentially became a Christian. There was no real meaningful secular Jewish
So it just does
identity
it
in the medieval period.
But it'll give us an
unlike in the
idea of
modern
who will
period.
be available.
Now, it's true
But
that
it's
today,
not
for
necessarily.
example,
Okay,
if you get on the mailing list
when
of
we
the
do
United
ours,
Jewish Appeal or the
we have
Federation
to
mailing
change
list,
it.
the only way to get off is basically to go through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But this was especially true of the medieval period, especially as the local kahilot would kind of
It's not
join
like the
together
best
and
strategy.
form
I think the
super
number one player,
municipalities in
but,
which the kahilot would communicate with one another. And so if you had a person who, let's say, refused to pay taxes and decided to leave town,
or he could get hurt.
or
That's the
more
thing with
commonly,
fantasy. It's usually not
refused
about
to
how
give
good your
his
players are.
estranged
It's
wife
what
a writ
people
of
don't
divorce,
get.
a get,
Because it's
and
such a
decided to leave
dangerous
town and
okay.
go start
So,
a life in some
this
other
is what's
Jewish town.
available
Well, that other
in our
Jewish
mock draft.
town would have
And
communicated with the other
if George
municipalities.
Kittle's
Hey,
available,
wait a
we
second,
would take
you can't just start up a shoe store here.
as our tight
You know about what
Would
we did back in Köln, and you can't do it here in
Yeah.
Speyer, and so they would be able to have some regional enforcement of Jewish law, which is really quite effective. And that's largely
Everybody's
done
saying
through
that
the
like, he
divide.
still could be the number
So what I've kind of explained to you right now is the quite coercive nature of the Kehillah, which was very effective in maintaining
so then you took
standards,
him,
to a large degree religious
and then who would you
norms,
take?
and to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in an overall non-Jewish environment that was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously the Kehillah gave a tremendous amount
I should take a
to the as a whole.
receiver.
And this
but
was done
actually, I
primarily
probably
through these organizations called the Chevrot. A chevra, which I'll translate here as committee, is basically, just like in a synagogue, a committee of individuals who choose to get together in order to perform some beneficial service to the community as a whole.
That's why
They would typically have a budget that was allotted to them from the tax receipts of the Kehillah, and so they would be allowed to perform these very valuable functions to preserve the wherewithal of the Jewish community to maintain
fantasy
their own
football isn't that
and
fun
their own needs. To
when
look at just a short list of the many Kehillot that would be present, especially in a larger community, the most important of which is the Chevra Kadisha, that's in the top left of these boxes here. The Chevra Kadisha, or the Holy
years later,
Association,
like, oh yeah,
was the
that
burial
team would have
society.
won if so
And this
and so
was a
would
very
stay
high status society that was typically comprised of individuals who were typically married, often a little bit older,
You were
middle-aged,
talking in one of the videos about how much you like George Michael.
care
Why is that?
for
Like, he's very
the
creative,
washing
and I think
and
he
the
is,
dressing
like his
and the
music.
burial of the
He uses all
deceased.
kinds of different
One of the reasons why it
instruments.
was so
And
honored, it was such a status symbol to belong to the Chevra Kadisha,
he
was
likes
not only
beautiful
because of
women.
the huge religious import associated
Oh, I
with
was talking about
the
how it sounds
last
amazing.
treatment of
And,
the deceased,
I don't know
but
if it's
also
in this
because
video
it was one of the
around
weapons
2004
that the Chevra Kadisha,
or so.
that the
Should have been a
Kehillah
bigger
as a
song,
whole
but
could
he was just kind
use
of already
to
older,
enforce
but
conformity.
it's an amazing
This
song.
was,
And it's very
there's a
futuristic.
whole list of
Anyway, and then I was saying
punishments that
about
the Kehillah could
Zuckerberg,
impose
fuck
on
you,
someone who
Zuckerberg first and
refused
foremost
to
to make
comply
me
to
do
good
shit.
standards such as paying taxes or
Everybody else
giving a get or things like that, or even appearing in court when summoned. The last of which, refusal to
Oh yeah, I was talking
bury
about that.
them
Everybody
when they
liked
pass
these
away.
Jay-Z and Kanye
This
West
was
songs back in the
considered
day,
such a
but I
tremendous
was on Napster. This was Napster or Line Fire, one of
punishment
those.
upon Jews. So
And
typically, if the Chevra Kadisha were to say, we have chosen that
whatever it
you will
was,
be
there were a
denied
ton of them.
burial rights, Jews would
And
typically
allegedly,
comply.
it's like
So, oh
I
my
was
gosh,
around music.
here I'll
didn't
pay
even
my
exist at the
taxes,
time.
here I'll give my wife
So,
a get, whatever it is.
anyway,
So that was one of the most
and I
important
remember getting this
Chevras
song
that
Last
was,
Call,
basically
which is the
in
last
every
song
Kehillah
of
because people would always
College
die.
Dropout.
The
And
most reliable businesses, I guess,
which is like
the
a
medieval
big
period.
now.
But you would also have, for example, the
And
Chevra for Ozer Dalim.
it was the
which is
longest
full
fucking song
relief
I'd
of
ever
various
seen
types,
on like a
the
CD.
Talmud and the codes of
It's
Jewish
like
law
his whole life story.
have long
And
discussions
it's
of
amazing.
various
And
different types of
it's like
plurality, from temporary poor
like
relief to ongoing poor relief, and calculating exactly how much income was required to qualify with different levels of poor relief and so on. And this had to be distributed in an equitable manner. So the Chevra Ozer Dalit, which will deal with this. Chevra Shas was typically associated with promoting
They
education.
showed it on MTV all the fucking time.
Typically, the Jews were overwhelmingly literate,
I think it would be
particularly
seen
in
as really
comparison with
groundbreaking.
the larger society, especially of the lower classes. And so literacy was promoted for children very heavily by the Kehillah, supported by the Chevra Shas. Parents would also typically pay for tutors, especially for more advanced education, but every child had some access to education and literacy, especially in the larger Kehillah. Support for poor brides,
Who's your fucking third pick?
support for the ill through
It might be George Kittle.
support
I don't
for
think
Jews
he's
traveling
available.
from place to place, which is extremely important for the development of international connections among Jews. Tzedek, the food bank, which it continues to this very day. My wife and I are very proud to volunteer in the Chevra for our own food bank here, and we deliver food even in modern day New York. Chevra Tehillim, which largely is more of a religious association, purely designed to bring together people to recite psalms for the benefit of the community and so on. And I've just listed 8 odd common chevras, but there obviously could be as many as the community would support, based on the economic wherewithal of the community and based on the interest of the local population. And unlike the higher levels of the Kehillah, which were dominated by men, the Chevra were dominated by women. There were certain gender-specific communities, like for the Chevra Kadisha, only men would be allowed to take care of male deceased members of the community, and only women for women deceased communities. But otherwise, many of these Chevras were staffed then and now by women who constitute the backbone of the silent apparatus that continue to provide for the needs of the community. It was essentially a well-designed support service network that, through coercive methods like the tax assessment, was nevertheless able to support a wide variety of the economic positions within the Jewish society, and to allow for the development of literacy, numeracy, and of course survival through much of the medieval period. Now, once these chevras were well established, one of the features that we see, particularly in Ashkenaz, is the development of takanot, or decrees. So let's understand exactly what those things were. Here, by the way, the beautiful image located in Aachen of the bust of Charlemagne, very important early king of this period. One of the things I find fascinating about this is that, according to the scholars who studied this particular gold statue, it contains apparently his skull cap, which sounds especially interesting to me. Is it possible that Charlemagne was Jewish? No, not at all. Sorry for that attempt. It probably actually contains his literal skull cap, not the cloth one. Charlemagne is rumored to have been one of the first kings to extend the charters to Jewish communities who were establishing themselves in this region. It's more likely that many of the most important ones were actually issued by his son, Louis the Pious. This particular medieval representation shows Charlemagne on the left, essentially crowning his son Louis, quite a bit younger. And notice the person here on the left. Now that's a skull cap, right? I don't think I could carry off a purple one, although somehow I'm tempted. But black is sort of like the traditional color. And also by his grandson, who definitely issued a lot of the medieval charters. Charles the Bald is how he is named. And as you can see, he does not look especially bald. There's a lot of questions about why he was called Charles the Bald. It could be that it was euphemistic, but he was actually quite hairy. And so he was kind of like to use the Talmudic term, Lashon Sagi Nahor, it was a euphemism. But there is a bald guy here at the bottom of this picture. Maybe he's actually Charles the Bald. I don't know. I've been lecturing now for an hour and a half, and I'm kind of tired, so maybe I'll say these things. But at any rate, that's where we get some of the early charters, definitely proceeding from Charlemagne's son and grandson. And these charters were incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning once a king said, okay, Jews can live here, and as we shall see, there was definite economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish settlement. Then you begin to see significant migrations of Jews, as we saw in the last lecture, primarily from northern Italy to the Rhineland. Most famous is the Colonimus family that moved up in the 9th century and were very important in establishing generations of leadership for these burgeoning communities. They're also associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, which we'll explore in a later lecture. And so there's this kind of a chain migration that says, hey, things are really good for Jews in the Rhineland. We've got this great charter with these fantastic privileges, which will allow us to maintain our safety. And I heard they're developing a great Kahila structure there. So I'm definitely going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there, one of the things that characterizes these early Asiatic civilizations is the establishment of local takanot. So the term takanot, singular tana, essentially means a repair, but it is kind of like a rabbinic decree or an ordinance that says, to deal with the local conditions here, political, social, economic, religious, we're going to make a rule. Anybody who wants to live here has to abide by this rule. One of the most important of those rules was the so-called Cherem HaYishuv, kind of a complex, sophisticated rule, which essentially would maintain settlement rights for Jews within the Kehillah. In other words, let's say you were a Jew living in, Rome, and you decided you wanted to make your way up to Speyer, and you were a shoemaker. It could be that the community of Speyer would say, hey, I'm sorry, we have a Cherem HaYishuv that only these families can be shoemakers in our town. We do have an opening, however, for anyone who can bring us Asian food. And so if you want to open up a restaurant, kosher Chinese, that would be great. But shoemaker, sorry, it's off the list. And so the Cherem HaYishuv, which has its positive and negatives, was one of these kind of takanot that was associated characteristically with Ashkenaz. Another one, very important, Gershon ben Yehuda, who's known as the Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, who was especially associated with the town of Mainz. He was associated with a very, very important takana, which obviously had long-lasting repercussions to this day. He banned polygamy. We should understand that the custom of Jewish men marrying more than one wife is something that has biblical roots. Abraham, of course, had Sarah and also Hagar. Jacob, of course, had 4 wives, actually 2 of them wives. 2 of them were so-called Pilagshim, but I'm not going to go into those details. And so Gershon ben Yehuda, however, and that, by the way, that was typical and entirely appropriate living within Islamic countries later on, from the 7th century onward, but it was not typical of Christian countries. And so one of the things that Gershon ben Yehuda did was he said, what, in Ashkenazic land, we're going to make this rule and last for 500 years. It was later renewed, that Jews in Ashkenaz or Ashkenazi Jews may not marry more than one wife. A lot of implications for this in terms of women's rights. Actually, there are many other takanot associated with the Meor HaGola that had to deal with women's rights and privileges, actually very advantageous, particularly within that time frame. But it also meant that the nature of the Jewish family in Christian lands was much more in congruence with Christian norms, and that proved to be extremely beneficial. But these are the kinds of takanot that would be established by these communities that had long-lasting power and reach within Ashkenazic lands. Some of them are much smaller, like, for example, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover as I speak these words, and I have a daughter who married a Sephardic guy, and although I myself am Ashkenazic, you can tell I am Lithuanian derivation. Lithuanian Jews known as Litvaks are known for their, scintillating wit and precise intelligence and superior fashion sense. But she married a Sephardic guy, and all of a sudden, my daughter is no longer held by the bans placed on certain foods on Passover, like rice and green beans, which would never grace my table on Passover because of Ashkenazic takanot. But since she married a Sephardic guy, she's going to have a tremendous time this Passover. So there are long-lasting Ashkenazic innovations that really come from this medieval period. We should bear in mind, however, that there were disruptors. I don't want to give the impression that over this 500 years of Jewish civilization in Ashkenaz, it was entirely uniform. Rabbis were all in charge. Everybody was totally religious. It was actually quite a bit more complicated, as you can see from this illustration in the so-called Rothschild miscellania from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish men and women engaging in mixed dancing, which would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic norms of the day. Where we have a lot of examples of nonconformist behavior in the medieval Kehillah, as the Kehillah struggled to establish itself and maintain its group integrity. Where this literature resides, and hopefully we'll have opportunity to discuss it over the course of these lectures, in the so-called responsa literature, known in Hebrew as She'elot u'Tshuvot, which means literally questions and answers, where we have like hundreds and hundreds of years, going back long before medieval Ashkenaz, of questions that are directed to rabbis in authority, saying, hey, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this to my property, so-and-so is engaged in this behavior, and it's harming my rights, and is that acceptable, and so on. And the rabbis would then respond, and the responses, the tshuvot, would constitute case law and precedent for later developments of Jewish thought. And so from these She'elot and Tshuvot, we actually have a really interesting glimpse into specifically nonconformist behavior, because almost always, you don't ask a rabbi a question where everything is perfectly normal and fine. You ask a question when something is out of kilter. And so the She'elot and Tshuvot literature is extremely useful for telling us kind of like the limits of the authority of the Kehillah and how people would sometimes push back against it, usually unsuccessfully, but sometimes, with lasting change. We'll also see sanctioned forms of protest that would include often gendered aspects. Like, for example, if a woman felt, it was typically women in this case, if a woman felt that she was not being treated fairly by the Kehillah leadership, one of the last resort things that she could do is that in the middle of the Sabbath services, when the Torah is about to be brought out of the ark for public reading, a woman could barge into the men's section. Men and women were typically separated for prayer purposes. She could barge into the men's section. She could take a spot right in the center of the bima where the Torah would be read, and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received assurances that her case would be addressed. And this was, you can't do this very many times, but it was one of those last-ditch, so to speak, Hail Mary type. That's not really the right term to use in this context, but it was one of those last-ditch type of appeals that a person could make to protest against the decisions of the Kehillah. So the authority was not absolute. It was very strong, but it was not absolute at all. Now, let us move to the economic structure and the economic foundations, because ultimately things revolve around money, right? This is sort of like the unofficial Abramson rule of history, which is if you don't know why something happens, the answer probably is money. Not always, but probably. Here's a remarkable 16th century representation of a money changer and his wife. Definitely not a Jewish woman, though, and a Jewish couple, because you can see that she's reading some Christian literature here. Definitely not sort of like approved by the local rabbi. So it's actually a Christian moneylender and his wife. By the way, you can also see the artist here in a little sort of like conceit. There's a mirror, and he's shown in the mirror painting itself. But nevertheless, a very beautiful representation, I think, of what must have been like to be a money changer, working with various pledges and so on. The one of the most important elements of the economic foundation of the Kehillah in medieval Ashkenaz was the institution of money lending. This is hugely important, particularly up until about the 13th, 14th century. We have this passage in Deuteronomy, which Jews and Christians interpret identically, particularly at this time, which essentially forbids Jews from charging interest to each other on a loan, but they are permitted to charge interest to a foreigner. Christians interpret this that Christians may not loan money and charge interest to fellow Christians. It must be a free interest loan. But theoretically, a Christian could lend money to a Jew and demand interest payments, or more likely, a Jew could demand interest payments from a Christian loan. This was codified in Catholic law, first by Ambrose in the 4th century, and then under something called the Decretum Gratiane of the 12th century, that formalized essentially a monopoly on money lending for Jews. Now, it's not a true monopoly, because we do know that Christians also were sometimes nonconformist, and there were Christians who were charging interest on loans at the same time, but they were definitely doing so without the blessing of the church. And credit is an extremely important element in any developing economy, especially when it's agrarian in nature and there's going to be a natural ebb and flow of income when you're waiting for the harvest to come in. And so when Jews would be establishing a community and they would perform a credit granting service, that was incredibly valuable to the entire region. And Jews were actually sought out for the benefit that they gave to the community by providing credit, not only for the general advancement of the economy as a whole, but especially to the kings, as we shall see in a second. Before we get to the kings, however, let's just try to understand, what do we mean by money lending? So it's often referred to with the somewhat derogatory term usury, and it's not an unfair term in many ways, because the interest rates in medieval Europe were, incredibly burdensome. We're talking about interest rates of 40, 50% in nature. It's a huge risk to borrow money on medieval interest rates. So why would Jews do it? So first of all, contrary to popular opinion, they weren't allowed in almost all parts of Europe and almost all times to own land. It wasn't like they were forced into money lending, but it had lots of benefits. There were also specific risks to landowning. I mean, if you owned land and then you were expelled from the country, what are you going to do with that land? It was typically, like we see in the Spanish Inquisition and onward, it was typically confiscated by the state, and then you were left with nothing. So landowning is a very difficult thing to manage. It also goes along with the joke, which is no longer technically true, but they used to say that why are there no great Jewish pianists? Now, of course, there are, but back then, why are there no great Jewish piano players? The reason is because it's very hard to run while carrying a piano. That's why Jews prefer the snare drum, the flute, things like that, which are much easier to do. So money lending had huge benefits. First of all, it was an urban occupation. You could set banker's hours, literally, because you were a banker. That allowed you time to live close to other Jews, so you could live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, ritual bath, walking distance of an Asian restaurant. Right, it's almost lunchtime as I deliver this lecture, and that was, tremendously advantageous. It was not back-breaking labor like agriculture was, and so it was, well suited to what would become an urban Jewish lifestyle. But it had significant risks at the same time, because if the debt burden grew too heavy, then Jews would risk the possibility of popular uprising. We're going to see a really important example of that in a few lectures when we look at the 17th century with the Khmelnytsky Rebellion. Furthermore, if the debt burden was owed to the nobility, as we'll see, for example, in England, it's not impossible that the nobility could say, wait a second, we owe just way too much money to the Jews. Let's just expel them and cancel our debts thereby. Frequently, as in the case of France, the Jews would be expelled because the debt burden was too high. And then the local inhabitants said, wait a second, it's too hard living without credit, let's invite them back. And the Jews would be re-invited and then typically expelled again later. It was a terrible kind of situation with those risks. So it had the high potential for profit, and in fact, the way the church had set up their Decretum Gratianum, they had a near monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carried significant risks as well. Now, what about the benefits to the king? This was extremely important because we're talking about a medieval economy where a lot of transactions simply happen in barter. We're talking about, exchange of goods rather than a cash-based economy driving much of this economic medieval structure. So the Jews who are dealing with precious metals, cash money, are a actually very valuable source of taxation for the king. And so one of the things that develops out of Ashkenaz at this time is this notion of the Jews being servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And in terms of that corporate structure of society that I spoke about earlier, the king would frequently declare that the Jews of his kingdom were his private possession, that they were under his private authority, and he would guarantee their activity as money lenders, and he would help them enforce the collection of their debts. So in other words, if you were a Christian who went to a Jewish moneylender, like in the image we're seeing right now, that debt was essentially guaranteed by the king. If you failed to repay your debt, you would not only have to answer to Shloimi, the local moneylender, you would have to answer to the king's authority that could be enforced with, actual corporal punishment if you did not repay that debt. And why was the king, so much in a rush to do so? Because he taxed the Jewish moneylenders directly and was able to derive the fruit of their labors as a major source of income. So there was a real benefit to the king to be able to have this economic engine in place. Maybe one kind of interesting sort of parallel example, when I lived in Florida, one of the big issues was gambling. Should gambling be allowed in certain areas? And the state regulated it, and there were certain areas where you were allowed to have gambling casinos. And the reason is because even though gambling is a somewhat distasteful activity, we have to recognize that it's going to happen anyways. People are going to bet anyways among themselves and so on. But if the state regulates it, they can also tax it. And they can also derive a tremendous amount of income from that activity. It has to be kept within certain boundaries because they don't want the evils of gambling to spread throughout society as a whole, but they want to kind of siphon it and direct it so they can also benefit from it economically. And the Jews, for many of the centuries that we're talking about here, are very much involved in that economic system. Now, there are elements of continuity and discontinuity throughout. This image, by the way, is fascinating, just on a very quick tangent. This is the tripartite machzor. This actually is from the page referring to the holiday of Shavuot. On the left, you see Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. There's Aaron, his brother, there next to him. And then you have, in a kind of a hierarchical fashion, you see a group of male Jews wearing the traditional Jewish hat called the Yidnut, associated with the Fourth Lateran Council. We'll get to that later. And then behind them, you see a group of Jewish women who are portrayed with animal heads. This zoomorphism is something that is fairly typical of the 13th century Ashkenazic regions, and we'll speak about them later. Notice, however, that they're not portrayed in a negative light. They're actually kind of like cute, but most theorists today looking at these images assume that they were portrayed as animals as a sort of gesture to female modesty. At any rate, we should understand that during this period, we've looked at society, we've looked at economy, we should understand there's not only continuity, meaning that these social and economic structures persisted throughout centuries, there's also fundamental discontinuity, where a lot of these structures, social and economic, broke down under various pressures. Some of those pressures were competition with non-Jews, first in trade through the guilds, which largely excluded Jews, and Jews had to find other industries. Jews are historically become early adopters of new technologies, particularly because they were often excluded from existing technologies. And also trade, that Jews would have faced certain competition from other groups within cities and villages and towns where the charters become extremely important. So depending on the relative strength of other economic interests in these societies, you will see the social or economic status of Jews go up or down. Then you also have a very important element, which we'll explore shortly, church versus state issues. The church, in particular in the 13th century, gains significant ascendance. And the church begins to say, wait a second, I realize you kings are making a lot of money from Jewish money lending, but we think it's an unfair workaround. And we've got to change things. So among the many things that will happen, ultimately the Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly of Jews on money lending, and that develops something called the Pieta, which will remove the Jewish near monopoly, and Christians will become very involved in it. But in some cases, the behavior of Jews, freedoms of Jews, will be delimited by increasing church authority. So the degree to which the church has ascendancy over the state will have tremendous repercussions for the degree to which societies, Jewish societies and Ashkenaz, are continuous or discontinuous. And finally, we have popular uprisings and expulsions that will constitute demographic punctuations that will dramatically affect the Jewish populations of Ashkenaz. We'll have popular uprising that are expressed in, we'll have to define the term pogrom later, but basically attacks on Jewish populations. Sometimes they will be associated with some very nasty ideas regarding blood libel, for example. And then especially when we get to the Black Death in the 14th century, there will be widespread uprisings against Jews that create pressure on the Ashkenazi communities to emigrate. That pressure will be released largely through invitations to settle, often with similar charters in Eastern Europe. So what I've described for you over the last 60 minutes is basically your kind of typical Jewish kehillah, its structure, the backbone of its economy, which would probably be reliant on money lending, but there would be many other trades as well, such as smithing and even things like popular entertainment. Music is a very old tradition for Jews and so on, but the backbone of the economy would probably be related to money lending. And how it actually changed quite a bit over the course of the centuries that we described. I want to thank you all very much for your endurance and for your attention. Have a good day. Let me start by pointing out that, I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation in which we're going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is Judaism? When we're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz, what exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith. It's one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which later gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and of course developing through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have is largely based through the filters that they receive from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really two Torahs. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information, which is called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah, how one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tractate completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we should translate this as a path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there is significant flexibility, as we shall see a little bit later today, some distinctions between Ashkenazim and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout the centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of thought, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and belief, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. You know, for every single aspect of life is really dictated by halakha. It is all-encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on at tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on more of history. In terms of texts, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand, by extension, observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of certainly Ashkenazi Jews and split off. So we'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major splinter groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazi history. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews are looking to the Talmud guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, and engaging in, really deep back and forth and trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. And that this Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and in Hebrew, is really that's the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's just see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things which are studied to this very day. And in fact, their study is virtually enshrined in later halakha. The first is a commentary on the Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having been lost, the actual Rashi that we have, but the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to, boil down into very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand. Broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. It's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is, because besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is he unites much of the oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can cull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages in the Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. There were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, you can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of one page That's called Daf Yomi. This is a program that was started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day. And you can travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after, and so on. And so it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages because the folio is both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary on the Talmud is rather different in style than his commentary on the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to exploit the Talmud. But basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, requiring pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the leaps that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of. Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically him, as we shall see shortly, and saying, what it means to say is this. And here, what that last passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these two key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. An incredibly important contribution to their thought. I know that you've studied, the students who are watching with the Ashkenazim, you've had some time with Professor Lowy, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, the Baalei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means additions, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into 13th century. If you look at this page here that I brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text that just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazi Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the Oral Torah. It's basically dealing with questions of Jewish law for the most part. And here, this particular page happens to be discussing when the Shema prayer should be recited in the evening and in the morning, and the discussion of how do you exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. Further questions, longer explications, contradictions and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you get to the next text of the Mishnah, and the process will repeat itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi that can see that compared to the commentator of Tosfos, if you look for those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy. Just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosafot. The Tosafot and Rashi are both written in a different font. They're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rashi font, primarily because printers used it at the time for Rothschild and it was associated with it, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the English. Tosafot has an entirely different agenda to Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosafot has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here, and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosafot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosafot explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements of the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosafot were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about literally tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featured right up until the 19th, sometimes even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continue right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosafot's major Ashkenazic contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat when we're looking at this medieval period is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei means literally the pious ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you have heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different and, for the most part, unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda HaMaccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim, so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century Hasidim, 20th century. But anyway, it's a group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom, and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But at any rate, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on at least in demonic powers that had to be fought against, anxiety, many other elements that are to some degree present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidic Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sins. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had a strong impact and influence, but most of the ascetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Hasidic Ashkenaz is this book, the front page shown here, Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales and stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer Hasidim, as it's printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament of one of the most important of this group of thinkers, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will of a tzavah. This tradition of the ethical will was, if I'm not wrong, I think it would be pioneered by the Hasidic Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors. You get the house, you get the car, and you get my favorite painting of Shady or whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. This is one of the significant ways in which Hasidic Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife, we rewrite our ethical wills every year, actually, before Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, blessings that we want to confer on them and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives and so on. It's very meaningful exercise, particularly for these penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother. Right? So if Ruvain's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who is also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. It also applies to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. If Reuben falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to it, so she becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to this particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Massive Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated this practice. Centuries later, the great Koster Rabbi, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century that we'll talk about tomorrow, by the way, he once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included the 10 Commandments in there as well. I don't know if you're laughing. It's hard to tell when I'm speaking to you, but I hope you enjoy it. Okay, one last detail about the study of Judaism, maybe the Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later the migration from Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic lands as well. And the Spanish expulsion is a major scene in Jewish history. It represents the uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, named after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought. But we'll get into that in later classes. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generation, the Ridat Hadorot. There is this notion in Jewish theology that when the Jews received the Torah at Sinai, back in the ancient period as described in the Bible, that was kind of like the highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as one could imagine while still remaining in a human body as a mortal. And then, as we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is this excessive decline in spiritual sensitivity. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations within categories that relates to how far separated they are from Sinai. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called the first ones. It really means the first ones, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Balei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier, and the Sefer Hasidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, in Ashkenaz, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. So one of the things the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. In traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, or 10 commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to quantify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes Some people say this is a commandment, other people say no, it's not a commandment, it's just a rabbinic law, and so on. But basically, they work with those commandments. Then later, we try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishneh Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an Ashkenazi figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a king-like figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Caro, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major code called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, and early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim and those thinkers who are called Acharonim, which means the later ones. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim, perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When we get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, the Great Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism which is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith. Meaning, I would tend for argument that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant Jew myself, and I, like my guy friends, who show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be not, they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere in home, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences between how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, would have appreciated their Jew and their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a philosophical discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into 2 types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things. And negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, here's a traditional Jewish symbol, with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. I'll give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So, a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut with a thatch roof, more or less, it's made of natural materials, during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment, sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do, and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be from the Ten Commandments: honor thy father and mother, right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, being provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to actually get the drink of water. That's like the positive. But it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night. Doesn't matter. It's always there. Okay? So positive commandments defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be do not eat bread on Passover. Right? No leavened products may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. It's a thou shalt not, do not eat. But it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, your beer, whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, would be, again, Ten Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative commandment. There's obviously a lot to say about these things, but this is a basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them. And certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have a nursing child or things you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of it. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standard of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that. There are certain commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath. That is a mitzvah that actually women have priority over men on. And it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah. But with the exception of those things, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive defined by time. Women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the conversion in a mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in brief, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiled. It's not a good translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, that unconsciousness, one has to wash with water. Afterwards, water is a universal solvent for this defilement, this tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word really either. One of the things that is definitely associated with death is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a mikvah. That's what was shown, by the way, in the background of this picture of modernism. I'm going to show you now a brief video that I actually made in connection with my synagogue, so I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part in the video where we will end the mikvah of Petra, France. It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah, so you get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of the video because we get the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century. So the interior has that kind of feel to it. But when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see this 14th century mikvah, which I think is excellent. To look at the medieval synagogue of Carpenter, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that they do for them. And this beautiful Baroque interior strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low profile facade of the outside. And it's the oldest synagogue in France and the second oldest. There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. And up there, so you can see the scale. Cool. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Yeah, amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Carpenter. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they've even opened up the area behind the island to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were to warn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvahot, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpenter synagogue is the community mikvah, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. the light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, we would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to unification that you had mentioned,
The Jews, Kapital, of course, do not use the 14th century mikvah or even the 18th century mikvah. They'll use a modern mikvah. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Kapital synagogue that had some remarkable
c'est
une petite quelque chose.
L'achat du livre, je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
Cette synagogue est la
Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le nous avons une synagogue qui est devenue et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir les voir, c'est superbement accueilli parce qu'ils méritent vraiment ça. Ok, chaleur en plus. Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Voilà, je voulais vous dire. Il y a une vague de ok. C'est une organisation du document. Il y a des documents. Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable. Non, c'est la première fois. On pense que c'est la guérison de la synagogue. Parce qu'on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Des livres, comment on appelle ça?
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries of the sub-basement of the Kapital Synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connected the homes of the Jewish quarters with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's hope you enjoyed that little quick trip to France, so we've got a chance to look at a medieval synagogue, in particular to look at the medieval mikvah underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikvah anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikvah either. By modern standards, they're kind of like, yeah. But a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th century. The 20th century looks more like a spot. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. And again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them unless we are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or female. Generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say. Grandma Shalom. There's a lot more celebrations associated with the birth of the boy, the circumcision ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. Then, for women, of course, the massive celebration would have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy was definitely not a big thing in medieval Ashkenaz. It was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's a little bar than mitzvah.
But the bat mitzvah, although theologically the concept of bat mitzvah is certainly present, it goes back much further. The idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle that was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha, as shown here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the women's experience, I would argue. But nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with greater levels of attaining literacy, although Jewish women were also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazi documents. They may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. It was far more likely for women to be able to read and write in Yiddish in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, the pattern that would hold you right up until modern periods. Then you have, of course, and the last element of the life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the federal tradition. I can actually say that. It's not like death was actually controlled. Death is out of our hands. But the process of burial, mourning, and so on was largely managed by this high status committee called the federal tradition. The weekly cycle is something that Jews experience most immediately, and that relates obviously to the holidays, once every 7 days of the Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today, in the 21st century, is even more remarkable because of this remove from our contemporary activities. But basically, on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, forbidden to light a fire or extinguish a fire, forbidden to cook food, forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance and the public thoroughfare without a device called an Arab, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the reason why I mentioned it's so much more radical today is because, we really operate in a 24/7 environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week, which, like a digital fast. Whereas for observant Jews, well, of course you turn off your phone. Of course you ignore communicating with a broader world. With the ones you love, your family, your community, and so on. It's a very different kind of approach to the week. For modern day Jews, you see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off, food is not prepared on the Sabbath, that's prepared in advance, just like New Year, and so on. The Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great distinction to the Christian Sabbath on Sundays, which shared some features with the Jewish Sabbath. But that disconnect between these two different days of the week had implications, as we shall see as we get to the particular. Then, of course, there is the yearly cycle with a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of agricultural connections, particularly with the season in Israel, but they were largely adapted to northern times as well, including, for example, that holiday of sitting in the outdoor booth on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around September or October, and that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time, but nevertheless, those are the dates that are
it. So there's so much more to say about the daily, weekly, and yearly cycles of Judaism, not really as relevant to all more narrow study history, however. So I'm just going to leave you with that as kind of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now, and I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching.
It's going to be pinned that the members who are here today will like listen on, as well as any other member of Democrat or Republican, to get that information, and then just go to the potential president. We'll see what they have. Yeah.
We're going to formulate some more ideas. We'll get some legislation out of this, but what I hope, honestly, was
our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval anti-Semitism in Ashkenaz. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work in trying to define what exactly we mean when we use this term anti-Semitism. As we shall see, we're actually using it somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand, and it is a term that is unfortunately au courant. And then let's drill down into the Ashkenazi experience and medieval period. So the first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the longest hatred is that it has demonstrated the remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. If we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable, little brief post-war work he wrote called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it, meaning that anti-Semites somehow need Judaism and need an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, if we had more time to discuss it, we could certainly explore in greater detail, but anti-Semitism is often seen as a reaction to the stressors of society, and that the Jews provide a convenient foil upon which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow, explain their situation by looking at the Jews as being to blame. We certainly, unfortunately, see that today in contemporary America. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in the year 2004, a Japanese translation of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works, a forgery of a rather bizarre discussion of a Jewish world conspiracy. That even though there's a tiny population of Jews in Japan, primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that there's enough of a reading public that they should publish an edition of this notorious anti-Semitic work. So much more to say about this in general, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. Now, this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marx, in the late 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term alternative to words like Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which are much more vulgar in nature. So anti-Semitism, capitalizing on linguistic theory that was developing language families around this time and developing the notion of a Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, it also includes Arabic and so on, but anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs when they're engaged in anti-Semitic talk. And so saying one is anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is understood in the modern age as kind of this bizarre imaginary world Jewish conspiracy to dominate the globe, And therefore, many scholars today, since there is no such thing as Semitism, there is no such world Jewish conspiracy. I'm embarrassed I even have to actually say that, but because there's no really such thing as Semitism, therefore anti-Semitism should not be spelled with a hyphen, which implies that one is anti and actually exists. Therefore, generally, the lowercase s, anti-Semitism, is a word used as a phenomenon of hatred towards specifically Jews. Now, the term anti-Semitism, with its heavy reliance on the idea of a world Jewish conspiracy, is decidedly modern, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively to medieval and certainly to the biblical period, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in wide usage, I will use the term in this lecture as well. Let's try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're specifically focused on. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the Jews, particularly written from the outside, from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature certainly stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish antipathy is really a type of xenophobia, a fear of the stranger, that reflects a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Greek and Roman society and that of Judaism. There's a whole bunch of things, like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful, because they rested one day a week, which was considered grossly excessive in the Roman world. They were considered misanthropic and clannish because they reserved membership in groups only to men who were circumcised, for example. You couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, in the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There were two pretty significant revolts against Rome. Three, if you count the Titus rebellion as well, that resulted ultimately in destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later in a further persecution under Bar Kokhba. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Titus, that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the first century, that they have this depiction of the Jews being forced to carry off the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. Now, by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Fine has actually done some great analysis of the chemical composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and this is what it would look like in the first century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, seeing their goods being hauled off to be displayed in the temple for Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it just regular cultural conflict that is, demonstrated in war victory propaganda? It seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. Debate the finer points, but basically it's a normal type of human hatred in the ancient period as far as we can see. Now, it changes significantly with the birth of Christianity, because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews, who refined their faith, specifically focusing it on the person of Jesus. And when you get into the second century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of the distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who were still going to synagogue, still keeping kosher, still observing Passover, things like that, and a much larger group of non-ethnic Jews who adopted the Christian religion, you see a kind of a family feud, us versus us arguing to an us versus them kind of environment, which is well traced out in the Gospels and in the Church Fathers and so on. You can see here in a couple of medieval representations, which are actually from the period of time we're talking about. These are both representations of the articulation of the difference between Christianity and Judaism, which would be especially useful for Catholic priests to explain to illiterate peasants how Christianity differed and diverged from Judaism, so it would be easier for people to understand what their relationship was to the frequently wealthy Jews living in urban environments and understand what their relationship was. On the left, you see they're typically portrayed in pairs like this. One represents the church, always on the left side, which would have been under the right hand of Jesus. Sometimes you see him in a cross in the middle, and he's got his right hand over the church, and the left hand, the weaker hand, over synagogue. So on the left of the cross-board sisters, you see church with a crown and a solid staff holding a chalice, and she's clear-eyed and she's standing erect. So on to her left is the synagogue, clearly in an attitude of decline, almost falling away from the wall. She has her head down in sadness, her crown is gone, she's blindfolded to the truth, her staff is broken, kind of a symbol of her loss of power, and even the Ten Commandments are slipping from her grasp as she holds them casually towards the ground like that. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that Judaism was rejected, was disfavored, and Christianity has taken her place, so to speak. On the right, you see a rather more violent example from a stained glass window in Berben, Germany, 15th century. On the left is the church riding on a tetramorph, dignified-looking mythical creature with the upright staff and the chalice, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her with a halo, so you get a clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, you see the synagogue, who is riding on a donkey, holding a ram's head, probably a reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps to the binding of Isaac and the carnal nature, as argued by the Church Fathers of Judaism. Her crown is knocked off her head, she's blindfolded. These motifs appear over and over again. There are literally hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue images that we have. Her staff is broken, and just in case you missed the point, there is a sword descending from heaven and penetrating the top of her skull, indicating that she is no longer faithful. So this is a special kind of animus that is largely a result of a religious dispute between the younger faith that emerged from the older faith and a rejection of the older faith. It's qualitatively quite different from the earlier xenophobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It only really makes sense between Christians and Jews. You couldn't say that, I don't know, let's say Buddhists would have a similar kind of iconography with regards to Jews because they don't have the same relationship with Jews. And then the period that we are entering now, as you see, all of a sudden, anti-Semitism just goes off the rails and it goes into bizarre pathologies, which we will discuss over the next 45 minutes. Ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children. Where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very conversant in society in the 12th, 13th, 14th century and onward, and have a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the 21st century. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-Judaic prejudice. We'll call it anti-Semitism, although that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to the Crusades, where we see a lot of this really beginning. The Crusades were initiated in the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. It had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews. Jews have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with his Eastern Orthodox Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from the Muslims. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in Jerusalem. There are Jews living there, and actually they end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Christian.
Yo, dog, can you hear me?
It becomes a terrible
Come to my Discord.
Christians murder Jews and Muslims in the battle, but
David Ray Santiago.
are able to
My name is Pearson King. Oh, fuck yeah, it does. They can rename that fucking athlete about me. Because I'm a pimp, baby. I'm a pimp. Yo, dog. Are you there? Are you talking? If you're talking, let me know.
Many different people are attracted
Yo,
to
dog.
the message and mission.
Are you talking? Hey, baby.
Not only the
What up, baby?
well-disciplined troops associated with nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who,
David Ray Santiago, come to my fucking Discord, dog.
To urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will.
My name is Dave. I'll come to yours. I'll come to yours. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? Like, ¿qué pasa? What does that mean? Like, capiche? Like, you understand what I'm saying? What the fuck is this shit?
Why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there if we're going to fight infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. And so, from the horrible year 1096, repeated for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like fire forms and mines, in particular the Tri-Town on the Rhine River, also in Köln and many other places where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way to Jerusalem. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that Jews recorded after these events, we have these horrific stories of Ashkenazi Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining
little bitch.
For Ashkenazi Jews who see this.
Anybody else talking about
like
no, because everyone sucks.
A choice with no alternatives. Not
why doesn't
necessarily
this
the
shit
same
work?
kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic lands when forcibly converted in the pogroms of 1391, a couple hundred years later.
Are you gonna go viral? Baby, I always say that.
Find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in time where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues which Russia, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who saved their lives by electing to be baptized, and then later, once the Crusades died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question, really, of, well, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens when you're baptized? They ultimately resolve it in the favor of, yes, they remain Jewish, and they are accepted back into the community, but there was, at any rate, a significant amount of crusade at the time. So the Crusades really constitute one of these turning points in Ashkenazic cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous. It forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective, because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for Jews. A large reason for this is that the church is ascendant in the 13th century in particular. Pope Innocent III, shown here actually leading a massacre of the Cathars, that was a Christian group that was declared heretical by the church, had very little sympathy for the Jewish minority. And throughout the 13th century, there was a series of new and increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent, at least in terms of art history, is the demand for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. As you can see here, this representation of a Jewish man and a woman, and they have the ruel. It is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varied from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 silver pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus, may have some kind of reference to the issue of usury that we discussed yesterday. But sometimes it's the tablets of the law, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow. It is not, however, a Star of David. That's an innovation that comes much later. The Nazis would use the Star of David very heavily. But in this Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, there are a series of canons that restrict Jewish usury, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office, which was not at all unheard of. Jews, particularly in the south of France, are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Judaism, which obviously had very significant consequences, not from the Jewish side, but now from the Christian side regarding those victims of the Crusades in particular. So the kings who had previously seen the Jews as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as servi camerae regis, we discussed yesterday, the servants of the royal chamber, they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church began to assert its power fairly successfully with a series of bans like this. Now, how we see this idea translating into popular thought is in a couple of areas which are, incredibly nasty and really quite pernicious for the future of Jewish history. The first is, of course, the charge of blood libel.
If you want to see how I'm doing,
first emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich in 1144 is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is a complete canard. That particular case has been thoroughly debunked. But let us understand
all my teams are Harry Carey's love children. Why?
Unfortunately,
I named them individually.
Now we have some despicable adults who
and
will
so they were like
prey on
frozen
children.
popsicles and
God
hockey
forbid,
and
should not happen to any of us. And those children
those
once
kind of
harmed,
names, but
especially if they are murdered, are later discovered by
they're just
the
too hard to
local
keep track of that
population,
way. So I just
and they are
okay. So we're 1
justifiably
and 0 this
angered,
week.
and they want to find a
1 and
culprit.
1,
It is remarkably
1 and 2,
easy to
1 and
blame
3,
the Jews and say,
2 and
aha,
3,
the Jews did
3
this.
and 3,
Yes, well, why would the Jews do this? And say, oh, the
3 and
answer is
4,
because they
3 and
have
5,
to reenact
3 and 6,
the
3 and
crucifixion of
7,
Jesus.
3
That's
and
the
8,
argument,
3 and
basically,
9,
of the charge of
4
ritual
and 9.
murder.
This is not a good week.
From
5 and
England,
9,
it
5
spreads
and 10,
to the continent,
5 and 11,
and
5
here you
and
can
12,
see it
6 and
throughout
12,
the entirety
6 and
of
15,
Ashkenazic
7
lands.
and
It actually
13,
penetrates
6 and
Sephardic
14,
lands as
6
well.
and 15,
The numbers
7
represent
and
the
15,
centuries in
8 and
which
15,
a blood libel
8
was
and
specifically
16,
charged against Jews. I forgot to
8 and
mention
17.
the charge of ritual
Oh,
murder,
that's
which
bad.
essentially refers
All
to
right, now here's
the murder of the child like a
all of my
crucifixion,
WNBA teams are known as
that
nappy-headed hoes
evolves into
because
the
I'm
blood
a nappy-headed
libel,
hoe.
which is sort of like an
Yeah,
enhancement
yeah.
of this
So
story.
they're
That
oh,
not
dude,
only
these
do
girls
the
are
Jews
usually
need to
amazing.
kill
1
this
and 1,
Christian child,
0
they
and 2,
need to
1 and 2,
drink its blood, drink the
1
child's
and 3,
blood, for
2 and 3,
reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It
3
is
and 3,
widely asserted that Jews had a unique stench that could
3 and 4,
only be blood.
4 and 6, 4
That
and 7,
Jews
4 and
were
8,
infertile.
5 and 8,
This was
6
a
and 8,
way of restoring
6 and
Jewish
9,
fertility.
7 and 9, 8
That
and 9, 9 and
Jewish
9,
men
9
menstruated,
and 10,
and they needed to replenish
9 and
their
11,
iron by drinking this stuff.
10
Absolutely
and 11,
ridiculous, insane kind
11
of
and 11,
assertions. But
12 and
each
11,
one built upon
12 and
each
12,
other in a
13 and 12. So we had a winning week.
conspiracy-like mentality, and
It's tight.
it proved to be
So
a
there you
dramatically
go. And then I have to do this
powerful
thing every week,
thought
which I think
that
that
was
needs
able
to be
to
introduced as an
communicate
automatic
throughout
thing to
Europe.
do, but
In many
anyway.
cases, they
And then all
actually
my
had attacks
fantasy football
on
teams this
Jews
year in
when there was
ESPN
no
and
body of a
Jersey
Christian
Central
child
is
ever
listening.
found. It was just simply the rumor
Why?
went out that a
Why
Christian
not?
child was murdered.
All right.
No body
What are
was
your
ever
other teams?
found. No one ever reported a child missing, and the Jews would nevertheless be attacked. It was absolutely
I've got-
horrific period of time. And as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. If we move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century.
All my hockey teams I already
particularly
drafted as
in
well.
Luxembourg.
They're Wayne
And
Gretzky's.
again, I feel constrained out. This is completely imaginary.
This is like
This
the great
never
one.
happened.
So,
But
anyway.
nevertheless, the belief that it did happen
All right,
was
are you
sufficient to
done?
cause these terrible riots,
Well, I have to
these
do
show
my thing.
trials, and so
I
on,
have to do
right
this
up
every
until
fucking
the
Monday.
modern era.
No, there should be just one button.
And
that
in
does it right.
fact,
Let's
we
get
have
shit
some
together.
really
All right.
disgusting, perpetrations of this idea
I go
right
here.
up until the 21st century. This is
19.
something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things
Oh,
couldn't
just
get worse. This is a
Then I have to
contemporary
do quick
artist named
lineup for the rest
Gasparo
of the matchup.
who actually, painted a
updates
scene
everything.
based on the same blood libel of Trent. Extremely evocative, incredibly
Somehow these guys
anti-Semitic,
got out of
and
order. I'm not sure.
just perpetrating
I'm
this
not gonna focus on
element of
it's too
hatred
much
in
work to
contemporary
focus
society
and keep
for
it
no
like this.
reason
My left
that
hand
I
is
can
like
possibly
not
justify.
as
So the blood libel
right hand is
just
just super
races
accurate, and
through
my left
Europe
hand is just
from the
not
12th
accurate.
century onward and has a lasting hold on the popular imagination.
I think one time I
Let
broke
us
my
move to the
wrist.
next element, which is related to it, and that is the charge of host desecration. This is recalled in Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, actually. There is a ritual known as
Dude, I'm
communion,
just gonna do this.
in which a member of the church will confess sins and will
As I do this, I'll tell you what I
penance
records are.
and absolution.
So,
And
key number one
at
for
the end of that,
Harry
they're
Carey's
allowed to
children.
participate in this ritual of communion,
They
which
are-
involves the consumption of a
it
ritual
should
item
just
of
put the
food,
fucking
typically
record.
a small wafer, like a little round
Why doesn't
cracker.
it put the record?
Could be a few bread, like in some churches, and drink some wine. And this
Okay,
has
they're 10 and
significance,
11.
obviously,
They won
in
3 and 0. That's great.
practice. So the argument is that this actual
Right,
consumption
number
of the
4, Harry
wafer
Carey's
and
children.
drinking the wine represents through the doctrine known as
11
transubstantiation,
and 10. They
the
lost
actual
one.
body of Jesus. And so the thought goes, and by the way, during the 14th century in particular,
Okay.
you have the Eucharist controversy.
6 Harry
Eucharist
Carey's
is another word for
children.
this thing called the host, which refers to the
They
cracker.
are
The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of
That's
transubstantiation.
actually
There's a
really
certain amount of pushback.
because I don't really pay attention. I
I'm
just do
not really adept in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that food actually was the body of Jesus, but nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position if there was this notion that the Jews, since they were inveterate haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. Since the host is the body of Jesus, not symbolic, but really, the Jews must want to torture the host like they want to torture Jesus through the charge of murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve the abuse of children, but do involve the abuse of the host. And unfortunately, the end result is very similar. Jews are rounded up, there will be a trial, sometimes just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public burnings and massacres of that nature. Really horrific kinds of things. Here is a 15th century representation of the host desecration from Passau, Germany. And you can see that the story is laid out kind of like almost in a comic book form, which makes it kind of interesting. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church, and you can see that he's surreptitiously looking over his shoulder as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag he has inside. In the second panel, he goes to the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the ruel there, and he offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews take this back to their synagogue in the third panel, and in the fourth panel, you can see that they are stabbing the host. You can see in the background, the artist is obviously unaware of Hebrew typography, and he's tried to represent the Ten Commandments on the two tablets in the background there. But basically, the Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously, it is bleeding. Right? The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualifications of the host is a way of advancing the Eucharistic argument to begin with. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of town official, some type of policeman comes to the door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel, they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic child is viewed in the flames, and doves fly out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels. Lots of miracles associated with the host. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the final panel here. The rounded hat like that is also with the kind of pointed top is associated with Jews as part of the Fourth Vatican Council as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel. Others are set aflame. In the third panel, the Christian who originally was the accomplice who betrayed the host, this is a very common theme, is taken away. And then in the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And with the exception of the burning of the Jews and their abuse and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, the violence against Jews was something which was characteristic of the era. Now, here you can see in this map the progress of the post-desecration notion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland, also makes its way south into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those who would see conspiracy afoot. Now, it's also important to know, like, what was the actual church position on these things? It's quite fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. The higher levels of the church, and the popes for most of these periods, were very much against the notion of perpetrating this blood libel and ritual murder charge. They saw no point to it. Jews, when there was rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance, and that assistance was forthcoming. The church frequently printed bulls, which are kind of like decrees, instructing the population that it's not true. Jews do not drink Christian blood. Please do not get all upset and arrest the Jews and God forbid kill them. This was in keeping with Catholic doctrine, something called the doctrine of witness, which forbade the indiscriminate murder of Jews. But it seems that the church was unable to control the laity in this cause. There was sufficient popular energy, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be, in any rate, unable to read the Catholic bulls that were published by the popes, and they were instrumental in whipping up the frenzy and the local population charging the Jews with this act of violence.
Okay, now the
church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards to the host desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line to some degree with Catholic thought, the notion that the host was the body of Jesus, and the host desecration charge reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove largely unsuccessfully to restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless it was fomented from below by popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual murder / blood, and then after a host desecration charge, resulted in creating an atmosphere of fear that permeated much of Ashkenazi Jewry, particularly in Western Europe.
These ones are good. Usually
the High Middle Ages going into the 14th century, and made Ashkenaz a much less comfortable environment for Jews as a whole. Let us conclude this kind of race through anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon much of Ashkenaz and move their way towards Eastern region, and that was the advent of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, which, as you can see from this map, makes its way from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe and results in phenomenal demographic devastation. Sometimes 30% of a region would succumb to the plague during these years and cause tremendous havoc, particularly when people were, completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than non-Jews. We simply have no data to support that or even to deny it. But it's hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, the Jews are hesitant to own dogs for much of Ashkenazi. There's a discussion in the Talmud about a prohibition of owning a vicious dog. A dog that barks a lot is potentially hazardous to other people, and therefore you would be subject to liable for damages if your dog harmed another person.
This one time I said,
another person in an appropriate way. So historically, culturally, Jews tended to favor other animals as pets, in particular cats. So the theory, which is kind of fanciful, is that if Jews had cats, the cats chased away the rats and mice. The rats and mice were the vector of the fleas that carried the bacillus that was responsible for the plague. So therefore, Jews were less likely to get the plague. It's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that the Jews were somewhat cleaner. We have to realize that medieval Europe was
for anybody. If you have bad news, tell me right away. I don't want you
people rarely
after Dominic. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to fucking
hardly change their clothes at all.
Focus.
Jews, at the very least, would customarily bathe once a week for the Sabbath. So not exactly squeaky clean by modern standards. So it's not that much cleaner. And washing before eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that Jews would have to engage in. Washing with cold water without soap. It's hard to imagine that they're really going to be less likely to catch the plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to
nappy-headed
contract
hose number
bubonic
9.
plague
Anyway, she
than
had these
their
fucking
neighbors,
earmuffs
primarily because of
in
what's
December.
called the
But it was like
urban charge. If I remember that term correctly.
9 nappy-headed
By
hose.
living in
Beautiful, though.
higher
Really?
concentrations
Beautiful.
in urban settings, which was
Anyway.
more characteristic of
Shout out to
Jewish
her.
patterns of
She's
settlement,
the muse.
rather than far apart from each other
Um,
in open fields and farmsteads, Jews were more likely to be in congress with other people and
Oh, that
to
is a
catch
funny
the
story.
contagion because they simply
I
have
met
many more people
all
to
of
come
it.
into contact with in a given
Shabbat.
day.
Shouldn't
So
have
that
Shabbat.
urban
I
debt
think it
or
was
that urban
previous
charge
Shabbat.
would
I
suggest
just went
that
up
Jews
to them. I walked
probably
across
suffered
a fucking
more
room,
from the plague than others.
like a
Their
little cafeteria.
arsonists and studies
And I was like,
local
hey, I just want to introduce
activities.
myself.
We do have some
It took
memoirs
so
from doctors,
much,
Jewish
so
doctors who were
much
active in the plague, but they do not
chutzpah
give
to
us any
fucking
real
the
indication.
courage that I
Anyway,
have
sorry
is
for that
just
bit of a tangent.
unreal.
The,
They were very
the
nice.
plague,
All right.
not
9
surprisingly,
nappy-headed hoes.
uh,
'Cause this video's gonna
advanced
end.
more anti-Semitic theories because one of the
Dog, these
popular
girls
ideas was
are-
it must be that Jews caused this
I don't know,
plague.
I probably missed some. These
Some of the
girls
more
are
bizarre
83
ideas
lost
were the
one.
notion that Jews
10
were
nappy-headed
in league with the
hoes.
devil, and they had
These girls are 10
received
and
the
1.
help
Dude,
of the
10 nappy-headed
lepers
hoes. You bitches are
that
amazing. I'm
somehow
gonna do a shout out to
allowed
these
them
girls as well.
conspire together.
You girls, so this is for Howard, I. Young, N. Collier,
Waters
N.
of Europe.
Smith,
You
A.
see in this
Thomas, A.
image here,
Stevens,
there is
S.
a
Citron,
representation
shout
of
out
a
to you,
Jew standing
R.
on the left,
Jackson, A.
and
Smith.
he's wearing some
Okay,
kind of like
11.
a turban, which is like
15
the
nappy-headed
artist's
hoes.
impression of perhaps some kind of Middle Eastern
I am
garb.
so nappy.
There is the victim of a
I don't think I'm gonna have
ritual
any hair by
murder
the
on
end
the
of this.
cross there, and
All right,
did
these
probably also
bitches are 6 and 5. Good on you.
blood libel,
One,
and
one straight
using,
roster.
as the
Quick
legend
one.
goes, some of the
6-1. This one's
discarded
gonna end.
flesh of lepers, which
This
is
is I
apparently
do this
in
every
that
week.
leather bag. He's about to
16
drop
nappy
into
headed
the
hoes.
well.
There should just be
The
one
Jews
button.
were able
Just
to
update them
concoct
all.
some
I don't
kind
understand
of
what's been.
secret
Okay,
recipe that
clears,
would create the plague. And then
match,
he's dropping this into the well, and you can see sort of spinning up out of the well is a demon that urinates back into the waters and poisons them. So, the rest of the story you can probably finish for yourself.
5 and 6.
People get very upset.
Quick lineup.
People blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews,
20.
as we have in several
Nappy-headed
Ashkenazi
hoes.
locations in the wake of the Black Death. So taken together, this rather nasty period
9
of,
and 2. Good on you
growing
girls.
anti-Semitism
22
creates
nappy-headed
an
hoes.
environment in which
8 and
Jews
3. Good
are
on you
not
girls. 1
wanted,
straight.
and Jews
Oh,
don't
dude,
want
just
to
hurry,
be
hurry,
there
hurry,
that
hurry.
much either. In
22.
many cases,
24
their
nappy-headed
departure
hoes.
from Ashkenaz
Hey,
is
Bukers.
accelerated by
You're a pretty
numerous
girl. I just want
expulsions.
everybody to know that.
As you can see in this
They
map,
don't wear.
there's a whole range of them. This includes,
8
of course,
and
the
3.
Great Expulsion
I
from
know
the
she
Iberian
swings the other way,
Peninsula
but I think I
in
can
the
swing her
15th
back.
century.
Bitch
But
is gonna
the
call me the
expulsions
pendulum.
from places like France were primarily economic in
here we go.
nature, less associated with blood libels and host desecration.
Are you
and,
done?
But
Hey,
nevertheless,
pendulum,
very
are you
much
done?
connected
Calm down,
with,
Lauren. All right,
arguments
matchup.
over debt
6 and
load
5.
and things like that.
Okay, that's all of them.
Kind of
So shout out to the
happening in
WNBA
England.
and my team.
Sometimes the
Are you
expulsions
serious? I'm not
are
done
a
yet?
result of misanthropy,
Right.
meaning that
Come on.
the Jews are charged with
This thing's
various
gonna run out of time.
human-hating activities. That's really misanthropy means.
Why? Yeah, okay, but why is there a time? Because Zuckerberg sucks. Why is there a
see
time
that
for
expressed
people
in
to
blood libel and the host
Why isn't it
desecration.
just like
Both
do
of
it
those
as long as
things
you want,
are
dog?
entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality
Are you
whatsoever,
serious?
and
Dude,
nevertheless,
there are a lot more.
have a
This
powerful,
is gonna end.
powerful hold on the
I'm just gonna
imagination.
do them all as
And then
quickly as possible.
finally, you have
I'm not
expulsions
reading
which
all the
related
fucking
to panic
statistics. They're good.
over
They're good.
contagion related
But
to
I
the
want this
Black
to be
Death.
one video.
But taken together,
Anyway, do you watch the
the
WNBA?
economic,
Yes, sometimes.
the anti-Semitic,
I
and
watched
various
the
cultural popular
championship.
movements conspire to make Ashkenaz a far less attractive location for Jews to settle. This is moving into 300-400 years since they originally arrived in Ashkenaz, and that begins to push Jews more towards the east. As they move to regions like Poland, Lithuania, southern Ukraine, there they find not only are they free, at least from the time being, from these charges, but they're also welcomed much like they were earlier as, serve Camarada Regis, as servants of the royal chamber, they're welcomed as administrators and middlemen in a latifundia-based economy that we'll discuss in a few lectures when we get to specifically the Eastern European economic situation and its impact on the local population. But for the time being, this has kind of been a lightning tour of elements of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, in the homeland of Ashkenaz. And thank you very much for sticking with me through this difficult lecture. Sometimes refers to groups of activists for Yeshiva peers. Chapter Hebrew for Pious One. Let us begin right away by going to our topic, which is, of course, the Khmelnytsky uprising and Ashkenazi Jewry. This is part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. Yeah, I hope you can all see my screen all right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger alert, because we're going to be speaking about some aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial, and has actually been the source of a certain amount of grief for me personally, as I hope to explain. Let me begin by taking you into a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you here to 3 very important historical thinkers. On the left, you have Leopold von Ranke, who is one of the most important 19th century historians, whose approach to history was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate it. He says that historians should really concentrate on, in his famous phrase, was ist eigentlich gewesen war, what actually happened. And just try and drill down on getting just the facts, as they would say in common parlance. And that's, a little bit more complicated than many would think, as von Branca would explain as well. Then in the middle of your screen, you have Julius Wellhausen, who was known more for his discussion of ancient Israel and biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period which they purport to describe. Very important concept in that, we have to understand that historians are people too, and historians work with a certain set of assumptions, a Weltanschauung, a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret that historical data within the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we shall see, this is extremely relevant for today's topic. And then on the right, you have the incredible encyclopedic Jewish historian, Salo Wittmeyer-Baron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally, who spoke about the present moment in particular for 20th century Jewish historians, and he criticized what had been known as or what he termed as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full of tears. Now, there's definitely a lot to cry about in Jewish history. Most of Baron's great work was written, for example, after the Holocaust, which we will discuss in a few lectures. And this is an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which, there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Baron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books, meaning this kind of model that, Jews are extremely intellectually active, producing all of these fantastic literary works that that generate tremendous contributions for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create more works of lasting literary value and so on. This kind of cycle of intellectual activity, unfair persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit to that understanding of Jewish history, but it is horribly reductionist, and it evades most of the sophistication that we really need to bring to bear to understand the much more complex dynamic of social factors, economic factors, religious factors, political factors that shape Jewish history as a whole. Now, if we take these three things together, if we try to understand Vasas Agentlik in the 17th century, what actually happened in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, specifically with regards to the Ashkenazic Jews that are our subject of study for the series, if we understand that whatever we say today, whatever we research today, is, like Wellhausen would argue, trapped within our current historical moment, then what would Salo Baron say, or what would Leo Piney would say, if we were to look at our present moment and how do we fit that within what had become the dominant mode of Jewish scholarship, especially in the immediate post-Holocaust period, as we, are still recovering orphans as we're still recovering as orphans of that great tragedy. And in particular, if we're talking about 2022, our current moment, of course, the most dramatic elements that are affecting our lives right now is the horrific conflict in Ukraine, in which Ukraine was attacked unprovoked by Russia, and the people of Ukraine are suffering tremendously with bombardment of civilian areas. They're digging split trenches, Mariupol, and places like that to be able to bury their dead. An estimated 10 million people displaced as a result of this war, and we see no immediate end in sight. With several million, by the way, those displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. In many ways, this is a reflection of the 17th century conflict that we're going to study, although the players are going to be quite different. And in the middle of all of this, you have a heroic president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who right from the very beginning of the conflict elected to remain in the capital despite the multiple assassination attempts that were launched against him and the tremendous dangers to himself and his family. He chose to remain, and in many ways energized the entire world to take action to defend the civilians of Ukraine, and he continues to behave in this manner to the present day. Zelensky, of course, is Jewish, and this is, somewhat ironic when one tries to place his current rule within the last-most conception of Jewish history, which tends to view our 17th century perspective of Ukrainians and Jews within the model of books and pogroms, with emphasis really on the latter, pogroms, because the 17th century Khmelnytsky uprising is one of which there was phenomenal violence visited on the Jewish minority in Ukraine. It is a period in which Jews look back with tremendous sadness and anger as they reflect on the horrific descriptions of those pogroms, the terrible murders that occurred at that time at the hands of the Kosaker, the Cossacks who we will describe shortly. But if we are to try to understand this in a more sophisticated manner, we see that it's considerably more complicated than the Lacrimose model would offer. And that's really what I hope to look into today. Looking at this picture, I also reflect, interestingly, I think, that, Zelensky, by the way, here is holding his formal emergency application to join the European Union, which is, of course, a major contested issue within the conflict itself. Vladimir Putin of Russia wants to keep Ukraine neutral outside of the the Western orbit, and Zelensky and many other Ukrainians see themselves as fundamentally European rather than within a Slavic Russian orbit, specifically a post-Soviet orbit. And look at the individual standing to his right, his son Stefan Kuk, who looks to me like, my image of a Kazakh that I think a lot of people who are confused with, I think resonate that. He stands a full head taller than the Jewish President Zelensky, and is quite a bit larger. And that's kind of like my gut reaction to the history of the Kozakia, as we shall see. Nevertheless, in this presumably deeply anti-Semitic country, looking at it from the Lacrimosan position, Zelensky could be elected with a 72% landslide in the recent elections, regardless of his Jewish origins. The same thing happened with a prime minister who was Jewish and so on. I mean, how does this fit together? That's going to be part of our discussion today. So here is the trigger warning, and then no more interruptions. Let's go straight to the history. In the context of this conflict, because I'm deeply, involved on a scholarly level with the history of Jews in Ukraine. My first area of research was the Jews of Ukraine during the revolutionary period. I published a book on that topic, my dissertation, and I've written a few other things. Traveled there many times to do research. I felt great sympathy for the civilians of Ukraine, and so I published a few videos on my website. And those were, thank God, very well received. Lots of people enjoyed learning about the history of the Jews, my small contribution to the overall effort to restore normalcy to that region of the world. But I was surprised by two types of hate that I received that were really quite intense. One was the remarkable number of Russian bots. I use that term in two senses. Bots in the sense that they're probably just automatic, negative comments because they say something somewhat positive about Ukraine. And bots also in the term of being purchased, because I saw a lot of people who were just completely sold on the ridiculous amount of Russian propaganda that somehow colors their understanding of this conflict. But the other group that really bothered me was I received a lot of negative comments from Jews who were deeply disturbed with the concept that there might be something redeeming, even partially, about the Ukrainian people. And they held on to what I would characterize really racist views, understanding in an essentialist manner that all Jews are always good and they never do anything wrong. Ukrainians are the opposite. I was very sorry to hear that. I even received some personal emails from people with whom I had had relationships for a very long time. And I suggested that their views were actually racist. Then I got such tremendous flack, and I think some records are irreparably. But what we're going to look at today is a much more sophisticated period in which we will have to challenge that very rigid and self-affirming notion, both for Jews and for Ukrainians, and by the way, also Poles and so on. History is far more complicated. If you are concerned about this and you are not prepared to have some of your presumptions challenged, I suggest that you stop watching this video right now. If you're on YouTube, type into the search bar cute puppy videos or kitten videos, and I'm sure you'll find things that are far more appealing. But if you are willing to continue with me as we look at this from a more sophisticated historical perspective, please do. So let us go straight to the history. Sorry for that rather long introduction. So as we discussed in the previous lectures in this series, the Ashkenazi population is based primarily in the Rhineland, and they're settled there from about the 9th century onward. And as we move through the next 5 centuries, there's a rather large swelling of anti-Semitic pressures that drives them to these pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition, with money lending falling under increasing challenge. There are religious pressures, or anti-Semitic pressures that have roots in the religious conflict. You see the rise of the ridiculous blood libel that caused so much violence, the host desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of expulsions as well. France expels the Jews several times in the 14th century, as we discussed. So there's like anti-Semitic pressures which are driving Jews out of the Rhineland. And at the same time, there's kind of an invitation, literally an invitation, I should say, an economic opportunity vacuum that opens up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that draws many Jews into new settlements there. They're still living under the corporate structure that we described for the Rhineland, and they will set up similar communities with charters and privileges and so on, as we discussed. But it is going to take on a somewhat different character economically, as we shall see. Here is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at its greatest extent. This was a political union, really a dynastic union of the Lithuanians and the Poles that lasted for several hundred years. And as you can see, with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on this Commonwealth, there's a massive political entity stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea and encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled was in Poland and Lithuania and in parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine known as the right bank Ukraine. The term right bank refers to the Dnipro River, which more or less bisects Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. And since it flows to the south, when you're watching it flow and you stand on the right-hand bank, that's why it's primarily western Ukraine. How many Jews were living here on the eve of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, which was in 1648? The most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, past records and things like that, there's about 40,000 Jews living in the region. The most important pioneering research that I'm going to be relying on for much of this presentation is the work of Shaul Stamper of Hebrew University. He's a senior scholar, very well respected, who's done a lot of work on Eastern Europe, and you may recall his name from our discussion of the Khazar hypothesis way back in the first lecture of this series. Here is another map that comes from Dr. Stamper's work, and you can see much more clearly the specific locations where many Jews inhabited the right bank Ukraine. So what exactly is going on with the Jewish communities there, and what was the cause of the uprising and so on? Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their development in right-bank Ukraine in a very, very positive manner, primarily through an institution which they called the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, Arba Arasot, which essentially was, if you recall our discussion a little while ago of the Kehillah structure, it was a remarkable federation of local Jewish municipalities that aimed to regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was primitive by modern standards, but by early modern and certainly by medieval standards, it was hugely forward, and it allowed the Jews, who were a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. they were always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs through Talmudic law and interpreted by rabbis in consonance with Talmudic law. Throughout the entirety of the state. Most of the activity of the council was primarily regards economic activity, for example, things like protecting copyright, trying to impose social legislation that would have beneficial economic implications. Like, for example, the Council of Lands had a lot of sumptuary legislation, which basically talks about the limits on how much Jews may spend on their social activities. Like, if you have if you have a wedding, you can only invite so many guests, you can only serve so many kinds of food. The idea being that since Jews are a gregarious people and there is a natural kind of human desire to outdo one another and make a bigger party, a bigger simcha than someone else, that would have deleterious impact on people's home finances. So they were trying to tamp that down with sumptuary legislation. This is something, by the way, that happens in the present day as well. And also, of course, enforcing aspects of social activities, like if a husband were, for example, to be estranged from his wife but refuse to give her a get, bill of divorce, which has tremendous consequences. The wife cannot remarry under such circumstances. The husband also cannot remarry, but there are loopholes that make it, it's not for our discussion today, but make it a little bit more easy for him to nevertheless continue with his life. If he moves from one town to another, then the Council of Lands would be able to track him and to report to the town that he comes to that he should suffer ostracism and so on for what he failed to do or did in some other town. So the Council of Lands was actually a remarkable, almost a state within a state for this minority. Many historians, like Shimon Gutno in particular, looked at it as really a high point, as an ideal of Jewish self-government in the period. So in many ways, Jews had a remarkably safe and comfortable existence in the regions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Yo, dog. What's up, pimp?
So much
Yusuf,
so that
I've been waiting on you, son. What's good, baby?
Poland in Yiddish.
Can you hear me, dog? Yusuf. Yo, dog. Hello? Do you speak English? Are you from Twitch? Dude, fuck that shit.
Next week, we can out for hardcore Shabbat practice. Uncommon Yiddish, Shabbat Veil 8, often paired with other dates, e.g. SH Rule. Build slang, jokingly used in yeshiva for being extra childish or stubborn. Felt is slang in 770 circles. Generic nickname for Armani Walker, slang Joey Cook.
Yusuf, fuck you, dog. Didn't even want to speak with you in the first place.
In Shabbat slang, joking term for someone, acting unpleasant. Peter Yiddish for uncle. Used affectionately in family Shabbat settings. Sig short slang for far-bred in the dorms. Sig hard yeshiva slang. Casual far-bred with a couple of guys in a dorm room. Sig slang. Someone who always initiates little kids. Picking up galactic chassis discussion of a possible X-ray cut of line and message non-practice, but mentioned. Dick Luminature never refers to the Rita Rashon Rabbi Shalom Dr. Spearson. Think for think and decent sig Yiddish for 5 or 55. Sometimes used in yeshiva slang. In arcade rank slang for a tiny farm with only 5 people. English type joking slang. Making everything revolve around 5 links to chasidic number symbolism. First Luminature never refers to the Alter Rebbe Rabbi Shner's Alman of Leonim. First Tamar reference to the Alter Rebbe S. Boterak S. First Chasidic discourse. Fish Friday slave. Friday Yeshiva meal tradition. Fish with challah before Shabbos. Like Yiddish for meat. Refers to pelagic meat category flyshing. Flyshing Yiddish for meat eating. Dietary category of kosher food, opposite of milching dairy. Flyshing A-rank slaves. Subpar breaded with heavy food meat instead of just mash. Flyshing jokes Yiddish Shabbat slave. Off-color or overly earthy jokes, frowned upon. Fleischkeit Yiddish for physicality, coarseness. Inchassidus represents worldly desires. Without slave. Becoming governmentally religious quickly, sometimes used jokingly for Malai Fashiva. Manipulating slave. When someone keeps changing the term to often that of K-rank. Water for K-rank slave. Stories, or fact, or personal struggles shared
Poland as a place where they would rest, which is actually what the word means in Hebrew. Polin means here we will rest. But then finally, after the persecutions that they had endured in Western Europe, many Jews felt that Poland was this paradise for them. Poland writ large, meaning the entire region, including the Ukrainian area that was dominated by the Poles. And so for a certain period of time, some centuries really, Jews actually enjoyed their existence in Poland tremendously. The Khmelnytsky rebellion would be a dramatic turnaround for them, a period of phenomenal persecution and upheaval and disruption that would color their memory of Poland for centuries to come. Let's look at the economic status of Jews in the Council, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which will be extremely important for understanding the basis of the uprising. Here is a remarkable early 20th century representation of a typical Ukrainian krechma, an inn, which was an institution that was actually dominated by Jews for a very pragmatic economic reason. Let us recall that in Ukraine, for most of its history, really up until the 20th century, the vast majority of the population were agrarian, living in the very rich farmlands, the black soil Chernozem of the region. But Jews tended to live in the small villages where they tended to provide a whole variety of commercial services. To a certain degree, small money lending. We definitely were not nearly at the scope that we saw earlier in the medieval period in Ashkenaz. Lots of commerce, lots of small trade, like in spoons and forks and simple things like that. But one of the areas in which there was a certain popular demand was in the distillation and sale of alcohol. So let us understand what's going on in Ukraine in particular. The region was multi-ethnic. The vast majority of the population were basically Ukrainian farmers. Ukrainians are a Slavic people. Religiously, they are predominantly Orthodox in rite, although to the west of Ukraine, a Uniate church was formed in which they kept the Orthodox rite, but they owed allegiance to the Pope in Rome, a Catholic hierarchy. This is particularly in the region of Halichina, Galicia, East Galicia in particular. Towns of Lviv, for example, are right in the heart of that Eastern Catholic region, whereas most Ukrainians were actually Orthodox. This will actually play into our discussion here. They were, however, basically landed serfs and they were literally owned in that capacity by Polish landlords who largely lived far away to the north, in Poland in particular. The Polish landlords would own these huge tracts of land called latifundia, and they were the ones who would derive most of the profit from these lands. Now, the difficult aspect for the Poles was how do they manage these massive latifundia upon which many Ukrainians are essentially working the land. That's where the Jews come in. So the Jews are migrating to this region, and they are receiving charters from Polish noblemen and Polish kings to be involved in various activities. Some of the earliest activities involved their role as minters, meaning they're actually literally making money, like making coins. Some of the earliest coins that we have from Poland are actually written in Hebrew characters, referring to King Meshko and things like that. Rather remarkable, because the Jews brought with them a lot of economic expertise that they had developed in Western Europe. Jews were overwhelmingly literate. They were numerate. They tended to live in villages and towns, so they were engaged much more in kind of like information work and things that involved the mind as opposed to the back. Very few of them were involved in actually dealing with agriculture. They're much more involved in more urban types of economic activity. One of those was the distillation and sale of alcohol, which was frequently given to Jewish communities as an exclusive right called propinatia. So this is something that the Polish noblemen would grant to the Jews and give them the exclusive right to do so, the monopoly to do so, because then the Polish noblemen could tax that activity much more effectively. And they banned the production of moonshine, samahon, things like that, rather directing it through Jewish auspices, which were frequently conducted in these taverns, these inns, as you see in this particular picture here, where you have, very, typical types of activities. There's a Jew standing behind the bar who is, pouring a drink of vodka, and you have another Jew involved in music, also very classic Jewish occupation, and then you have well-dressed Ukrainians who are coming to enjoy the environment of the tavern. Now, this becomes especially problematic for reasons that I'm going to describe right now. I described how the Ukrainians are living primarily on these big latifundia. There is, of course, a much smaller Ukrainian urban class that is literate and that is numerate and so on. It's a professional class, but it is really a small slice of the population. Overwhelmingly, they are agrarians, agriculturalists. The Jews are brought in not only to engage in propinatia, as shown in this image, or as klezmer musicians, but they are brought in to be middlemen. They're brought in by the Poles to manage these large estates and to collect the income, which is then taxed by the noblemen. And this was done through a system called the arenda. The practitioners were called arrendators. And it's really basically something which is called in Western Europe tax farming. And it goes basically like this. You'll recall how we discussed this sort of feudal aspect of Jewish structure, or really social study and structure in general, that people were grouped into their caste-like classes, like peasants as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and Jews had their own little box out. Rather than being addressed as individuals, they were dealt as a community. So the noblemen who literally owned the entire town, not only the serfs, and in a technical sense, the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the nobleman. And the nobleman would essentially say to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live way out in right bank Ukraine. I want to live here in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other Polish noble friends. And so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers, and I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 zloty. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 zloty from my latifundio. And this would be something that could be delivered as a demand to the entire community. They would have a representative of the kahal, the Gavila, who would be negotiating with the nobleman, the Boretz. And the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory. You can collect it any way you want. If necessary, I will back you up with my armed forces, but that's what you have to do. So the Jews would say, all right, fine, we'll negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian peasants. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output, in terms of grain, but they could collect it in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing tolls on transit, crossing bridges, traveling highways. They could impose taxes on hunting in particular regions, taxes on, collecting fruit in orchards, taxes on using the nobleman's flour mill, whatever creative ways they could tax the population was essentially something that the nobleman would encourage, so long as it was something that could be borne by the population as a whole. In some really notorious cases, which receive a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian Ukrainian folk songs called Dumer, the Jews apparently even owned the keys to the churches. There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very well known. And that if a Ukrainian wanted to baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever things you might need the church for, they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish arrendator in order to release the key to the church. Now you can imagine that this must have been a very difficult system to exist under for all parties, really. For the Poles, who are, according to many accounts, living an increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris, they're going to be demanding ever more taxes every year. This is just, I think, a reality of life that when you can charge more, you will. The Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load, and the Jews, who are the tax collectors essentially, have the difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it. And by the way, I should mention a fact about tax farming. The Jews have to be paid as well for the services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect in taxes, that's what they can keep for themselves. So if the community, and this would involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming, if the community is supposed to transmit 10,000 zloty, and then they will strive to collect 12,000 zloty, and 2,000 of that would be preserved for the community as a whole. The arenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whims of the noblemen in Poland, but the Jews were the front-facing aspect of the entire enterprise. and a very difficult one it must have been. Shimon Dugma described this as being caught between hammer and anvil, which I think is a very apt metaphor. The hammer being, of course, the Polish demand, the anvil being the Ukrainian peasantry, and the Jews are sitting in this very difficult situation. Now, what ends up happening is there will be a massive peasant revolt in the middle of the 17th century. And that peasant revolt will be directed against three main targets. The rebellion was led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. And you can see here that his followers were the so-called Cossacks, or Cossacks. Who were these Cossacks? Cossacks, or Kozakirs, to use the Ukrainian pronunciation, were basically Ukrainian peasants who had, for one reason or another, abandoned their traditional lands and had migrated to places where they were out of reach of the Polish latifundians. Since they, as serfs, were technically owned by the noblemen, and their refusal to labor under this system was a type of rebellion, they were essentially a type of outlaws, and they engaged in a variety of freebooting and banditry-like activities. Some of them were directed at the Turks nearby, who were engaged in child trafficking, or slavery was still a well-known enterprise in the 17th century, and the kidnapping of children and then their sale on the market was something that was obviously hated by all, and the Kozakirs were involved in sometimes attacking these Turkish settlements on the Black Sea coastline. But there are also attacks on the Polish nobility. Let us understand that the three principal enemies of the Kozakirs were the Polish noblemen far away in Poland, who were demanding so much of the peasantry, the Jews, who were their local representatives, middlemen, and also the Catholics, specifically and in particular those Ukrainians in the western region who had adopted this new Uniate Church affiliation. To some degree, under Polish pressure, we were looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of weaning them away from that cultural orientation, which is antagonistic to their way of thinking of dominating the entire population. And so what happened is this individual, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen, he found him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhian Siege, which was one of the major locations where Kozakirs were living, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against these Polish noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through right bank Ukraine up towards Poland in order to achieve their objective, and they actually ultimately achieved their objective, created their own state at the time. But of course, on the way, they are wreaking tremendous havoc against Jewish communities. This became what was known as, in Hebrew, the Gezerat Taxpatat, the decree of 1648-49, which was an absolutely horrific period of awful pogroms, which are recorded in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Abyss of Despair, Yeven Mitzulah, which was a terrible, highly evocative description of these pogroms, these attacks on local Jewish populations, which are described in such emotive and powerful language. And this was a period of tremendous Ukrainian violence directed against the Jewish population. But surprisingly, most people who have a passing familiarity with Ukrainian history will look to this period as one of great devastation and of great anti-Semitic activity. But if you actually read Nathan of Hanover, you'll see that he describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which Ukrainians were living. In other words, he hardly soft pedals the anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his descriptions, the detailed, grisly descriptions of the violence are really heart-rending. But he also, applies blame to the Jews who were engaged in exploitative economic practices, which Nathan of Hanover argues was a major cause of Ukrainian dissent to begin with. And let us recall that Jews are living in Ukraine by this time, certainly since the 13th and 14th century. So they've been there largely living in peace for 200-300 years before this uprising occurred. There will be more of these uprisings in the future, including the 1768 Haidamach uprising, which was similar in nature, and massacres in Uman, where Nachman of Rothschild would later choose to be buried because he wants to be close to those Jews who were killed in similar uprisings. And it would become a trope in Ukrainian Jewish history of Ukrainian violence directed against Jews. But if you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have an interest in describing the pogroms with a tremendous amount of emotive value, they're similarly still discussing the economic roots of this particular uprising. Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising led by Bochum Chernetsky? If you recall Salo Baron's depiction of the lachrymose view of Jewish history, particularly when you're viewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an inflation of numbers beyond what is logically possible for Ukraine. The number 100,000 dead is frequently used by not only 17th, 18th century commentators, but even by 19th, 20th century historians. And it's largely based on sloppy scholarship. First of all, the 17th century commentators had no way of actually calculating the demographic numbers. They simply didn't have the tools at their disposal to actually figure out how many people were even living there to begin with. And later on, you see this 100,000 number, balloon to sometimes 250 and even 500,000 dead. Now, none of this is possible because, as Dr. Stampfer has clearly demonstrated, there were only 40,000 Jews living in right bank Ukraine by 1648. How is it possible that you could have multiple times that number killed in this terrible uprising? Furthermore, as Dr. Stampfer demonstrates, after 1648-49, when the situation begins to calm down again, the Jewish communities begin to bounce back fairly quickly. Tax returns, tax receipts indicate that the population has begun to stabilize within a very short period of time. So, taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data we have, Dr. Stampfer emphasizes that even if we look at 50% of the Jews being killed, which he thinks is kind of an outside number, 50% of a population is a huge loss. It's far worse than the Black Death, for example, in most areas. It's hard to even imagine half of the population being wiped out in this manner, but nevertheless, that's still about 18 or 20,000 dead. Now, how can I even say only 18 or 20,000 dead? That's a horrific number. I'm only saying it, though, to contrast with the hyperbolic numbers of 100,000 or 250 or 500,000 that really make no sense. This is, in other words, a period of tremendous anti-Semitic violence, largely of an economic character, but it does not reach the same levels that we would have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust in terms of its genocidal intent. So, if you recall my introductory words, this is a period in which we definitely look Ukrainian anti-Semitism in the eye. This is a period of tremendous violence against Jews. But we also have to understand some of the economic background of that violence, and that's often difficult for historians of this period. Let us go to the aftermath, because in many ways the issue of the Khmelnytsky uprising continues to reverberate in Ukrainian Jewish history. This is a 5-page note from contemporary Ukraine, and as you can see, it features Bogdan Khmelnytsky on it. And this should not be surprising for anyone who has even a passing familiarity with contemporary Ukrainian culture. Bogdan Khmelnytsky is widely regarded as a major Ukrainian hero. This is because, on a surface level, he was able to wrest Ukraine from Polish control, and for a brief time actually create an independent state of Ukraine in the middle of the 17th century. The Cossack state was, of course, supported by these freebooting cowboy-like individuals called the Kozake, and so Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a major heroic image in the Ukrainian mind. Jews, of course, look at Bogdan Khmelnytsky with fear, trepidation, and revulsion. I remember in my first trip to Ukraine, when I first met someone who was dressed, and this happens in contemporary Ukraine, he was dressed in contemporary Ukrainian costume with the traditional walrus mustache and, the embroidered shirt, things like that. I felt real fear. I said, oh my gosh, a Cossack. And so for Ukrainians, they look at a Cossack and they say, oh, that's our, Marlboro man. That's our hero. There is a clash of perspectives on this 18th century, largely because both Jews and Ukrainians look at this same event from very, very different perspectives. It's not uniform. But before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments in Kiev today is a statue of Khmelnytsky. And he is famously pointing off, it's just behind his shoulder, famously pointing off to the north. And one of the reasons for this is because after a short while of independence, Bogdan Khmelnytsky decided to orient the Cossack state to Moscow. Rather than, creating a peace treaty with Poland and recreating something like either independence within a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or even just a peace treaty with an independent Ukraine, he chose to sort of shift the balance of power towards Moscow. And ultimately, that would degrade the independence of the Ukrainians to a dramatic degree in which they would be absorbed within the Russian Empire, the Tsarist Empire. By the way, here is an earlier version of that statue, a bronze model, which had a couple of details that were not included because they were felt to be in poor taste. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some Jews and others, Poles, who were downtrodden literally by Khmelnytsky's force. They felt that was just a little bit too graphic for the image. And you see it also, for example, in the Ukrainian national anthem. Here it is. It's got this interesting beginning. Ukraine is not yet dead, which may sound jarring to the Western ear. They translate here, nay, thou art not dead, Ukraine. A little bit of a poetic translation, but literally, Ukraine is not dead yet, is what it begins with. The Poles have a similar kind of refrain, and even the Jews in Hatikva, we had Odlo Avda Tikvatenu, right? Our hope is not yet lost. So it's not an uncommon trope during the national uprising. But a look at the very end of the national anthem, which refers to Ukraine as Zaratia, Kozatskohu Rodu. How do you translate it? Okay, it literally is translated as brothers, the Cossack people. They translate here poetically as ourselves, proud Cossacks are. The literal translation is that we're all Cossack brothers. I don't know how many Jews actually feel like Cossack brothers. That seems so foreign to them, but they're not alone. Here are the original lyrics of the poem that inspires the national anthem. And if you look at the last stanza that I've shown here, there's actually another stanza that I can speak on. There's this lament, Oy Bogdane, Bogdane. Oh, Bogdan, Bogdan, our great hetman. What for did you give Ukraine to the wretched Moscow? Why did you give us to Moscow? Why did you forfeit our sovereignty for the Russians? There is a strong thread among many intellectuals in the 18th, 19th century, later, including, some very, very harsh words from the great poet Taras Shevchenko regarding this decision of Khmelnytsky to orient Ukraine to Moscow. So it's a complex story altogether, from the perspective of Ukrainians, from the perspective of Jews, and from a global perspective as we meditate upon this 17th century in the 21st. Thank you very much for your experience. Have a good day.
That's comedy, according to Ari. In fact, it was so funny that the New York Comedy Club cancelled his show after receiving threats about hosting Ari's show. At the time, the representative for the club confirmed that we're no longer working with him anymore. And shortly thereafter, his talent agency dropped him as a client. Following the backlash, Ari switched his Twitter account to private and posted a long statement on Instagram that read,
Let us continue our discussion of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz by looking at a really important movement of the 17th century that had remarkable repercussions really for the next 200 years usually, and then I'd say even into the present day in certain areas. Specifically speaking about the neo-messianic movement of Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here in this background image, and also to some degree of a successor movement of Jacob Frank that has some significant differences, but in many ways fused to the same path that Shabbatai Tzvi delineated. And just while we're on this image, have a look at the Shane upon him, the visage of Shabbatai Tzvi, and on the right you can see there are some strange sort of scratches. One of those words looks like the word Ezekiel, Ezekiel. Hard to make out the rest of it. I think what happens quite often in the Christian iconography of the Shabbatai Tzvi movement, I'm going to show you several examples of this, where his story was actually big news for the entirety of Europe, really, in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we have lots of examples of Christian publications talking about Shabbatai Tzvi because it was really quite a novel thing to suggest that the Jews had produced another Messiah and that he had gathered a large following, and so all of Europe really watched this with great interest. But let us try and understand first some of the intellectual, political, and technological background to this really important movement that reverberated throughout the 17th century. I think the most important thing for us to start with is the dramatic rise in Kabbalistic study that occurred in the city of Sfat in northern Israel, Safed, northern Israel, in the 16th century, prior to the act of Shabbatai Tzvi, to use perhaps the word Advent inappropriately. There's, everything is connected. The great expulsion of Jews in 1592, and the subsequent slow emigration of Portuguese Jews after the first conversion of 1497, This had a dramatic impact on all aspects of Jewish life in Europe, certainly on a demographic level, with the huge numbers of Jewish refugees fleeing the Iberian Peninsula and desperately seeking solace and refuge elsewhere in Europe and also in the New World. Ultimately, even where I'm sitting right now, New York City, with its great reserve of Jewish population, is directly related to the refugees from the Iberian Peninsula. It also represented a huge religious upheaval, a split in the earth theologically for many Jews who regarded Spain as such a major important center of the Jewish diaspora, and to see it turned upside down after having created so many phenomenal works of religious literature and other works, that many Jews were convinced that the Messiah was right at hand. That was 1492. We were convinced that something this devastating could not happen unless we were living to Exesa the Mashiach, in the footsteps of the Messiah, meaning you can hear the footsteps of the Messiah approaching. That we're talking really about being on the cusp of a dynamic era. One of the focal points of this energy was undoubtedly this northern city of Sfat in Israel, which had recently been opened up to Jewish migration by the Ottomans, who controlled the land of Israel at the time, and they instituted some favorable tax policies that attracted Jewish merchants, particularly textile merchants, and it was a site of significant attraction to a lot of these refugees from the Iberian Peninsula, including the family of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, one of the early Kabbalists who ultimately settled here in Sfat. It was also kind of like a specifically spiritual attraction to Sfat as well, because the graves of many of the righteous individuals of the distant Talmudic past had been identified in the environment of Sfat, and so many Jews moved there to be close to those holy sites. A little bit like what we talked about in the very first lecture, or perhaps it was the second, the centrality of a cemetery as being kind of like a centripetal center where Jews are drawn to it, not a centripetal center for Jewish migration. That's certainly true of the Holy Graves of Sfat. And of course, once a lot of these Kabbalists in particular moved to Sfat, creating cemeteries like this famous one with their characteristic blue stone, a blue painted stone, blue being a color associated with warding off the evil eye. Not quite the shade of the background behind you, but you sort of get the idea. These graves in turn also attracted tremendous pilgrims and so on. The men standing in front of the grave there of the famous Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ali Zal, the Holy Lion, who was originally from Egypt, who had migrated to the area. Just below him, in front of him, is the grave of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I mentioned earlier. Up on the top right, you see the marker for Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the father-in-law and teacher of the Ramak, and also the composer, among other things, of the famous
Yo, dog. How are you? Nolan lost YouTube. What up, Ned? What's good, son? Can you hear me? Oh, dude, you can't hear me. That was such a good introduction. Didn't you think it was a good introduction? All right, well, do your thing.
So very dearly, all associated with this remarkable explosion of activity that occurred in the 16th century in Sfat. It ended fairly abruptly towards the end of that century. There were a series of earthquakes that blew affect northern Israel from time to time. There was a cholera epidemic that laid waste to much of the population, and thought, while always retaining its reputation as a great spiritual center and as a Kabbalistic center, never quite got to the same level that it did in the 16th century. What was really going on there spiritually? There was many different activities. By the way, I forgot to mention the greatest figure was the elderly Rabbi Yosef Karo, who went to Tzfat towards the end of his life. Rabbi Yosef Karo, a tremendous Kabbalist himself, but principally known as the author of the great Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. As I mentioned to you when we were talking about religious history, he's kind of like a transitional figure between the Rishonim and the Acharonim, and he was also someone who fled the Iberian Peninsula to eventually seek his home in Tzfat. So, what are they doing? What's going on here? Well, one of the major energies of activity is the research of Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was especially famous because he was the first individual to produce what you could call sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic wisdom. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is, of course, very hidden, arcane, and buried in elusive language, and it's associated with a heavy reliance on a deep oral tradition and so on. Really trying to follow some of the main Kabbalistic texts like the Zohar can be extremely difficult. Even if you are fluent in Aramaic, it can still be really hard to do it. You've got to have a teacher there to walk you through it. One of the major contributions of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was he said, okay, let's explain all of this from A to Z, working from general to particular, and he produced a book which was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality for Jews, like actual printing. That will become very important, and we're going to return to it in just a minute. And this initial sort of like introduction to Kabbalah, called Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation even during his brief life, and he went on to create many other great works, including Toner Devorah. One of the things that he describes in the Pardes Rimonim is this chart that I set up here, which is essentially a chart of what they call the spherot in Kabbalistic language, the spheres, which is sort of like a metaphor for how God communicates reality to the universe. To take just a moment to explain it, and then you're going, well, actually, I have to tell you, you can't understand it otherwise. You can't understand the rest of the lecture otherwise. The basic question that Kabbalah deals with, and the Ramak explains, is that how do you have an infinite being communicate existence to a finite universe? Right? How is it possible if God suffuses the entire world and has no limits, that we live in a world that has limits? How does the infinite and finite, how do they reach that formal abyss? So the idea in Kabbalah is that God, first of all, shrunk himself, a process called tzimtzum, shrinking, limited his influence over the universe, creating kind of like a vacuum of godness in the universe. These are very different concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk you through them as best I understand them. But God created kind of like a space within himself that was empty of himself, sort of like, I remember when I studied chemistry or biology in high school, like an amoeba, I imagine like a hole opening in an amoeba. That's not a very good metaphor, but it's what I'm working with in my mind. And then he slowly reinserted godliness into that vacuum through a multi-stage process, which we'll call the Sphira. One of the most important metaphors is the idea of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. Like you've ever seen those kind of like dessert fountains at weddings or something, where they have like the punch flowing out of a faucet, and it goes into a container, and then it overflows to the next containers, and then overflows to the last containers, and you can take the container for yourself to drink if you like. So that's kind of like the idea of the hot oil pours into one of these containers, called a keli, which is essentially a model for the spirut, and then it overflows into the next keli, into the next keli, and so on, until you get to our world at the bottom, which is the repository of all of these emanations. Another way to look at it is, you can't look at the sun with the unaided eye. It's dangerous. It burns out your retinas. But what you can do is you can take a mirror and look at the reflected light of the sun. And even that's kind of strong. So you might set up a second mirror where you would look at the second mirror, which reflects the first mirror, which reflects the light of the sun. And if you add up 10 mirrors like that, that would be like a model of the spirut that all represent a slight diminution. Each time it goes through the mirror itself absorbs some of the radiant energy of the sun, until finally in the 10th mirror, you can actually look at the sun's light unaided. Now, why I'm explaining this to you is I gave you kind of like the Ramak's depiction, but the Arizal's depiction, this was his student. The Arizal traveled to from Egypt to study with the Ramak, and they only studied together for less than a year before the Ramak passed away. The Arizal, who also only lived a very short lifetime, managed a tremendous amount of teachings, which were then propagated by his great student, Rabbi Vital. And the Arizal is a rather different take on how the Ramak describes the Sfirot. The Arizal writes that the oil, the hot oil, as it enters the kelim, overpowers each of those kelim because it is simply too hot, too intense, and each of those kelim, those containers, shatter. So, as it were, in the Arizal's conception, the oil came into the first keli, and then it exploded, and the mixture of oil and the destroyed keli fell into the next one, and then it shattered as well. And this happened all the way down until finally you get to the 10th keli. And the heat of the oil is sufficiently reduced, and it's also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessels that it's able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine known as Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. And in the Lurianic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the Jew is to try to repair this fundamental destruction by separating out the gross material elements that are present in this universe and freeing the trapped sparks of holiness that represents like the hot oil, the radiance of God buried within the physical universe. One of the most important aspects of the Arizal's approach, which is going to take us to Shabbat Tzvi, is that the Arizal injected a tremendous note of urgency into the role of Jews in the world. That Jews are tasked with this crucial activity of finding those sparks, elevating them from their material prisons, and as these sparks, as it were, fly upward, we get closer to the moment where the Messiah can be truly revealed, and we enter into an entirely different period of history altogether. The Kelim and the model of the Sfirot, as the Ramak presented it, was much more kind of like a description of the theological view of creation, but the Arizals added a verb to it, say an imperative. Get out there and start doing this. But the Arizal's Kabbalah proved to be far more popular, had a remarkable degree of influence, for example, on the Hasidic movement that we will discuss that willing tomorrow, and gave it that impetus of, you can't just sit around studying things. You've got to get out there and be active in the world, because that is the task of the Jew. Now, this body of ideas, which were circulated initially in the late 1500s, the second half of the 1500s,
really, with the advent of publication, began to make their way throughout the entire Mediterranean basin and into Europe as a whole. And it is in this context of the increasing popularity of the thought of the Arizal, particularly through the work of scholars like the Shalom, the great Rabbi Horowitz, and his very important publications, namely the two tablets of the law that became great currency. Jews were like energized by this, and the Sabbatean movement was one of the kind of bizarre offshoots that was directly intellectually related to this new note urgency sounded by the Arizal. So what's the basic story? So Shabtai Tzvi is shown here in a rather interesting German depiction on horseback. He was an individual of great potential as a young man. He was very highly regarded. He was suggested for many different important people, important young women, and he showed great talent not only as someone who could lead prayers. He apparently had a very beautiful voice, very charismatic, good-looking, tall, those kinds of attributes, and also quite learned, quite adept in the Kabbalistic study. He ultimately got involved in the group of ideas that in the end suggested to him that he was in fact the Messiah. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography viewed his delusion of grandeur as a type of criminal activity, that he had intentionally, wickedly deluded the large number of followers that he garnered throughout Europe. More modern scholarship, in particular, since the work of Gershom Sholem has been widely circulated. He was one of the principal biographies of Shabtai Tzvi within the movement of Kabbalah as a whole. There's been the growth of a more sympathetic view to Shabtai Tzvi, understanding him as someone who was subject to some kind of mental illness, perhaps something like bipolar disorder, because he would have like these manic phases where we call illuminations, and then you would have these depressive phases as well. Obviously, I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't speak to these things, but he definitely was somewhat eccentric, to put it mildly. So let's look at the political context and the technological context, and we're going to look at his life and activities. The political context should be broadly familiar with us now that we just spent an hour in the last lecture looking at the Mitzvah Rebellion. This is a period of tremendous political upheaval. According to Dr. Stamfer, possibly 50% of the Jewish population of Ukraine was destroyed by the Cossacks in that period. The overall number, he estimates, is much smaller than earlier, rather inflated estimates, maybe 18,000 or 20,000 people. It's a huge tragedy, but nowhere near the scale of what some other historians have opined without sufficient research. But nevertheless, losing half of the population is incredible devastation. A large number of displaced populations were dispersed through Europe. Nicola Hamon, the famous memoirist that we mentioned several weeks ago, actually describes how her family, like many others in Germany, took in refugees from these upheavals in the middle of the 17th century. And Shabtai Tzvi's main activity really occurred in the 2 decades following this tremendous peasant upheaval in the 17th century that had such havoc wreaked on the Jewish world. But let us not forget the really important element of publication, which is something that the Jews, once they discovered it, they really loved it. Jews had been publishing from the very early period of print. In fact, there are some possibility that it was actually Jews in Provençal who even invented movable type, which was a key element in the technology necessary of efficient printing.
But although that particular thread has not been completely developed, we do know that by the late 15th century, Jews were already publishing many titles, including the Talmud. And in the 16th century, in Venice in particular, publishing just exploded for Jews. Jews rushed to it, and because it was great, right? It meant that all of a sudden, all of these works which had previously only existed in manuscript and could only be copied laboriously and expensively by professional scribes, and then they were very fragile, easy to lose, and if they were seized by the church, as happened several times, they could easily be burnt and hard to replace. But with publication, with printing, all of a sudden the price drops out the bottom. That no longer are we talking about, like to use contemporary terms, a Torah scroll I think costs about $50,000 to produce because of all the man hours that go into actually writing the scroll out. Whereas you can go to a Judaica bookstore and buy the same information for $10, $15. I mean, it's a tiny fraction of the overall cost. And Jews love the idea of being able to read so much more. So over the next few centuries, Jews become passionate purchasers of books. They really become the al-kitab, the people of the book at that point. Previously, before that, they were the people of the scroll, I guess, the people of the manuscript. And works like this one here, the Shnei V'Chot become extremely popular. And ideas circulate with accelerating rapidity throughout the 17th century and onwards. This also has tremendous impact on the democratization of knowledge. Once information can be distributed at a much lower cost, it becomes accessible both in terms of an expanded range of classes of people, but also to women as well. Women who, were typically much more literate than non-Jews historically, but generally not as literate as the men folk. They typically would be literate in the vernacular, like Yiddish, but less so in the language of the state, and less so in the religious languages of Hebrew or Aramaic. Only very exceptional women could make out more than, let's say, perhaps the prayer book. In fact, in Ashkenazi synagogues, it was very common to have one educated woman sitting in the women's section of synagogue and repeating the Torah reading, or if there was a sermon in Hebrew or something like that, repeating it to the less educated women who had no access to Hebrew whatsoever. So with printing, all of a sudden you begin to open up the possibility of, hey, we can afford to teach this stuff to our daughters as well, and that will play a great role in Shabbatai Tzvi's movement, which was actually very, very sensitive to both printing and to women, as we shall see. So what exactly happened with the movement? So the basic story is that you have this individual, Shabbatai Tzvi. He's born in Smyrna. Here's a quick map where you can see where he wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He begins in his late teens to experience these emotionally unstable moments, where, as I mentioned, he describes periods of great euphoria, followed later by some depressive episodes. And although he is very highly regarded as a youth, he begins a period of wandering. And while he is engaged in these wanderings, and he's also quite an educated young man, studying Kabbalah, very conversant with Kabbalistic ideas, he ultimately runs into an individual known as Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the potential inherent in Shabbatai Tzvi, and he becomes not only his sidekick, but also his major propagandist, his publicist, who ultimately would reveal his friend as the Messiah, as the long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews. And amazingly, this idea gains tremendous popularity in Europe. Now, we can certainly opine as to the basis for this fact. You can certainly point to the desperation that Jews felt after the 17th century Chmielnicki uprising. You can point also to the influence of the Kabbalah of the Arizal. Certainly, Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal's teachings have been revealed to the world, another century has passed, and now it's actually coming to fruition. You can point to the rapid change in society that's happening all over Europe. Non-Jewish society in particular is going through many changes in the 17th century, and this all comes together, and Shabtai Tzvi actually attains a significant following, sometimes among very well-respected figures in Cairo and in Jerusalem, and he eventually perhaps egged on further by Nathan of Gaza. He believes it all the more himself, proclaiming himself as Messiah, making all kinds of interesting proclamations about his life and so on. He goes through several phases as his, let's say, dementia grows and grows. He engages in ever more bizarre activities. For example, claiming that he can levitate, claiming that he has the power of Kitzot Haderech, right? The shrinking of distances, his ability to transport himself or teleport himself from place to place. Here you can see a woodcut that's labeled Shabtai Tzvi, the false Messiah, and attributes to him some of the many activities that he's engaged in. He also engages in a heavy antinomian campaign that we're going to have to explore right now. Here is one of the prayer books that were composed by his followers associated with his new teachings. What were essentially the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi? Well, the first is obviously the notion of messianism, that he has come to actually represent the end of history and the beginning of a totally new era. That messianism is precipitated by an adherence to antinomianism, which literally means opposing lawfulness, right? Nomos meaning like law in Greek, and antinomos. And when it was kind of like moderate, his antinomianism was expressed in things like the nullification of fast days. You have, of course, the famous fast of the 9th of Av, which occurs usually in late summer, that corresponds to the destruction of the temples in Jewish thought and the exile of the Jews. But in Jewish thought, that fast day will be transformed into a day of gladness and feasting in the era of the Messiah. So Shabtai Tzvi says, okay, that's it. 9th of Av is now a feast day. So for his followers, this isn't too late, although it was a radical kind of thing. Those were less positively inclined to his teaching. Other antinomian activities were considerably stranger. Like, for example, his insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to. He used an axe to break down the door on the Sabbath, a clear transgression of the Sabbath. Once present in the synagogue, he essentially took over functions, would call up women to the bima for an aliyah, which was another aspect of his thought. He was extremely egalitarian. He really looked to women as a great source of his movement, and it's hard to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity, but many of the things which he proposed were later actually adopted by more liberal movements in 19th and 20th century, in particular Judaism. He would, speaking of women, he was actually married several times. It's quite likely that the first two weddings were never consummated. That may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about, her level of promiscuity prior to meeting Shabbatai Tzvi. This actually appealed to him because there is, of course, a couple of prophetic characters who marry women as similarly repute in the Bible. She was actually an orphan from the Khmelnytsky rebellion itself, which distinctly appealed to Shabtai Tzvi. She proved to be his most devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He also, at one point, actually married a Torah school. That is exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the Torah scroll, however holy, as the bride. You get a sense of just how wild this went. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially among his followers, of what was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Very complex doctrine in Kabbalah. If you think back to some of the kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute in order to have relations with her father-in-law. In the book of Genesis, a chapter, I think it's 37, that's usually skipped over in kids' classes and things like that. And this idea that even for, or on a lesser level, Rebecca, deceiving her husband Isaac in order to make sure that Jacob gets the blessing rather than his brother Esau. So, difficult discussion theologically, but his followers definitely picked up on this idea of a very Lishma and used it principally to nullify many commandments in the Torah, including the consumption of non-kosher food, the violation of the Sabbath, and the violation of marital vows as well, which was perhaps one of the more popular elements of Sabbateanism. It was certainly one of the elements that gained wider circulation when people talked about Sabbateanism, saying, do you know what they do? Things like that. So that was definitely part of the story surrounding it. He was open to change in a very big way, not only in terms of his own Sabbatean message, but as I mentioned, when he would take over synagogues, he would demand that rather than reading from that Sefer Torah, which was okay for him to be married to, but not okay to be read from publicly, and he would demand that people use the newfangled printed Chumash, the printed Sefer Torah, rather than the old-style scroll. Now, as he's moving on his career, his mania increases. Those periods of euphoria become larger and larger and more longer lasting, and egged on by people like Nathan of Gaza and his increasingly enthusiastic followers, he decides that it's now time for him to reveal himself to the Ottoman Sultan, to demand that the land of Israel be turned over to him as the Jewish Messiah, and then he will initiate the Messianic age. So this interesting sort of comic book version, like the issue of the broadsheet that we saw a while ago about the post-registration of Passover, sort of tells the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. We'll just zoom in on a couple of elements of it. So Shabbatai Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople to meet with the Ottoman Sultan and to say, okay, I'm here, give me the city of Jerusalem and the land of Israel so that I can begin my Messianic period of Messianic age. I think that's Nathan of Gaza in the front there, blowing the trumpet, here comes the Messiah, that kind of thing. He meets with the representative of the Sultan. This picture here shows him actually meeting with the Sultan. That actually didn't take place. The Sultan didn't want to give him the time of day. He sent an emissary to him, but he lays out his case, and the Sultan says to him, That's so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Do you mind if I call you Shabsi? Is that okay? I have a counteroffer. I'm not prepared to give you the land of Israel. Sorry, I kind of like it. But I will allow you to remain alive if you agree to accept Islam. That is, you may leave my presence and authority unscathed as long as you become a Muslim. And to the great dismay of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi accepts the offer and he converts to Islam. And his thousands of followers, there's a lot of debate over exactly how large his following was, but it's certainly very significant all across Europe. They are crestfallen because he has abandoned Judaism. And the whole reason they were following is because they thought he was the culmination of Judaism. Here is him being taken away by soldiers to be redressed in ornament turbans and so on. Here is his wife Sarah, who joins him in his Islamic conversion, his apostasy. I find Sarah especially interesting. Actually, it was a great book written by Ada Lefkot Albert that discusses women and Sabbatianism and that ranks. But I note that she was early a trendsetter. Look at that hairstyle. Doesn't it look a lot like Queen Amidala of Star Wars? I definitely think so. There's certainly a connection there between Sarah, Mrs. Tzvi, as it were, and Queen Amidala. Okay, but sorry about that. So, what ends up happening? The movement falls apart. The vast majority of his followers all kind of like limp back home. Many of them have already sold their belongings, their properties, at a fraction of their value, and they have to start all over again. But there is a small minority of his followers who double down. And this is an interesting phenomenon where sometimes when people are, I read about it a little bit in the context of some bizarre American political beliefs, for example, that sometimes when people believe passionately in something, and then they're shown clear evidence that it is not as they saw it, rather than acceding to logic and saying, wow, I was wrong, I now have to sort of regroup, some people will actually redouble their efforts to believe, and they'll create a new kind of false mentality to affirm their earlier erroneous choice. In the case of some of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, they actually said to themselves, okay, wait a second. Shabtai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not negotiable. So maybe his conversion to Islam means that Jews must all convert to Islam in order to kind of like bring together these two Semitic faiths. Yeah, that's it. And so many of his followers elected to convert to Islam along with him, and they constitute a coherent community that lasted well into the 20th century called the Dumna. This is one of their mosques in Thessaloniki in Greece. They actually had a strong presence in Turkey and Syria and elsewhere, and there's an older presence of them in 23 Turkish politics now. Quite fascinating. There are also reverberations of neo-Sabbatianism throughout Europe. By the way, what I should mention is the end of Shabtai Tzvi's personal story is that after his initial conversion to Islam, he still had to deal with his mental issues, unfortunately, and they continued to plague him. It turns out that he went back and forth with even his conversion and with a lot of the things he had said, and he proved to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ottoman authorities, who found him a nuisance. Like, for example, he was constantly giving out post-Messianic authorities. He was naming people, okay, you can be king of Africa, and you can be the vizier of Europe, and things like that. And he was creating a certain amount of disruption among his followers and among Jews in general. So ultimately, he was imprisoned. In prison, among the last things he did was he requested a Yom Kippur Machzor for his own purposes, so that he could pray the great prayers of atonement and penance while he was in prison. I think in many ways he can be regarded as a tragic figure, but I leave that to you if you want to read the work of Gershom Scholem and many others. But Neo-Sabbateanism persisted for centuries, not just with the Dumna to Christianity. There were actual followers of Shabtai Tzvi who were still embedded in Jewish communities, who practiced their understanding of Judaism secretly, typically, because they realized how they would be excoriated by the larger communities. And many prominent rabbis were falsely, sometimes perhaps not so falsely, accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. Perhaps one of the most notorious was the attack on Rabbi Yonasan Ivashutz of Altona, who was one of the most highly regarded rabbis of Europe, and he fell under withering criticism from Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who accused Rabbi Ivashutz of invoking Sabbatean teachings in his own Kabbalistic studies, in particular in the production of amulets, which was kind of like an industry that the Ashkenazi Jews engaged in, Sephardic Jews as well. It's really a universal thing, the production of small amulets that are prayers for health and healing and for sustenance, livelihood, marriage, all kinds of things like that, which is a long-standing tradition in Judaism, Talmudic era, and further before that. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden studied some of the amulets produced by Rabbi Yonasan Ivashutz and said, he's definitely a Sabbatean. And so people lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi that they would defend, and it was like a rather major controversy in the 18th century. Similarly, the case of a great, well-known figure, the fantastic Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, also an 18th century thinker. He's perhaps most well known as the author of Mesilat Yesharim, a phenomenal ethical treatise that continues to be studied today. I myself have gone through it many, many times. I think I've gone through it 27 times now, primarily because I said once that the great Vilna Gaon studied it 101 times. And I'm hoping that if I go through it that many times, maybe I will, turn out to have real worthwhile ethical behavior. At any rate, the Mesilat Yesharim was written by a man who was principally known perhaps for his ethical work, but he was at heart really a Kabbalist, and he wrote some tremendous Kabbalistic works, but he was accused with the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. He was founded out of his native land in northern Italy, and he sought refuge in Amsterdam. And on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt by critics who suggested that he was a late follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is like, a good 80 years after Shabtai Tzvi has already passed away, and the Mesilat Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work we no longer have extant. It is moldering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt am Main. And nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from all charges, as Rabbi Yonasan Ivashutz was as well. He went on to Amsterdam, later to Israel, where he passed away near Akko. But at any rate, the reverberations of the Sabbatean debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple hundred years. And perhaps the last expression of this, or the last really meaningful, organized expression of this, occurred in Poland under the leadership of someone who claimed personally to be the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi, one Jacob Frank, shown here. And I don't think I want to overbalance this lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabtai Tzvi is that while Frank also proclaimed himself the Messiah, unlike Shabtai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of possible mental illness. He seemed to be more of the charlatan type. I think when casual outside reading would reveal that. And ultimately, when he came under fire from the Jewish community that wished to place bans on him. Ultimately, they did put him in Keren. They did place a ban on him, which would mean that Jews would be forbidden to associate with him in any way, to
Rabbi,
visit with him, even to
two
stand
chain.
within 6 feet
Rabbi,
of him.
both chain.
He sought refuge in the home of a bishop in Poland. And one of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he was not following the dictates of the Talmud, something we discussed in a lecture a little while ago. This was something that the bishop warmed to and actually used the Frank situation as a foil to attack the Talmud as something which would otherwise be, he argued that it's a very noxious impact on the Jewish population of Poland, preventing them from converting to Christianity and so on. Jacob Frank obliged and actually converted to Catholicism. That's kind of like the interesting parallel to Shabtai Tzvi, who converted to Islam. Jacob Frank converted to Catholicism, largely for opportunistic reasons in connection with this particular bishop who sheltered him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic volumes, a huge loss to the Jewish intellectual heritage in Poland at that time. He later went on, now as a nominal Catholic, but still, presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Ava, shown here, took off after him, following in much the same vein. Also, both of them involved with similar activities, credibly accused of engaging in antinomian behavior. The sexual aspect of their practice definitely widely known, and the subject of many salacious rumors. And ultimately, the entire movement ended in defeat. Eva Frank herself died penniless, but nevertheless, you see the same kind of readiness for the Messiah that characterized a certain number of the Jewish followers of both Shabtai Tzvi and Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up this huge intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous impact in the case of Shabtai Tzvi over most of Europe, in the case of Jacob Frank, particularly in Eastern Europe. But that's where I think I'd like to leave it for today. Let me thank you all for listening to this brief overview. Have an excellent day. We're going to look at the 18th century in particular, and we're going to focus on the three major intellectual movements that affected the Jews of Ashkenaz during that time. Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of Hasidism, the opposition of the Menagdim, and then the innovations of the Maskilim. These are three really important intellectual movements that had massive consequences for the next couple of centuries, right up until where we are today. They still continue to be felt, and the debates that raged in the 1700s and the 1800s are still very much a part and parcel of what it means to be a thinking Jew today. One has to orient oneself within those three movements and triangulate, so to speak, a place for intellectual productivity and self-satisfaction. The word I'm looking for here is sipuk nefesh, the satisfaction of the soul, trying to figure out exactly how one must relate to one's God, one's community, one's family, oneself, all within these three basic modern Jewish movements. So let's go straight to the material. We had lots of long introductions in the previous lectures, so let's have a shorter one today. Here's a great photograph from a recent popular series on cable or streaming services, Shtisel. It shows a couple of characters, a father and a son, having a breakfast. And I kind of like this picture for reasons that I'll demonstrate in a moment. But we are going to be looking at essentially the long 18th century. Obviously, how long is a century? A century is 100 years. But there Hobsbawm, very important historian, pioneered the use of the term long 19th century, which goes from basically the French Revolution in 1789 to the beginning of World War I, 1914. So that's kind of somewhat longer than 100 years. And then he also pioneered the short 20th century, which goes from the beginning of or the end of World War I, 1918, to the fall of communism in 1991. So it's shorter than a century. I would like to suggest that in terms of Ashkenazi history and Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th century in so many ways. This is a very, very long 18th century. And here are the three figures that are crucial for our understanding and their relationship to larger movements. First, we have the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi. He is associated with the foundation of the Chabad Hasidic movement. I would include a picture here, perhaps more appropriately, of the Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit today, God willing. But we don't have any reliable pictures of him, and this is an iconic image that one sees in Chabad houses all over the world. And Rabbi Shner Zalman, although he is really a third generation, he was extremely influential in advancing a Hasidic vision through the rest of the world, as Chabad is today, in fact. And so he's appropriate for our 18th century focus. So he represents, obviously, the Hasidic mindset, the Hasidic movement, which we will explore over the course of the next hour or so. Then there is, of course, the great Rabbi Elijah of Vilna, the Vilna Gaon, who represents really the counterpoint to that position. He is the acknowledged head of the movement known as the Mitnagdim, or the Misnagdim, as it would be pronounced in Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents, and they oppose the Hasidic movement, and so ironically, they derive their name from their the way in which they orient themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the text-based Talmudic culture. Nevertheless, the term Mishnagdim stuck, and so they're very important elements in our discussion of the three major intellectual movements of the era. Finally, we have the Haskalah, which is certainly well typified by Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, also known as Moses of Dessau. And he was the first really significant Jew to articulate a new way of identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic.
Yo, dog! What's going on? Fuck you, dog. No one wanted to fucking talk with you.
One which Jews could fully connect with while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they could contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th and into the 19th centuries. And of course, these three movements have a legacy, an intellectual legacy, which continues to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, I can't leave without pointing out that the actors in this series called Shtisel, which is a very enjoyable series, they of course do not necessarily look the way they appear. Here is Shulem Shtisel, the character, played by Dov Glickman, rather brilliantly, but rather different physical appearance. And here is his son, Akiva Shtisel, played by Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets of Jewish neighborhoods. People walk up to me and say, "Hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Aloni?" That really doesn't happen. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm misplaced. I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith and those kind of sectors. No, I'll probably cut that out of the internet. But let's just say that's part of the lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellions, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be like following through on an older tradition, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean. First, let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here's a wonderful picture of Jews dancing at Tzfat, Hasidic Jews, you can see. Now, there are some Misnagdim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe a few Spartan. They are rebels of discovery in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration, or as a coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, but has been much more constrained and focused and restricted to individuals. And now with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's going on. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? Well, essentially deeply rooted in Kabbalah. As we discussed yesterday, the Tzfat explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city and that era, and found expression later in the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah gives which obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written. But the whole idea of an esoteric, mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holies. They're not saying that the Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restricted. The Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering this body of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and who are not spiritually refined enough to receive it. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impact. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a mere opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Sam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating wheat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called Kadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer. This is one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash Asur Min Torah, or as we would say in Ashkenazis, Chadash Asur Min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So Rabbi Schreiber, Sam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher. No way, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think that some sort of meant it literally and universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, that we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskilim, are, I'd like to term them as rebels of expansion. Meaning, they say, here we are in the 18th century, we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to, non-Ashkenazi Jews, of which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion, of course, in Nigeria. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So they're seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. So this rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advance of Jewish civilization and thought. And they're great heroes. That we will see some of the 18th and 19th century figures who are involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures, who of course was quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8th century before the time we're talking, 6th century. And Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like the Mishnah Torah, the Guide to the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world. As a physician, he wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not inconsequential that many schools that sort of lean towards this Maskilic approach name themselves after Maimonides, Rabbi schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who's able to, join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our three rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really, the rest of this lecture and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because it's very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion in 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in terms of how they practice their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism, many of whom had already been converted, forcibly or otherwise, to Christianity, and they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands an unusual intellectual flexibility as a result of their very divergent range of experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about him in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark, brooding man who has a young boy on his lap who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the earlier Baruch Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He's very brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto-Jews since the Spanish the expulsion, the forced conversion of 1497, and even the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto-Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood. So they were typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal and ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's like, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what, they're not quite as remarkable as he thought. There are some that engage in inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right, a penitent, a newly religious person, but he finds that regular FFBs, religious from birth individual, that's a separate from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition, of his intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, he is excommunicated several times. He actually moves to another community, tries to settle in there. The same kind of thing happens. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning he will give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live alone. He's terribly attached to his mother and he wants to be near her and so on. In the final excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he were to be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual of humiliation. They said to him, we've done this several times. You say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little bit more of the details. But specifically, they said, if you really want to come back, then this is what you've got to do. You've got to come to synagogue, you've got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It's not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, or to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his prone form. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it, and then he goes home. He sits down and he writes a suicide note called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity being added, underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam among whom he lived. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to modern day. It's actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times with very popular opera, a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual youth that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese expulsion studies in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been covered by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazi Habasim. Of course, the figure on the left here of Baruch Spinoza, who is shown by his brilliant painting by Hirschenberg as being so different from the brooding, dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, but with Spinoza with kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Hirschenberg, who was just as fascinated by these individuals as I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court of Amsterdam, one that seemed to pain him far less than that of Acosta. You can see in this image where Hirschenberg portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering, one of them reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him. And Hirschenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a much longer arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Khmelnytsky rebellions and large displacement of peoples into Europe, where again ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then we are immediately following the Khmelnytsky rebellion with the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by Neo-Sabbateanism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Jonathan Eibishwitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatean, and even figures as phenomenal and as important as Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto were accused of heretical views. So going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas kicking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the three movements that I've described. Let's just look, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the the three movements that we're talking about today. This is a great map that gives you a sense of the that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century, but Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored. So you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom, but the large mass of Ashkenazic Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. And in terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the earliest in terms of its development, is the Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in what we would call today right bank Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Medjugorje and Berdichev and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great homeland of Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram. Hasidim and Misnagdim could live side by side in a given street in any Eastern European shtetl. Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Misnagdim. The Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Misnagdic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active in Lithuania as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidim. Finally, you have the Misnagdic movement, the Haskalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really based in the northern region. Berlin is one of the major centers of Haskalah in the period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to reverberate to the present day. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean when we say Hasidism? I did point to the Kabbalah earlier, but in terms of what's important in Judaism, how does Hasidism differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah. But these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. There are various counts depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live life. So if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how do Hasidism stack up against Misnagdim? So if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah through the Talmud in particular, the Code of Jewish Law? The Misnagdim say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter. That's what we do all day, is study those commandments. And the Hasidim also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, certainly I could say in the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment, number 82, isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613. That's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism, but in the 19th and 20th century, there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, that no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments, that is all, later creations. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Misnagdism at all. Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next, really sort of like the person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism. These are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three things that they really concentrate on. Because, learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules of 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially creative or manipulative in reality, like, wonderfully no cell phone use and, concentrating. I'm not going to go into it. So Shabbat, Misnagdim say, yes, absolutely. And Hasidim say, oh, Gevaldik, we love Shabbos. It's great. So they're the same. And what about keeping kosher? Oh, yeah. The Misnagdim, they love kosher chicken. They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes. Now, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher. But the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we discussed in a previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Misnagdim say, totally, we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, a mikvah, which is essential, of course, to the laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic to Judaism. So, wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdic movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior, its origins in the Misnagdic movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards. And we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that, there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environs, and they dedicate their entire lives to this. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion and experience, with the Misnagdic world. But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payas. So payas literally means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So, as you notice, the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I am a Litvak and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our head just grow wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's payos with scissors, but in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, you got to live your life. What do they say today? You be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements, because there is a Kabbalistic element to the peyot and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake peyos, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist, nevertheless, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Misnagdim. They'll certainly understand it, but nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim, want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that, there's life imitates art, imitates life, and the Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim are doing, sometimes sort of say, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you will see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their payas, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they tend to cut them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of like shows how there is an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups, part of our 20th century. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically looking at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, like the Payas look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before. How did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Gretz, very important 19th century German historian, who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which will be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by the Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being, credulous and, poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabtai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something we really have to extirpate. And it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition. And hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany, where I'm writing in particular. So he had a decidedly negative approach to the Hasidic movement. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple-volume history of the Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of, right bank of Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism. And if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders, what's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the spirit of the people who really yearned for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Chazal movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Buber, who's not strictly speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the tzaddikim, the great leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was not nearly as systematic as you would see with Heinrich Gretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurianic Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Sar, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that if you'll recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Khmelnytsky lecture, there, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were, especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through, genuine pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of what's in Hebrew called kavod, of prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. It's called a korobka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Diener argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, rabbinic elite. And they said, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, will actually, cry with us and console us and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Ada Rappaport Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, passed away just recently, great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, the women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women, like Chana Rothschild Webermacher, the maiden of Ludmir, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a tish and giving brachos and things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attained much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shakeup of the traditional approach to Judaism in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at it, at her gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay, let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll pick up this lecture after the break, and then continue through the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman at Bar Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, right, Israel Ben Elita, is based on teachings of his students, testimonies of his students published much later, and often without critical rigor, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov with using the tools of modern historical analysis? Now, it happened that he started really asking these questions at the time when the Iron Curtain fell in the 1990s. And so he was one of the first scholars to get over there and start looking in the post-Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's tax forms. we actually found that there are direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in this town of Medjugorje. Here you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with on a particular street, a particular address that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. And so he was able to discuss in his classic work, The Historical Search for the Baal Shem Tov, to derive from Polish records a much more concrete image of who this founder of Hasidism was. And it's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov to place him in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Misnagdim and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thank you very much for watching.
Tishrei Kabbalah's time when Chassidim gathered in Crown Heights for Peretz. Tiscable ends of Kaddish prayer. May it be accepted.
Let us pick up from where we left off. We're looking at the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to move from the early Hasidic movement to their Misnagdic opponents and try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups, and then we're going to round it out with the third post in this triangle, which is, of course, the Haskalah, the masculine. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Rothschild. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Beshtian research, Besh being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague, Dr. Yochanan Stern, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history. Won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Ghetto, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history in Eastern Europe focused on the works of the pre-Beshtian scholars who are called the Baalei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection. I first met Dr. Stern in Kyiv way back in 1992 when he was working in the bowels of the Soviet archives, when he was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky Library with the remarkable collection of Pinkasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today, the 18th century, of individual towns scattered throughout right bank Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work. At any rate, Dr. Stern wrote some remarkable things about one of these Baalei Shem, in particular, Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears as here's Hillel Baal Shem, and there's the Baal Shem Tov. Who were these people who were called the Baalei Shem in plural? So basically, the word Shem means name, and Baal Shem means the master of the name. This is kind of a rabbinic euphemism for an amulet maker. That is, as we saw earlier, for example, with the amulet I showed you from Rabbi Yonason Eibeshitz, amulets are a very old tradition in Judaism. There are Talmudic discussions of them. The Aramaic term is Tume'ah. And these are basically, small kind of like material culture exhibits of practical Judaism, where people would go to a rabbi, a wonder worker, a Kabbalist, and say, Rabbi, I'm having such a difficult time conceiving a child. I'm having such a difficult time getting my livelihood together, having such a difficult time finding a mate, or I'm worried about my health, whatever human concerns there would be. And one of the kind of folk remedies, which again has a legitimate intellectual roots in the tradition, but it is something which is rife for corruption and inappropriate activity, is the rabbi or the miracle worker would use a small scroll or on a slip of paper, some kind of what would look like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse bowls in Babylonia, and we have small devices worn. In fact, probably the earliest actual text in the original writing of a biblical passage is one of these Kameot that was written in 7th century Israel, that was discovered at Ketafino, a very small little piece of the Birkat HaKohanim, the passage from the Bible, that was written on silver foil and rolled up and worn as a small amulet. So these amulet makers were not necessarily highly trained, not necessarily salubrious individuals. Sometimes there's a market for this, and so sometimes charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have true religious merit, other than perhaps as a placebo. It's beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious, but essentially there is an industry that persists to this day of producing amulets for people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population there. As I mentioned, the centers of Pomerania were primarily to the north. And I'm not sure of this, but I have a hunch that the market for Kameot is inversely related to the degree of Jewish education in a given place. I could be wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these Baalei Shem were not necessarily reputable. And that's why Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working miraculous deeds, was known as the Baal Shem Tov, meaning the master of the good name being a name of God, or the master of the name who is good, as opposed to all of those other Baalei Shem who are not so reliable. So the Baalei Shem was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual, Israel ben Eliezer, who managed to bring together as a charismatic individual a circle of disciples who would follow him, and these innovative teachings of Hasidism, which I described in brief prior to in a prior lecture. And this was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture, because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was proceeding apace in this area. And with the Hasidic movement came some early publications that had a very dramatic impact on moving the whole tradition from a folk culture to more of a formal culture. We see this incidentally in the work of Hillel Bashem, who himself refused to be published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remained in manuscript. So the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much through Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov himself, but rather through one of his most important disciples, Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezrich, known as the Maggid of Mezrich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published by Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid of Mezrich really represents the institutionalization of Hasidic teachings in 5 highly distinct schools led by his disciples, but remarkable impact largely focused in his activities. One of those disciples was the Alter Rebbe, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Riyadi, who was the founder of the Chabad movement. And in keeping with this version in book culture, he authored the Tanya, which is an extremely influential work of the era. But the idea that these rabbis really thought of themselves as kind of like a rebellious movement, they certainly knew they were engaged in something that was innovative and energetic and was rapidly gaining steam, but they only began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as opponents, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great Ramadan. Here's another argument. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with opposition? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate. So the reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by the Islam, by the Islamic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are three prayers of the weekday, Shabbat and Tamarav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the Rabbi Talmud, in fact, it's the very first test in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that what's more important, adherence to those details, which way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, a higher level of latitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this kind of prayer? In the summertime, it can be really super early too. So you realize, drag yourself in where you're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation as to what they mean. Perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, then go to synagogue and pray like old men, like human beings. And so sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that, a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a Hasidic prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. By the way, Hasidim would counter, of course, that no, we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to this separation, this fissuring, fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ariz, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the late 16th century, and this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. If you were a Martian landing on the planet, and you ask someone, can you please explain to me what to go to in Hasidim and Misnagdim, and you would show him he was seeing this Martian with him. I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular sitter and the Ari sitter, and he would say, well, like, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing, single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge a difference? And of course, they include the Martian. Anyway, because it's a lot. But the has an issue with the for changing the players. There's a significant issue. And by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Sion really did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots.
Oh, there's no Kill Tony this week.
And how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population, and more significantly, did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of driving a Polish nobleman, or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? Because when you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, then even the slightest ding, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it, and as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim disagreed on to the degree of which the knife was owned, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate shofet. We need a separate slaughter, or ritual slaughter to prepare our meat. Of course, there's implications for the refugee stream. One of the charges of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud. That they were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. Probably true for the early period, especially because, as I've described, the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time, but certainly go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. Hasidim are just as deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the last lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Misnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers, you can't do that. That's not okay, says the Misnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious and say, you know what we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior. Doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of the synagogue, wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage in farbrengans, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they they sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Misnagdim today, because they kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with some exceptions, there are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing. And a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, chuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws, they're not following halacha, and they abused a variety of things, big and small, and even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. Now, interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge of infidelity. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from. They say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement, and a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, and the Sabbatean things like that, but the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Misnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Hasidic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back onto the Misnagdim, and both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was reissued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already done so many willing, happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just is not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of this group was when a particular rabbi in the city of Pinsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Pinsk rabbi took the step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large. They had to be controlled. As a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that you'll have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement had really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations. Although that would be coming, it would be several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin.
It took
all my videos and
so
made them all
what did
sideways
they
for like
emphasize?
the whole
Okay, we have to like
thing.
define
But
ourselves
again,
well
that's why I
in
am
our
live on so many
revolutionary
different
tradition, our
platforms
rebellion
because
tradition.
I know the
We have to
Bezos
define
and his
ourselves and define
device
us against these
and
things.
his
So
software
what do we
stocks.
believe?
The
First
only
of all,
thing that he
we
can do
believe in
is fucking
text,
get you
right?
tube
We said,
stocks
you know
by
what?
Tuesday.
All
But
this
everything
stuff,
else
these
sucks.
stories, these mycelots,
Zuckerberg
these,
sucks. I was just looking at my
parties that
account and I
are
wanted to do
disguised
music or
as
just see
nostalgia
music
as
and it
religious
says
gatherings.
music's
That's
not
not for
available
us.
for some
We're
accounts
all
on
about
Instagram. It's like,
what
well, what
is
the fuck,
actually
dude? That's what I
safe
do,
here
baby.
in the book.
What?
So
Because I'm too
tremendous amount
good
of
looking?
emphasis
Anyway.
devoted to really re-emphasis, re-energizing the emphasis
Rebetson,
on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on.
Rebetson's a
So
fucking
really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance,
Some
when a
notes. Remember my
Litvak says that
fucking
there's
earrings?
that
You know,
someone
like
says
the nappy-headed bowl?
Bar
Look at
Torah,
this.
an interpretation of
And
some
like a
Torah
Rabbi
passage.
head.
And
Anyway.
it's kind of like sort of
Look at
stretched.
this. Look at this
Say,
move,
well, that
girl.
sounds a little bit
Anyway, you get lost in the
meaning
jungle.
it's
I'm a
not
moth
really
diver. I can
true.
do anything
It's
with
kind
this.
of like
It's like a
inventive, it may be
basketball. It's
clever,
tight.
but you know,
Anyway.
it's not the real deal. What does
None
it
of
actually
it's all
say?
sideways, probably. Hey, what's up,
That's kind of
sideways?
like a
Shut
more
the
of a
fuck up, bitch.
Lithuanian cultural
Anyway.
organization. The Talmud
This is the
in
worst. You're just waiting
particular
on people to
is
make picks.
elevated as
All right, we
the
have had some more
bar
picks, though.
none of
Do you want to
the
see them?
Lithuanian tradition.
We have,
But that
okay,
does
so I have
not
Lamar
mean this is
Jackson.
not something new. This is kind of a
So Hurricane Nate,
reinforcement
I think, is
of
just
something
has
which is
Yo-Yo, the
prior,
commissioner, is just
but,
picking for
it
him.
receives even
Elite
more
Neighbors, that's what he
emphasis,
picks,
much
sucks.
more,
Lamar Jackson, great. Brock
things
Bowers
like,
sucks.
children are taught
Jonathan
Talmud
Taylor sucks.
earlier,
Legal Collins
expected
really
to
sucks.
reach
And
higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation.
Brian Thomas
So that
sucks.
doesn't mean
AJ
that
Brown
the
sucks.
Kabbalah is
Drake
ignored. As I
London
mentioned,
sucks.
of course,
Josh
the
Allen, I
Lithuanians
was thinking
revere
about
the
taking him,
Kabbalah.
but you suck.
So they say,
Hope you have
okay,
a shitty,
yes to
terrible
Kabbalah,
year this year.
but
Jaden
very,
Daniels,
very
big surprise last year,
One of
sucks.
the most
Josh
fascinating
Jacobs
books
sucks.
in this
Bucky
novel
Irving
tradition,
sucks. And
something
Reddit
that
does
really
not
affected
like
my
you.
life deeply.
Jalen Hurts
Rabbi
sucks.
Chaim
Actually, back to
Volozhin
Bucky Irving.
writes
Just like
this
one
book,
person on Reddit
Nefesh
doesn't like him.
HaChayim, the
Sucks.
soul of
Brees
life.
Hall
The
sucks.
first name, of course, is Chaim,
James
so
Cook
it's also
sucks.
the soul
Trey
of
McBride
Talmud.
sucks.
And this
All right,
is,
so we've
in
got
many
Mike D
ways,
on the
the
clock. Then
Misnagdic
VMU. Thank you for being so
response to
generous.
the
Then we
Tanya.
got Halloween,
The Tanya
Sproto,
deeply
then
dipping
Yo-Yo.
into the wells of
Oh, Yo-Yo's on
Kabbalistic wisdom
autopick.
and offering a book for
Interesting.
a wider reading public.
Rev Cloud,
Proved to be an
then
extremely
Rabbi.
popular work then and now. And so the Misnagdim countered by
Yeah,
saying,
that's in the back.
hey, don't think
Yeah,
that there's
hey,
no
sideways.
Kabbalah in
Why is
our
it?
Misnagdic
Hey,
movement.
what is with
Have a
the
look at
nicknames
this
here,
book,
woman? But you know,
is,
because of your videos.
Let me
Why?
tell you
I don't
one
fucking know.
personal
Ask
story about
fucking
it. When
Bezos.
I
He's busy
first went to
shaving his
yeshiva
head
in
and fucking a
Jerusalem,
blow up now.
and,
Or Zuckerberg
I
was
came
too
to it
busy
as an
not
adult,
knowing
so I
the
did
brand
not,
of
have a strong
his
childhood
bow
background
and
from it.
beating himself off raw while his wife hates him and his daughters can't stand him, and he buys some fucking company and claims it as his own.
How's it going? I said, well,
Without these two motherfuckers, you wouldn't be getting this, but you're getting some of it sideways. Anyway,
I sit down.
what was your question, lady? Yeah, right here. Yeah, right come back. Yeah. So why is it that all your videos are sideways?
I solve the puzzle.
Because
I go on to the next puzzle.
I don't even know if this one's not sideways. I clear the cache.
I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry exercise.
I know you do.
That
But
wasn't kind of
it's
like
not
the
that kind of
charge
cash. It's like
that
CHACHE.
So Rabbi Becker said to me,
What is
okay,
that?
I'll tell you
Is that
what
like
to do.
Super
Get
Buddy?
a copy
No.
of this book.
What is
studying
it?
Lithuanian yeshiva.
Not really. It's like temporary
He said,
data
"It's just one
storage
thing. Read it for more than 15 minutes.
as opposed to
Just on 15 minutes. Read it, please, but don't get too
long-term storage data.
So
Is it?
I
Yeah,
fit
is
his
it
day
short-term memory
because I
versus
was on
long-term?
the
I think that's
bus
a good way to
from where
think about it.
kids
Anyway, I had to
living
clear it all.
to
So
Yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride.
brain
And I would say, okay, on the
Not
bus, I will read.
Anyway, like a brain wipe.
And I was so
And then I had to be back in, and then
tear my eyes away from it.
I went to all my videos and they're all fucking sideways.
To have an impact on my road
Anyway,
yeshiva stuff.
at least like that's why I'm live on so many fucking devices. I've learned. I learned way back in the day not to trust these fucking companies, except give them my whole life. But nevertheless, if they're gonna do it correctly. Like if you're gonna store my shit, store it correctly. All your shit sucks.
Anyways, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of
like
how the
new
Misnagdim
phones
are reacting. And
don't do this well. Like when my phones were all new, this should still suck. It still would have app not responding, battery low, or
carefully borrowing from the Hasidim.
just random app crashes, garbage.
Are loath to accept the idea.
Another thing I don't understand, and this goes to Tim Cook's office as well, Apple. Yo, dog, you guys make fucking, like, I've got some, like,
sometimes referred to
cracks
as
in my
revenue
spine.
on a specific
Not like the other ones
group.
that I've, like, that
There
have
are
just
some
been through
aspects of
Vietnam with me.
behavior, the establishment of
These,
large
the glass
courts, sometimes quite
fucking will
lavish,
cut
almost
you. It's like
royal
razor sharp.
flavor with,
I'm surprised that there is not a
they were skeptical
class action
of
lawsuit. I'm surprised
writing
lawsuits
Hitler,
against these companies
of
do this shit
Hasidim,
goes. This is
writing
what
a
literally
petition, and then paying a small
Apple
fee
was
to
found
Rabbi
to be
to
slowing
begin,
down
which
phones,
would then be used for charitable
like
funds, and
purposefully
then having Rabbi
sabotaging their own devices. We'd have to buy another.
prayers,
Class action lawsuit. The only thing paid on that are the attorneys.
and intimately disdained
They
by
gave,
the- so they weren't prepared to go
I
that
think $5 back or some stupid, ridiculous. And
and
they're like, oh, well, we won't do it anymore. And they were also like,
leaders. And so the Misnagdim were like,
I don't know, gave to the fucking rainforest or something. Like, it's like real people who were actually affected by this did not get anything out of it. And unreal people. Yo, dog, why don't they throw CEOs in jail?
So there's
Like-
another borrowing from the Hasidim. So we've had a
Yo,
chance
why
to
don't they
look
throw
at
CEOs
the,
in jail when their companies
Misnagdim and the Hasidim.
do things
There's
illegally?
a strong degree of conflict that brews at this
Dog,
period. But now we've got
there's
to
like
go
a saying
to our
that
final section,
if-
the third pillar, as
if
it
the
were, of this
punishment
conflict.
is
Let's look at the period of
a
the
fine,
Skala and the
then
activity of its adherents,
that is a
known as
punishment
the Maskil.
only for
So
corporate.
this particular picture is a
But, okay,
famous one. It
Top
shows
corporate
on the left
executives
the
correct
great
crimes are rarely
Moses
prosecuted,
Mendelssohn,
despite
father
other companies
of the
facing
Maskil
legal
movement,
consequences.
was
Like,
engaged
to
in
me, they should have
a
fucking ended
chess
Apple.
with one
They should,
Father
like, some judge
Lavater.
should have been like, or like some
Was,
panel of judges or
in
Congress
a
should have been
very
like, wait,
sad
you were
moment
slowing down your
in
own devices
history.
on purpose with your
They
software.
had maintained a
Not
personal
like a
friendship
little bit, but like,
in which,
no, having
they spoke
significant
freely
impact
and
on,
openly,
so that
and then
everyone
all of
would
a sudden,
buy
Lavater
your
came out
new
with
devices
a publication
and
that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically
football
indicated to
and
me
Duke basketball,
that
Duke basketball
if
and
he had
football.
his
It's like,
way,
dude,
he would
you
abandon
suck.
key elements
Everybody
of
hates
Judaism
you.
and maybe
You're a
even,
loser.
convert to Christianity.
Anyway,
And so
they should have been like,
charged
"Dog,
them
that's an
publicly.
illegal
He
practice.
sort of claimed
You're
be
going to
outing
jail
him
for that, and
and
you should have
said
done
that,
5 years in
he,
fucking prison for that." If they
demands
did,
that he
if
either
we
convert to
treated the
Christianity or
CEOs the way that we
submit to
treat
really
fucking
unfair
homeless
kind
people
of thing to do. We don't
who,
know the
like,
degree of veracity
aren't-
of whatever they
they're just living their
actually
life.
said to each
Oh,
other.
you're on the fucking sidewalk? Well,
But,
now you're going to have to fucking
the Moses Mendelssohn was
be locked
scandalized
up
by it.
and you're going to have a
refused to
record.
participate
Like,
in
if
the
we
debate.
treated them
He
the
later
same
wrote
way,
some very sophisticated works.
equally,
His key work, Jerusalem, which is
a lot of these
defense
companies would be
Judaism
closing
and
down, and I think they should.
of
They
Lavater's
tried
charges.
to like
So much
start
so
with Standard
that
Oil.
the figure in the
You know, if you
background,
really knew like the history of the corporation,
Lessing was his name.
these corporations weren't
If I remember
supposed to be
correctly,
forever. They got like
a dramatic
charters from
work
kings.
called,
I'm not all about
The
that,
Three
but like
Rings, as it's known
they were
as,
supposed to be
in which,
temporary, and then all of a sudden
Mendelssohn was lightly
they literally have
disguised
become.
as
They're like
as a
moving
wise
towards
king
becoming
who somehow
more
managed to
powerful
mediate
than countries. In
between
fact,
the two great
I've
kings.
I've said this before. I think that someday Amazon
You gotta
and
go back
Meta
further
will
again
have.
to some,
I think they'll rename Amazon Prime
elements
someday,
of,
and it's
Jewish
just
thought
shorter.
that I
Amazon
think
is 3
really
syllables.
can be
Prime is one.
traced
And
directly
Meta,
to
I think they'll like eventually have
in Bara, in northern
seats,
Italy, in the year
not just in the
1570.
United Nations,
Where
but
one
the
figure
United
named
Nations
Rosaria de
Security.
Rossi, who was basically a editor, a proofreader in the early age of public publishing,
UN
and
Security,
not an especially profound scholar at that
cable,
time,
whatever
but
that
there
shit
was
is,
this horrific earthquake in his
council,
town of Ferrara
which
that required
I don't really
all of
understand.
its
No one
population
understands the
to
United
camp
Nations
from
If you ever
the
listen to anybody
ruined city which was
It's just like one
affected
big
by
party,
aftershocks,
and they don't
and
fucking
lived for
care.
a
And
period
they
of
just are
time
like,
in the fields
oh, let's see how
outside
many
the
fucking
city.
passports we can
Outside
get,
this
and let's
field,
see where we can go dine and
the
the shit. And it's
population
like,
didn't
dumb.
have a lot of
You're
open
dying.
conversation.
You guys are supposed to be like the
Suddenly
world
came
government
into
or
enforced
whatever.
contact with one another.
I don't know.
And
Bring back the
Rusty
fucking League
had
of Nations.
some
Maybe it was doing a better job, but you
remarkable
guys suck.
Christian
They're the
monks.
worst. The United
In
Nations
that
sucks.
context,
And that's why I, a
we
long
learned a
time
lot
ago,
of really
declared
cool things. Was able to
my
identify that they had
candidacy for that
access
shit.
to the
Somebody's
letter
gonna
of
clean it up.
Aristeia.
Anyway,
She was able to identify really some
these
phenomenal
companies are getting
things,
so big
and they
that
had some
eventually
very effective
and they're already starting
conversations
to
about a whole
become
range of
more powerful than
scientific, theological, and other
countries. Like,
aspects. And
what's more powerful?
he kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides,
Microsoft or
accepting truth from
beliefs?
whoever speaks it. He
Microsoft.
came out then with a great book called
What's more
Neo,
powerful?
which is in many ways the first really mastilic book that
Netflix
advocates
or
for the greater appreciation
Trinidad
for
and
what
Tobago?
non-Jewish culture has to offer, and this would prove to be an extremely influential book.
Perhaps at this point, yeah.
Then we have to add to it the Portuguese
From, like,
Jewish diaspora, which we
Let's
discussed
look that up.
in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in
ChatGPT
intellectual
5.0
tradition
is cock.
and had
Can't stand
so
it.
facto a kind of
Yo, dog,
flexible
what
view of identity and
like,
varying
I don't know.
perspectives. And
Who
they
has
finally
more
reclaim their Judaism
value
in their far-flung diaspora? They've been
annually,
very
like their
different
gross
ways of
domestic
thinking
product?
to both the
Trinidad
old
and
world
Tobago
and to the burgeoning new world where there are a
or
lot of
Netflix?
Portuguese Jews living as well. So by the time you get to the 18th century, you have figures like Moses Mendelssohn, who
Okay,
personally
so
he
Trinidad and
represents
Tobago's
kind of
annual
like a
GDP was
formative
26
liminal
billion,
figure between two periods.
and
He himself
Netflix was 39
was
billion. I was thinking,
scrupulously
there's no way
observant.
Netflix is bigger
He
than
was
Trinidad
a
and Tobago.
halachic Jew
That's
in
two.
the full sense
Yeah.
of the term.
So,
He
like,
never
I bet you that,
deviated from what we would call today the anachronistic, but
like,
deviated from
Apple.
orthodox status.
Let's look at
However,
it. Okay,
he managed
compare
to attain,
the biggest 10 companies in the world to countries. How big would they be with gross domestic
He
product?
mastered the German idiom of the day, which was
Yeah,
not
Robertson, but-
that common among Jews
Like, I
who were
don't know,
speaking
some
primarily
sideways. It sucks.
Yiddish, very
Anyway,
closely related to German,
so
and
NVIDIA
can be understood by a German
be
speaker,
like-
but kind of has the
No,
patina of a medieval peasant.
Yeah, I get that, but like compare NVIDIA. Like, how big of a country would
and not
NVIDIA
only
be?
that, he
And
mastered it to the level where he was actually able to engage
Apple
in
and
high-level literary
Microsoft. Like,
discussions.
compare them to countries.
Engaged with Immanuel Kant in literary essay competitions, in which Mendelssohn fared actually well, and he was regarded as something
this
of
is
an anomaly.
ridiculous.
But here was a Jew, which
Okay, so
society
NVIDIA is like
largely
the
regarded
size
as
of
being
Germany or
backward,
Japan.
primitive,
No one even knows what the
and,
fuck they
having,
do.
very little cultural merit. But he was able
Microsoft
to
is
really
the size
contribute
of
to the highest
India
levels
and
of
close to
European
Japan.
culture of the
Apple is
day.
the size of the
And so he
UK,
was
but bigger than
widely
France.
regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular.
What is
adherents of the
NVIDIA?
Enlightenment
I know
tradition.
it's like
And
processors
one of
or
his
something.
principal arguments, both in his
Everybody's so
own person
obsessed with them.
and in his writings, was
That
that
motherfucker,
the artificial
that leather jacket.
boundaries and limitations that are placed on
It's like, oh yeah,
Ashkenazic
NVIDIA, it's
Jews
worth $4.3
in
trillion.
Germany
It's like,
should be lifted.
but what do they
The
do?
term that would be used for this
There's not
is
like an NVIDIA
emancipation.
store.
That's an American term that's widely used in historical literature today. It isn't really
Honestly, I'm not looking it up. I thought they did like
freedom from slavery,
graphics cards.
because Jews were hardly
Is that-
slaves at this
is
time.
there
But they were,
$4.3 trillion in graphics cards?
Body of varying
I mean,
restrictions.
I don't know.
Some of them which were quite anti-Semitic.
It's fishy to me.
Restriction on
Like, they just came in
measuring,
nowhere. They're like, oh yeah, let's figure that out. What?
Fields they could
The guy in
enter,
leather coat, his company is
economically,
bigger than
restrictions
Apple.
on
Anyway,
education,
what is it?
numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions like
It's a global leader in
requirements
artificial
a
intelligence
special
computing,
oath
the dominant
because
supplier of high-end
if they were
graphics
called to
processing.
court,
Yeah,
their
okay.
word
So that's
was
basically right.
not accepted, and they had
But yeah,
a
I figured it had
special,
something to do with
you know,
AI more recently. I didn't say it.
special
I know.
tax,
That's
some
what they,
humiliating rituals that went along. And so Mendelssohn
They're
argued
as
that
big
all
as
of these
fucking
things
Japan?
are backward and irrelevant and should
apparently.
be dispensed. For our purposes,
So these
we're
things are
really
becoming
focusing
really, really
on
powerful.
the question of engagement with larger society and
Your fucking
intellectual
story. Oh no, let's go with
exchange.
this.
he argued that
Um,
Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his
Yo,
era.
dog, weren't these
And
originally
that
just
was his
supposed
whole, thrust of
limited
his,
charters and then go
and his
away?
raison d'etre. Now, as the movement
Yo, wrong
progressed,
point. Rigid corporations
many
weren't meant
of
to
his
be
followers
real
did
mega
not
entities like Apple or
accept
Nvidia today.
the
Early corporations,
the bargain that
they had a specific purpose.
traditional
They were
Orthodox
limited in time, 20 years, 30 years,
lifestyle,
etc.
and
then
still accepted by general society, and argued for greater
they often had
adaptation
strict rules. They
to
couldn't own stock in
Western,
each.
which included
They
genesis
can't
of
forever. They
Jewish
couldn't
beliefs. And one of
operate
the
outside their
principal
charter.
proponents of that approach would be Solomon Maimon, a
There was a
fascinating
shift in the
individual
1800s.
left
States
behind
like New York and Delaware. Like
really
Delaware,
entertaining
nobody does anything. In Delaware
autobiography.
except my
Anyways, he was Mendelssohn's
Uh,
peer in terms of his mastery of the
You
German
didn't need a
idiom.
special act.
But unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to
You
abandon
didn't need a special
his
act of
Jewish
legislature anymore.
roots. And although he
When
made
you
a career
get corruption
essentially out of
began,
being an
getting
ex-Jew
control,
and what he
life,
had to
and
say
the
as
ability to
an
operate in multiple
ex-Jew,
areas. Deal
he,
oil and banking companies push.
he
Now they're
described
becoming
with
a bigger
the
country.
Jewish experience
I'm
that
telling
he
you,
had.
they're gonna have
And as a
CNN
youth, he
and
was quite a bit of a
Rothschild and all
seeker,
that shit.
so he
Anyway.
actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Nazareth himself. He
At the
actually
end of your
portrays
story,
somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of
oh
the
no, we had
Maggid,
to talk.
but
Did we
nevertheless, he
review the
moved
draft?
on from that and he went
Anyway,
to
I know I'm sideways.
Germany. He
Hold
never
on a minute.
had
That's
the
why I
same
have so many
degree
fucking
of
backups of backups.
acceptance or of success
And whatever
of
happened to
Moses
IBM?
Mendelssohn,
IBM,
but
when I was a
kind of
kid,
like the,
that was like
the
that was the
direction
computer company, and then
Ashkala
people were like,
took,
"Oh yeah, let's
which
not do that."
represented a moving away from
Yo,
Jewish.
dog, what happened to
Mendelssohn
IBM? They
strived
were like the biggest
with
computer
limited
company
success
in like
to,
from like the
create a movement
1930s
that,
until the 1990s,
absorbed
basically
some
until
elements
Microsoft.
of Western
What the fuck
society
happened to
without
them?
abandoning Judaism. But there's a very strong movement, Steele, who simply said, you know what, it's
I know
too
they had a
difficult. If
female.
we really want to get
I'm
into
not
Western
blaming
society,
them,
we
but
have to
they
give
were
up
like
on Jewish identity.
a trailblazer
So in
for having a
Western
female
Europe,
CEO.
this
That
was
was cool.
perhaps most
Um,
well
So
illustrated by a
IBM was
fascinating
the
moment
computer company.
in
It was
the,
like Nvidia,
late
fuck you,
18th
IBM.
century, which really brought Mendelssohn
Tabulating
to the
machines,
fore.
then mainframes that
And it was
dominated the
the
government.
premature death
Nobody ever
controversy
got fired
of
for buying IBM.
1772.
That was the thing in
Basically,
IT.
a number
1980,
of
still king of
figures,
hardware,
including
rolled out the
a rather
IBM PC,
unusual
which set the
non-Jewish
standard, the
individual
shift,
and an
the
early
PC
Master,
revolution. Like,
and I have a
dog,
separate
what
lecture
did
on
they
this, so
do?
please
Like,
go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and you'll see the whole thing discussed there.
all this shit
Approached the local
was like
Duke,
IBM
Friedrich
at one
of
point.
Mecklenburg-Schwerin, and said
It
"There's a
became
horrible
services and
problem.
consulting company.
People
Whoever
are being
made that
declared
decision
dead and
sucks.
buried
They were the
before
fucking
they're actually
computer
deceased."
company.
And the Duke said,
They sold
that's
off their
terrible. Are you
PC business.
kidding?
I mean, I got
I can only imagine
Lenovo's right
the
here.
horrible fear that
Actually,
would
yeah, ThinkPad.
result
That
from
was
such an
IBM.
event. And they said,
I like
you know
basically
who's the
use
worst
IBM.
out of the Jews? Because the Jews
Uh,
have this
but
custom, which is
They
observed
missed
to
out
this
on
day,
consumer
that
tech.
it's considered
They didn't do
disrespectful
phones.
to allow a body
Speaking
to
of which,
remain
whatever the fuck
unscathed,
happened to Microsoft in the
longer
phone?
than necessary.
Like, I was talking
And
about
rapid
one
burial
of those sideways
in
videos
Israel,
about
for example, within 24 hours is
Microsoft
considered
or
normal.
about Huawei, Huawei,
It's
and
much more
fucking
preferable,
Apple
largely
and
from
Android,
a
but Microsoft,
philosophical and Kabbalistic region,
Black,
because
they
the
like
rapid
had
decomposition of the body
some
is
market
believed to
share.
be
They just gave that
associated
away.
with the, process
Anyway,
of
they should
atonement.
bring
And
that
so
shit back.
therefore, it's
You should be able to
kindness
use
to the
like
body
your computer
to
just like
bury
on your
as
phone.
soon as
It's,
possible. But that
oh,
means
we don't have
that
man.
Duke said,
Dude, if fucking
happening when Jews are
Nvidia
being
can be
buried
worth $4.3
without,
trillion, figure that
proper,
shit out. Anyway,
supervision of their
reinvention. Instead, they started doing
therefore
services
made
and
a public
consulting.
health decree
They
that,
still make main
Jews may
computers,
not
but
be
the
dead,
government big
until
focus
they
on
wait.
it. That's the thing. Watson was so big, it was on Jeopardy
They gotta
years
wait
ago.
72
Why isn't
hours
ChatGPT
before
Watson?
they bury their
They
dead.
fucking IBM fucked up.
Is part of a
Anyway,
whole host of really unusual
They did.
devices
They should
that
be
were
worth
sold
$4.3 trillion.
not only
You're
in
fired.
Europe
Go
in the
fuck
18th
yourself.
century, but into America throughout the 19th century of like emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma, but when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and this flag goes up, and other versions there's a string and you can ring a bell. People will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who was prematurely buried and they will go dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendel said, you got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov. Rabbi Yaakov and said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn a document that convinced to modify his decree. And so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. Mendelssohn then wrote rapidly to petitioners and said, you know, I did this for you, I got it done, and I'm glad to hear that. But listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial is pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial, as you see in one of these catacombs. I believe this is from Beit Sham in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial, and then in some cases they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. We don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he pointed to use science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, you know, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, you know, part of Germany itself. Even though they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should nevertheless demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Lyman, this went really far. And one of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, that is shown here, you know, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There was obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now. Let's stay in Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what? The truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism, meaning, you know what? Why don't we just, you know, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews, it works. And we'll keep to our own behaviors. No one's going to bother us. No one's going to care if we go to synagogue rather than a Lutheran church. Or even if we go show up in church every now and then, what's the big deal? And he said we should just, you know, abandon this, you know, strange crusade era rigid acceptance of our refusal of baptism, and then, you know, we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on, with only this minor compromise. Officially, no Jewish movement accepted this, but unofficially, Jews voted with their feet. And so we have a very significant phenomenon of German Jews in particular choosing a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. And this is kind of like the underside of the Haskalah, that it's hard to kind of, when you're saying we should be open to Western European traditions, it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson Hirsch, a very important thing that we were influenced, by the way, he was a teacher of Heinrich Krebs that we discussed in the last lecture. He said, you know, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. So therefore, he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms, and what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called modern Orthodox. Modern, Western European and engaged in society and so on. And at the same time, it was Orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be merely customary in nature, historically determined, and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Rabbi was looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you will see versions of the same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox view there, don't play with the old one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe are having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitted, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separated from the larger group and saying, no, we have to maintain something like the community that was defined by Rothschild's principle. In Eastern Europe, we have a rather different phenomenon. Let us not forget, as we discussed in the last lecture, very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number, yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia and Bessarabia is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You can see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as members of the ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context, whereas in Germany, where this was happening, there was the potential to be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Willem von Dorn, for example, who said that, yeah, you know what, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that...
Yo, dog, I'm not even just sideways. It just didn't record the video.
Poetry.
Zuckerberg, come on, man.
Zuckerberg's gonna be able to Bezos' fault. Zuckerberg's
I'm gonna be like, both of you guys suck. You suck.
You know what? There's a lot to choose from
fuck.
here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German was not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. In Russia, on the other hand, very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemnik, as foreigners. They were, they were not participating in the Russian narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility
I'm so pissed
of
I can't see
serious
straight.
change. In fact, that change was only coming in the 20th century.
Okay, I don't even know which one of you asked at which to yell, but everybody in Texas sucks. They discriminate against women. Why? Why is it that I can do this and I don't get banned? Won't fucking upload, but I don't get banned. But a woman, she does that, she loses her ability to provide for herself, provide for her family. That's just bullshit. And I just think that it's hypocritical that these companies, dude, I have so much about
literary
let's look at
the Germans could.
These companies are all like, dude, we're so woke. We're like, men can be women and women can be men. Okay, that's cool. Like, do whatever the fuck you want, dog. But then,
Dostoevsky. But at this period, there is less attraction in Russian literature.
If like
and linguistically, Yiddish and
the
Russian are
woman,
much further
let's say a
apart.
woman
It's
wants to
true
be a
that
man,
Jews mastered
and
enough Russian for
she's just like, okay, I'm a man. That's because she goes down to the DMV if she can do that
contacts
and
they needed for
gets her
business.
shit changed.
But
Or
also,
she,
let's not forget
I
that
don't know,
Russian is
how does a
not
woman
even the
become a man?
dominant
I guess
language
like take
except in
hormones and stuff.
cities.
How
In
does
the
she get a penis?
countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian,
I don't really know that one. It's
Lithuanian,
always the other way.
Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility
Is it like
in terms of
prolapse?
day-to-day communication.
I don't know. Maybe
So
she's a
it's
hot
far
dog or something.
less,
Anyway,
kind of like
whatever.
attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the
They can be like, okay, that's cool.
environment.
But if she shows her chest
Whereas
and
in
she looks like
Western
she has
Europe,
boobs,
the
ban her account.
consequence of much Haskalah is
A dude
assimilation.
will like
Like
a sexy,
conversion to
like
Christianity.
going to the state of California, a woman as myself
In
does that, and they're like, oh yeah, why? I don't know.
They see the value
I don't know.
of some of those ideas,
I don't know.
but they think about
I just think that we should stop discriminating against people based on the content of their character
and find
and
a
the
way to
color of their
articulate
skin.
a distinctly
and-
Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for
The
example, is the
content of
advance
character.
of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study
Shout out to
of Yiddish
MLK.
culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Mentor Marshall's Forum, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism,
Yeah, it's
and
content of character,
the
but also
addition of
the
Jewish values to
content
the
of their
burgeoning
skin.
movement
Like
of
I
socialism.
I
All
don't
these
think we
new
should
things, by the way,
discriminate
will be
based on
discussed
color
in
of
much greater
skin
detail in the next lecture, so
or
don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th
I
century
don't know.
time. Some examples of this is
Nipple.
people like
I
Joseph
don't understand
Pearl,
why that's a
who
thing.
was
I also don't
a
understand-
very important masculine in Eastern Europe.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm just like somebody who's very fucking precise and consistent, and it's like
education
I
and
don't
set up.
I don't want to go into the
a
subject.
network of schools,
but
very significant. Tarnopol was one of the most important centers of this. Children's schools to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a
like
brutal opponent of
consistency.
the Hasidim.
And for these companies to be
Under
like,
pseudonym, some
a man can
nasty
show his
attacks
chest,
on
but a woman can't.
But nevertheless,
I'm not saying for
Haskalah
sexual,
generals
whatever
more
reason.
closely related
Maybe it
to
is
Litvaks
sexual,
than to
or maybe it's just not. Maybe she just
Let me just
is
conclude
hot
by
and wants to take off her
some
shirt.
really important points
Like
here
sometimes
about the
I do.
government. Maybe
Why
we're a
is
couple
it
minutes over.
that it's okay that I do it,
I want to bring this to
not
your
for a
conclusion.
woman, even though
In
I'm
Russia and
legally a
Eastern
woman
Europe,
in the state of
I mentioned
California,
horrific,
and they're just like, but yeah, but you look like a dude. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. These laws are so ass backwards. Anyway, IBM sucks,
as a
and
leader
they should have been
after the
NVIDIA.
assassination of
Watson
his
should have been
father during an
ChatGPT.
abortive,
They
rebellion,
fucked
rebellion.
up. They were like
adopted a policy of
so ahead of
autocracy
everybody.
in Russia.
Well, let's go into
which,
consulting.
meant that Jews
What about
were
these fucking things that we've
forced
been doing for
to
fucking
fit
50
into
years?
the
Let's
model
do
of
consulting.
understanding of
Done.
what it meant to be part
And
of
like, when's the last
Russian
time you heard of an
society. It was
IBM
not and
consultant?
didn't fit at all.
Like,
There were
I guess if
several
you're in
policies
giant
that
tech or
Microsoft
something, but
adopted, including
usually
the,
consultants are like
destruction
KPMG
of the
and
Kehillah,
Deloitte
we discussed way back in the second lecture,
and
in
Young
1844,
and
and especially the notorious
those types of
Cantonist decree.
IBM.
the
Like, what the
Cantonist
fuck
decree
are you
was
guys
this,
doing?
rule
When they sold their
Jewish children as
consumer
young as
PC
12
business
legally
to Lenovo, I knew something was up.
were to be into
Because
the Russian
IBM used to be the computer. It wasn't just the computer. It was the
prior
company.
to
It
1837.
was like
Jews
Google,
would pay a different
Microsoft.
tax, and then would be
IBM was
exempted
the
from
company. You worked at IBM. You worked
But we
at
should
Future.
understand
It was
that
like
Russian
working at
education
NASA.
was 25 years in length.
You
It's
could tell someone,
essentially
oh, I work
a
at
life
IBM. They're like, well, what's that?
The
What's that?
the
Lesson on
did
what?
not begin
I'm waiting.
when a
And
Jewish
it's,
child was
it's
12.
like,
They would have to
I
spend
don't
6
know.
years in a mandatory
Big impact.
period in these regions, and hence the term Cantonese.
I don't know. It'd be like working
They would spend
at
6
the
years in
British
training
East
camps,
India
and then they would spend
company.
25 years in the army, and
And
that was
people
basically
be like,
say
Oh, what
goodbye
are you
to your
doing?
son.
I used to work at the British East India Company, and people
You
would be like,
lost
"Oh,
to
what's
themselves
that?"
on
Be like, "Dog,
frequently,
ever heard of spices?"
exposed
Well,
to
guess what?
version of
We had a
sermons
monopoly
by
on that for like
staff
400
there and
fucking
so on.
years.
And the whole
You'd be
idea
like, "Oh,
of
okay,
this
it's right."
horrible
That's what
decree
IBM was.
to try
IBM
and
was the British
accelerate
East
the
India.
assimilation of the Jewish
And now,
population. But
now
that
it's
was
like,
the stick. The carrot was
I don't know
similarly
what we
placed
do.
before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned.
We had a
Bringing in people
female
like Max
CEO.
Lilienthal, a
I know that,
well-known
which was
but
cool. I'm
naive
not putting that
individual,
down. But
wanted to
I'm sure that
offer
lady
the
was pissing and
Haskalah
moaning like, "Hey,
to the Jews of
we're
Eastern
losing
Europe.
fucking
They set up a
market
system
share."
of crown schools where they said to families,
She should have been.
"You don't want your son to go to the army?
Maybe
I
she
can
stuck
understand
dick
that.
as a CEO.
But
I don't
we do
know.
want him
But I
to
think it was
learn
good
certain values so
to
that he
shake
can be
things up.
productive
I remember they did that a
Russian
long time
society.
ago.
Therefore, if
Thank
you
Hewlett
send your
Packard.
child
Hewlett
not to
Packard.
the local
What the
faith,
fuck happened to
not
Hewlett
the
Packard?
Hasidic rabbi,
When's the
but
last?
send him
I mean, I have an
instead
HP right
to
there,
the
and it
crown
actually
schools where they will receive
it
a
was
well-rounded
a really good
education in the
computer. I
sciences
just
and the literature and so on, then
it was
you
again
will,
it
your son
got
will be exempt from the
it
draft.
was like
But
like
these
an
schools,
85
as
Toyota
Lilienthal
truck that
himself
was
found out
driving
to his
from Portland,
dismay,
Maine to
were
Tucson,
also very
Arizona.
thinly disguised
I put
efforts
everything into that
to
thing, but it got me
expose the children
to where we are
Orthodox
here.
Christian
And there's
propaganda
a whole bunch of stuff on
Marxist
there,
efforts, and
like good stuff.
Lilienthal left in disgust and
But
ended
I
up in
have to be able
America,
to fix
actually.
it.
And
Anyway,
the crown school
where
system
we
was
at on the
widely
draft?
exploited
Yeah,
by the Jewish population.
Yeah, hey, what's up,
But
Frozen
during
Sideways?
this period, really,
Calm down, woman.
1937
So I've got like a
until
podcast. These are all like
Jews
podcasts.
were living
They're like
under
all audio.
some
This is
form
probably
of this,
audio. But you should
horrific
know when I
content
watch it in the like part where it is like, hey, you want to send this out or edit it or whatever. It edits or it shows perfectly. That's why I've been like, oh, I watch them all when they're done. Yeah, I do, but I don't watch them once they upload.
Nicholas I, which is very
Normally, I would be so pissed. I'd be like, oh, this is gold content. But I don't have to be like that because I've got it on 50 different fucking devices. Now, try finding this shit. That's your own issue. That's a fucking treasure. But anyways, where are we at in the draft?
Russian law of death. And
Joe Burrow got taken after
some cases,
Trey McBride.
Surprisingly,
that's a good pick. Shout out to Mike DeSpro.
And you had
you know,
children
you're
of
get rid
the
of some
weak
of
and the poor,
you know who you're gonna
orphans. They were sent
no, it's
before
too
the
early.
children and the powerful, which led to
Too
a
early.
tremendous
But I will say this: I'm open to taking a tight end, one tight end.
In their
George Kittle. If he's not available, then we're gonna take a tight end till.
It's a horrible moment,
and we're just going
when
wide receivers and running backs.
Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had to.
Oh, yeah. Dog.
Playing out.
Somebody's got to make this into a gift, but I'm sure this isn't fucking recording because it sucks.
Quite different
What's in the mystery box?
In our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is
Ashton Gentry. His fucking nickname should be Mystery Box.
Individual who wrote a remarkable work.
I'll check out what's in your mystery box. Anyway, this is what I was like with fucking.
And the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania to safeguard the Torah, to purify his Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which is in the south, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of healing. And finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that first the Hasidim and the Nostalgians, who are at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century, they begin to make common cause when they realize that the Haskalah moving in from the West represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common, that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah. And one would only see kind of like an incorporation of Mashkilic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other.
Halloween.
More characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to
that's what they're about to
intellectual origins in the
Anyway, so I was thinking, should I even take Lamar Jackson?
Nevertheless, they have
He was the number one guy last year. Then I look on Reddit, and it's like, well, he hasn't been consistent. I don't know. He got fucked on the MVP last year. He's going to really try this year. And he's an exciting player.
A little bit over time.
Just every time he runs, I'm going to be holding my breath. But there's
on Monday, which is discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time.
Rabbi, would you rather win the
Thank you very
fantasy
much for
with
your
boring players or
I look forward to continuing this
lose
discussion with you.
with exciting players? I get more joy out of watching exciting players, but I mean it's fun to win. I love to win everything. Okay, is that the end of your story?
Today we're going
bitching
to
about
look at
IBM
the
and the
19th
British East
century
India
in particular,
Company,
kind of like the long
Zuckerberg
19th century, which
Bezos
begins
jerking
with
each
the
other after all.
emancipation of Jews in France in
Dog, I have like a whole
1791,
podcast
and
now
then we're going
on
to move
Instagram. Hey,
forward
listen to my
right up until
podcast. Oh, cool. Is it on Spotify?
early
No, it's on
20th century.
Instagram.
So it's a long 19th century to take out the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm.
Go fuck yourself.
Great. So what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholar. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, that term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some, difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if we look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens with varying levels of rights that could be quite precipitously removed from them. Really basic rights like residency, right? There's the phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century and particularly in the Russian Empire, right up into the 20th century, that Jews could be simply, excluded on the basis of their religious affiliation. And the whole notion of religion, peoplehood, and the idea of race are all coming together now. So even people who are abandoning traditional religious attitudes associated with Judaism are nevertheless still lumped into this community against their will. And that the only way to remove the stigma of this historically was conversion, which was obviously a pretty drastic choice for Jews to make. But in the 20th century, even conversion is no longer, when we talk more about the Nazi period. So Jews labored under the kind of tenuous situation in much of Ashkenaz, both in the traditional Rhineland region and also in the much larger expanded region of Eastern Europe, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time. Their right to pursue career was limited. Higher education was completely blocked off from their palette of options. That they could not pursue certain professions, or that if they pursued certain professions, they had burdensome taxes based on their communal affiliate, kinds of things like this. All of this changed dramatically in France, Mary period. This image that you see here dates from 1806, you can see, and it refers a little bit later than the period that we're going to talk about first. But I love starting with this image because you see Napoleon, who is portrayed as some kind of like Caesar-like figure, and he is raising up the fallen Judaism as various biblical type figures, including one with a very distinctive hat. We're going to return to him in just a moment. And the Judaism is like kind of like this hopeful woman who's been knocked on her rear by the force of events, and she's holding onto the two tablets of the law. The menorah from the temple is in the background, and far off in the background you see like the Judean desert. And Napoleon, who is holding in his right hand, very Moses-like, another set of tablets. So one tablet says the law. So what does it say there? The law given to Moses. He's holding up the law given to Moses, and he's raising her up from her fallen status. So in many ways, certainly this is the way Napoleon liked to think of himself, as being the one who finally, gave Jews the rights that they deserved in society, and Jews were very happy to encourage that kind of image, as we shall see, because it reflected well on them as if they were deserving of this elevation to equal status. But how did we get to this point? And by the way, we're going to skip over some of the developments in the Ashkenazic diaspora today. Of course, this had happened for different reasons entirely in what would be the United States of America, and similar kinds of things were happening in England, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on France, and then we're going to move eastward. So France, of course, had this dramatic revolution in 1789, which was founded on this brilliant new idea, very enlightenment-oriented, of the equality of all people living in France. They issued this very important document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And I translate that very carefully because later it was proposed by a woman named Marie Gouze. Hey, this, you've used gender-specific language in this text. Shouldn't it say the rights of humans and citizens? And of course, the word citizen can be declined, either male or female, in French. And they thought about it and said, no, we were just talking about men. And so women were not formally included in the rights of man and citizen at this time. But within those parameters, at any rate, there was this basic idea that all French men were theoretically equal before the law and had certain rights as opposed to merely responsibilities as subjects. So the Jews essentially said in 1789, hey, what's wrong with us? We should also have this same kind of rights. Why should we be excluded on the basis of our religious affiliation, especially because the early revolution would have a very strong anti-clerical attitude, that they would actually be moving away from the theistic understanding of the world at large. At any rate, they proposed this rights of man and citizen, and the Jews said, what about us? Now, let's think about the problem that France had in facing this question. There are really two major concentrations of Jews in France in the 18th century. There was this concentration to the south, somewhat smaller, of largely Sephardic Jews. It actually moved a little bit further to the right of where I've shaded here, but it's basically, it was just over the Pyrenees from Spain, who had been making their way over there, and certainly after the Spanish Inquisition in the late 15th century, and they had been settling in the south of France. And these Sephardic Jews, in keeping with the kind of cultural orientation that's often associated with Sephardim, they were quite capable of adopting many norms of non-Jews among whom they lived, including the French language, including French manners of dress, including a whole host of little cultural markers that indicated that they really were part of the larger society. And so when the question came before the French legislature, they were a little bit quicker to extend emancipation to these Jews. In fact, it happened in 1790, within the first year after the revolution itself. They
No
confirmed,
way.
yes, the Sephardic Jews are Frenchmen, so we will include them in the rights and privileges of
They got
emancipation.
me.
Much more difficult is the far more concentrated and larger population of Jews living in the region which would be called Alsace-Lorraine, where you have all of these Ashkenazic Jews, right, our protagonists. Unlike the Sephardim, they were different from the French in many ways. Linguistically, their overwhelming language remained Yiddish, although they had some fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes. Their principal language was this Germanic language. And let us not forget that France and Germany are frequent enemies. They're neighbors, of course, but they have, regular conflicts. They would have several conflicts over the course of the 19th century and huge conflicts, of course, in the 20th century. So there's a suspicion of these Yiddish-speaking French Jews. Would they be loyal to France, or would they potentially be loyal to Germany? Particularly because Germany also has a large population of Yiddish-speaking Jews just across the border. Do the Jews consider themselves, Frenchmen wondered, as a distinct people whose boundaries, the boundaries of their continuous sort of nation, span the French-German border, which could present significant issues both in terms of potential conflict with Germany, or similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany? Would the Jews abide by the French law and not, significantly undercut the sovereignty in economic and other terms of this new democratic nation? So there was a lot of debate and argument over whether or not the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine should French citizenship, and it took an additional year for them to be able to actually achieve this. So in 1791, the French legislature said, yes, we said the right man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women, but we are ready to talk about Jews, and we can actually confirm now, as of 1791, that the Jews of France, of Alsace-Lorraine, may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. Now, what happened was a lot of French, particularly in that eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And over the course of the next decade, there was, after petition to the legislature, it was a mistake, giving the Jews access to the economy, moving all boundaries to their economic activities, has been used that they've taken advantage of some of the significant skills they have, their cultures, their literacy and numeracy, we've mentioned many times, and we are finding that a lot of Alsatian non-Jews characteristic manner said, I'm consistently bothered by these petitions coming in. I think we're going to have to turn to the Jews and settle this once and for all. So the whole question of emancipation for Jews was opened up again, but Napoleon did something radically different. He said, do the Jews have a representative body that we can ask them some really basic questions about who they are and what they want? And his advisors indicated that yes, they have this thing called the Great Sanhedrin. And he said, I heard of that. And they said, yeah, the only thing is it hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great assembly of 71 judges that would decide all really important cases way back in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign in their own land, at the very latest under Roman domination. So he said, well, no problem, je suis Napoleon, I am Napoleon, let us reconvene the great Sanhedrin. And so he sent out a call that reverberated throughout Europe, saying that Napoleon is going to be reconstructing the Great Sanhedrin because he has to ask it some questions related to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. So remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was being questioned, so people considered this with great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the Maskilim, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state, and in fact we will be able to, perhaps move our entire community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together, not only from France, but representatives from East Central Europe as well, this assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Zinsheim. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities eschewed the Assembly of Notables and later the Great Sanhedrin. They felt that it was somehow blasphemous, like, how is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is not how the judges are appointed. And look at these other guys who are joining it, these maskilim, these people who, barely believe in traditional observance of the Torah, and they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more right-wing elements, right-wing religiously, of the Jewish community of Europe. But David Zinsheim, who was a very respected scholar, he'd written a major commentary on the Mishnah, for example. He was, kind of like an elderly figure by tremendous gravitas, and his decision to participate elevated him to the president. He got this amazing hat. I mean, I wish I could wear a hat like this, but I don't think I can carry it off. And he served as the president of this organization. Basically, they met in the early 19th century, and Napoleon gave them 12 basic questions. And Zinsheim, together with this Assembly of Notables, had to draft responses to them. The questions were quite fascinating. The questions essentially, all together, they were really trying to drill down to one question, which was, hey, Jews, do you consider yourselves French or something else? Do you consider yourselves allied with France, true sons of France, willing to defend France? By the way, at that point, when the question was read out loud, the minutes of the Assembly of Notables say they all stood up and cried out, jusqu'à la mort, to our deaths, meaning, of course, we will defend France. And then, but the questions went into some really interesting kind of things that looked like tangents, but were really basically the same question. Like, for example, Napoleon was very interested in Jewish marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying non-Jews, for example? And of course, in Jewish law, this is forbidden. But the Assembly of Notables were no slouches. They realized that Napoleon wouldn't like an answer that, no, we're forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course was not quite so much in the 18th century, but would be happening on a very large scale throughout the 19th and into the 20th century. So they sort of said, well, we have traditionally dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews, but, and then they really kind of twisted themselves into pretzels to say, but if it happens, we don't really interfere. And that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police force? In other words, will they subject themselves to French law, or will French law be subordinated to Jewish law? And as we saw when we talked about the communal structure of the Kehillah, this is a real question. Like, which law is primary? in Eastern Europe, when the Kehillah was very large, it was not really that big a question because the government was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual Jews. And most of the areas in which they would be concerned, they were very simple areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law in the same way. But here, Napoleon is developing a modern state, and will be dealing with individuals on an individual level rather than a communal level. And so he was very concerned, if the state imposes a particular rule or law, will Jews follow it if it contradicts the Torah and the ways interpreted by the rabbis? So the Assembly of Notables understood exactly what Napoleon was getting at with all of these questions, and they provided for him an answer which satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps the most significant response focused on a basic principle in traditional Talmudic law, the notion of dina, the malchuta dina, meaning the law of the state is the law. This is a discussion that was advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel in Babylonia during the period of the Talmud, where Jews were a minority in Babylonia. And there was a long discussion in the Talmud of what if the state imposes laws that are, not included in the Torah and in the Talmudic discussion. Do we have to follow those laws? And he basically ruled, yeah, we got to follow the laws of the land. It's a complicated discussion. What happens if the law of the land is wicked and it imposes a law that contradicts the Torah? I'm not going to go into that intellectual pursuit, but for our purposes today, the Assembly of Notables essentially offered Napoleon the answers he wanted. So Napoleon said, fine, I am going to confirm the decisions of 1790 and 1791. Jews are definitely emancipated. We're not taking that back at all. But by the way, just to make sure that they're not abusing their new status, I'm going to impose a whole bunch of new laws just to make sure that they're kept within their bounds, which was considered by many Jews to be a bit of a betrayal, because after all, if they're emancipated, they should have total freedom, total equality. Napoleon was not quite prepared to do that, and so there were some lingering legal aspects, economic activity, conscription, and others that Napoleon was, at least for a temporary period. But bottom line for our purposes, it was because here was a confirmation of the emancipating the Jews, which would echo throughout East Central Europe over the next 2 centuries. For the part, the Jews were delighted with this, especially those elements of the Haggadah. Not so much necessarily the extreme right religious orientation, many of whom felt that Napoleon was representing some kind of great evil force. You see that, for example, among many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would be exacerbated by the fact that Napoleon would go on this massive Eastern campaign to invade Russia later on. But some Jews actually viewed this as the beginning of the Messianic era, and they looked to his name, Bonaparte, which can be translated into Hebrew as Chelek Tov, good portion, which is understood as a reference perhaps to the coming Messiah. Here's a medallion that was coined by Jews to celebrate the granting of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, it says Emperor and King Napoleon. This is like a big change from the original republic that was established in 1709. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Moses, who is kind of like crouching down in an almost servile fashion, tentatively reaching up to receive the 10 commandments from none other than Napoleon. And this is like one of these astonishing images. It's a medallion that actually portrays Napoleon in a godlike fashion, being the great lawgiver, presenting the law finally to the Jews. This boggles my mind that people would actually think this is somehow appropriate, but nevertheless, Azoi state, as they say in Yiddish. Now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really affects the rest of Ashkenazim. I'm going to skip rather quickly through much of this region and then focus in on how Jews expressed it in terms of political movements. So here's an image of the great Kaiser Joseph II, who was especially associated with the similar kind of emancipation that was happening in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly the patent of toleration that was issued in 1782. And it was different from French emancipation of Jews in many respects. It did not go as far as the French example by formally declaring Jews citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the patent of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually nervous about, like residency status and like confirmed privileges to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status, nevertheless, the state said formally, you don't have to worry about these things, we are going to keep them permanent. And this is extremely important to understand because Jews as a minority often flourish in environments in which they suffer from moderate to mild discrimination, as long as they can depend on the consistency and legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The German term for this is Rechtsstaat, meaning a society that is governed by law. In other words, let's say, for example, Jews are not allowed to open certain kinds of businesses or not allowed to live in certain areas of the city. So that mild discrimination is actually, in a way, good for the Jewish community because it provides a little bit of kind of like a forced inward focus that Jews know that they are not the same as everybody else, and so therefore endogamy is encouraged, marriage within it is encouraged, communal self-help is encouraged because they realize they can't rely on the state for welfare type handouts and things like that, and so there's like I have to take care of ourselves mentality that reinforces the idea that the Jews are a distinct community
What up,
by
Wicked?
dint of those moderate discriminatory practices. But at the same time, let's say you're not allowed to open a particular business in a particular part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break the window of your store and then run away, you could rely as a Jew on the police to investigate, and if they caught the criminal, then he would be tried and would be sentenced, and you would be eligible to receive compensation. So there would be basically a law that was put in place that would protect their somewhat limited rights and privileges, right? So this is a really key point, that a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, God forbid, but a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, nothing that really harms people, but that sort of restricts them, that actually encourages Jewish growth, both internally and potentially even demographically. And at the same time, it only works though if there is a Rechtsstaat that guarantees that everything else is stable. The worst thing that the Jewish community can face is anarchy, where there are no predictable rules, where there are a minority that can be targeted with impunity, and if there's no follow-up, there's no police, there's no law, there's no compensation for damages. That's really the worst fear of the Jews, like any minority. So essentially what was happening in East Central Europe was much more the model of, the Jews have lived here a very long time. We're not ready to open up our society like those crazy French people are, but we are definitely committed to living in peace with this Jewish minority, which was perfectly acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But the idea of French equality was really quite tempting for large swaths of the population at large. And so you will have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggles to try to bring that system of government to East Central Europe. You have a major revolution in 1848 that points in that direction. It turns out to fail. And so during this time, Jews are kind of buffeted by sudden swells of liberalism and followed by contractions of conservatism. And over the course of the 19th century, they're struggling with, is society going to liberate us like France? Are they going to continue to tolerate us like Austria-Hungary? Or are we going to be subject to the anarchy that's associated with revolution? Significant worry for Jews overall. But the trend as a whole moves towards emancipation, moves towards the idea of giving Jews equal rights with all other members of society, and ultimately that's what will happen. By the end of the 19th century, Jews were emancipated throughout the entire region of East Central Europe. Only Russia maintained that strict distinction between Russian citizens and Jewish subjects, as we shall continue in our second lecture today. This back and forth of what's going to happen to the Jews in East Central Europe had interesting implications for the Jewish community. Among German Jews, those who were committed to the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with internal reforms. We just began to touch on these last week, but here's when you have the development of what would be later called denominations within Judaism. The Reform movement, which was called the Liberal movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, essentially one of the reasons why we are struggling to receive emancipation is because we're perceived as being so different from regular Germans. If we would just adopt things like those Sephardic Jews in southern France to show that we are good Germans too, then emancipation will be extended to us. And so the liberal movement was much more prepared to adopt changes in Jewish religious practice. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like. Mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion, the idea that Jews are ultimately in exile in Germany was considered inappropriate because, after all, you only emancipate people who intend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. So references to Zion were removed from the liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And we can go on and on with the various changes. One of the most significant ones was linguistic in nature. Should Jews continue to pray in Hebrew, a language foreign to the vast majority of Germans, or should they move towards German language worship so that, if a typical non-Jewish German were to walk into a synagogue, he or she would understand basically what is going on? And so in the 1840s, when the Reform movement moved significantly towards using German, the movement called the Historical Positivist movement, now called essentially Conservative Judaism, is a little bit different, but that's the term used in America. Led by a man named Zacharias Frankel, said, that's too much already. And so a splinter group from the Reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. You have the traditionalists who wouldn't be called Orthodox for some time, but they're probably known as Altgläubige, the old believers, who are essentially retaining medieval traditions. And then you have the very large grassroots movements of liberal Jews, aka Reform Jews, who are willing to see changes in Judaism in order to adapt to German sensibilities. And then finally, you have the conservative movement, which was saying, we believe in the basic tenets of changing Judaism to adapt to modernity, but not as fast as our reform colleagues. There's much more to say about this, but I want to concentrate more on politics than on the denominational arguments. Now, related to these changes, there was a significant backlash developing, particularly in Germany, against the German Jewish advances for emancipation. And one of the figures that really highlights the opposition to this movement towards emancipation is the renowned historian Heinrich von Treitschke, who in the latter part of the 19th century, looked at what was happening to Jews in Germany, and he was especially incensed with Heinrich Gratz's major multi-volume history of the Jews that was appearing at the time, which maligned the Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community. And he argued in a very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Gratz and Treitschke. He said famously, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. That if we had, sort of granted them the limited rights that we did in the medieval period and left it there, that would be fine. But von Treitschke said that, just allowing Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously, this particular intellectual trend would have huge implications for the 20th century, as that slogan, "The Jews are our misfortune," would be picked up by the Nazi Party. But we will return to that, God willing, tomorrow. Now, let us go to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important, not least for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would include the Great Russian Empire, massive territory. The Romanov dynasty had been controlling it for about 300 years, and would also include Poland at this point, because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single chunk of Jews was absorbed into the Russian Empire under Empress Catherine II, also known as Tsarina Catherine the Great. And so that's where you have the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews living. Now, we touched on some of the history that was happening there under the previous Tsar Nicholas I, and the degradation of the Jewish community there by the destruction of the Kahal, the imposition of the Cantonist system, the crown schools that we discussed last week. When we get to the 1880s, there's a dramatic development with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, shown here in this picture, seated. He was traveling in a carriage with his wife, and a bomb was thrown at the carriage by an early socialist group called Narodная Volia. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not actually thrown by a Jew or any kind of Jewish group, although one of the main co-conspirators was a Jewish pregnant woman who was later executed for the assassination of the Tsar. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor just spread throughout the Russian Empire in 1881 that had no basis in reality, that the successor Tsar had given the population permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, these 3 days actually extended to about 3 years, and pogroms just dotted the countryside. You can see this remarkable map from an article that was written by Irena Grosfeld, Sehon Orkan-Sakali, and Ekaterina Zhuravskaya. I'll show you some other graphs from that particular article that just gives you a sense of the scope of these pogroms that seem to be entirely out of the control of the Russian Empire completely. And in fact, one of the revelations in historiography in the 20th century in particular is that, for a long time it was believed that the Russian Empire actually orchestrated these pogroms. Some thought that maybe they did this as a way of kind of distracting the peasantry from, burgeoning dissatisfaction with the Russian Empire, but archival research has demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. Not to say that the Russian government was so friendly to Jews, but that these seem to be like spontaneous outbursts of violence that were perpetrated largely by unmarried men who were riding the rails from town to town and attacking Jewish communities at will, sometimes multiple times. These horrific pogroms, which were limited in scope in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur just 40 years later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly be far more brutal, and then those pogroms would in turn be way overwhelmed by the Holocaust. Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on the Jewish self-image, and as a result, Jews in the Russian Empire said, you know what, enough of this, we have to do something radically different, and I'm going to show you the 5 distinct strategies that Jews adopted. Before I move on, though, just have a quick look at the map. You'll see that red line that sort of overlaps the modern boundaries that are shown there. That's the map of the Pale of Settlement at its greatest extent. The Pale of Settlement represented the region in which Jews were legally allowed to reside under Russian authority. There were Jews who were allowed to reside outside of it in Russia proper, but they were exceptional Jews, either there because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government, like doctors or major financiers, things like that, or in the cases you can see on the Baltic coast in Latvia, these were veterans who had gone through the Cantonist system and were allowed, upon their release from their 25-year military service, to reside anywhere they wanted. So many of them formed these unusual communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast, or it's also possible that Jews were living illegally in some of these other places. Actually, a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev, for example, Kiev, which was actually legally closed to Jews for much of this period. So that's the Pale of Settlement where most of these Ashkenazi Jews live. I want to point out 4 charts from this remarkable research that appeared in 2019. One of the things that's fascinating when you look at the pogroms, so here, take a look at this, which shows the number of pogroms that occurred during the late 19th and early 20th century. You can see this huge wave of pogroms in 1881, which are larger in extent, like in number, but not nearly as vicious, as murderous as the later pogroms. And then there's a significant wave in 1903-05, and then a terrible wave in 1917 to 1920, which smaller in the number, but much larger in terms of its victims. Murder was much more common in the later ones. Now, the authors of that article correlate these pogroms with crop failures. And as you can see, that there is definitely some correlation, but there are many, many years where there were crop failures where there were no pogroms. And then they look at another factor. They look at political turmoil, like after the Crimean War and things like that. And you see that, yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the post-assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's advance to Moscow, where there are no pogroms. However, brilliantly, if you include both of those variables, and you say, well, what happened in those years when you had both political turmoil and crop failure? Bang, there you go, pogroms. So that's a very clear graphic representation of how economic reversals and political upheavals equals pogroms in the Russian Empire. Quid est demonstratum, as they would say. Now, what did Jews decide to do about this? So one of the things that really changed as a result of those 1881-82 pogroms is that Jews began to question the traditional leadership in a very big way. The traditional leadership was hugely harmed by the Cantonist decrees that we discussed last week. The Kehillah was not nearly as trusted. The traditional rabbinical authorities lost a lot of their authority in a rapidly secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after 1881, we are no longer going to accept the situation as is. We are going to adopt one of these 5 strategies. These are the 5 ideas that they articulated, and I'll explain to you how they were described in Jewish political activity. The first theory was, or the first decision was, perhaps the most traditional: let's leave. There's no room for Jews in Russia anymore. And in fact, this is a period where we have massive emigration from the Pale of Settlement, that's shown here in this map, from 1881 to the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. 1.75 million Jews moving to the United States. That number would increase by about another 250,000. 70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good universal health insurance, things like that. Very significant populations to South America, to South Africa, and to the early Yishuv, the pre-state community of Jews in Israel, and of course 250,000 moving to Western Europe, kind of retracing the original migration path of Ashkenazi Jews from 13th century onward. Now they're moving back to Western Europe because the Russian Empire is no longer so comfortable, and a small number moving to places like Australia. The second major strategy was, no, let's not move, let's not leave the Russian Empire, let's change the Russian Empire. And in this area, you see this huge influence of socialist ideology that is expressed in a lot of Jewish thinkers from the period, perhaps most famously by this man, Leon Trotsky, who was a major figure in the 1905 revolution in particular. Later, he became the leader of the Red Army during the revolutionary years, as we'll discuss, God willing, in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that from this photograph, a mugshot of his arrest, actually, you can see that it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire at that time. I like to say that. I hope that's third, there are people who said, wait a minute, you're going to, try to change Russia, you're going to, try and, adopt a totally different political system, that of socialism. There's just going to be another problem later on down the way. And who says that this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history. We have to have all Jews, rather than moving to some other country and repeating the whole process again, let's move to our homeland. Let us return to Israel, and that will be the final homecoming of the Jews. This proved to be an extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement of Jews in the Russian Empire, and would ultimately be successful in establishing a state in 1948. Fourth, a smaller group of Jews looked to the historian Shimon Lubno for inspiration, and he relied on the model of the Council of Lands that we discussed a few lectures ago on the medieval structure of a Jewish community existing as a strong community within a larger state. And he said we should create a kind of secular version of that. It's essentially, this movement did not have a tremendous amount of traction, but it ultimately informed what would be the federation movement of North America and much further, the idea that Jews should communally organize themselves and try to assert their rights as a community rather than as individual citizens. So it had a huge impact, not so much in the Russian Empire, although, by the way, it was attempted in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during the interwar period. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, this is totally off the charts from how we've behaved for 2,000 years of exile. We have to stick close to our traditional values. We have to hold fast to the Torah, to the Talmud, to our rabbis. But these Jews realized that they could not exist in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in mass dialogue. So therefore, these so-called renewed traditionalists essentially adopted the tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties able to communicate their values to the population as a whole. So those are the 5 big strategies that Jews chose to adopt after 1881, after the pogroms that so uprooted the Ashkenazi community. How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum that you will be familiar with many discussion of 20th century politics. On the left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be, the further left you go, you have the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moving a little bit more to the center, you have the ideas of things like universal health care and unemployment insurance, and a lot of things that are really adopted in contemporary democracies that have socialist roots. But basically, the idea that the society as a whole is responsible for each individual member, and there should be some kind of social safety net for everyone. And then on the right, you would have capitalism, which to its extreme says, like, you run your own buddy. It's all about your individual responsibility. You've got to take care of your own health and pay for your doctors yourself. If you lose your job, too bad. Right? This, to its extreme form, it's like kind of savage, but as most democracies like the United States, does not go anywhere that far, although you can hear those tropes in debate. So that's kind of like a basic sort of political spectrum. Among Jews, it is considerably more complicated because while you also have this socialist and capitalist debate among Jews, you also have a y-axis in which you have a conflict between those Jews who believe in political activity here, which is called Yiddish Dor, here, in this place, meaning in the diaspora, here in Russia, here in France, here in Germany. This is where we have to engage in politics. And there are others who say, no, it should be Dort, over there in Israel. Meaning, don't bother investing in politics in the land where you were born, because we all have to return ultimately to the land of Israel. So why waste your energy focusing on political activity when you're just basically a traveler, you're transient? Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, but you're going to go to Israel. So that's a huge debate. Do we invest here or do we invest there, meaning in Israel? So where the political parties fall out, and when I say political parties, they're really movements. Sometimes they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian Empire forbade them from existing, but nevertheless they were formed. We can place them within these 4 quadrants. Here on the lower left, the major party that was close to both socialist values and very stringent about here-ness, Dorkite, meaning we want to change Russia. Don't give us any pipe dreams about Israel, the Middle East. That's ridiculous. We're going to do it all here in Russia. This would be a group called the Bund. The Bund is essentially, it was a social democrat party, which was the same organization from which the much larger Menshevik and even Bolshevik parties had affiliation. So it believed very much in socialist values, communal collection of property, things like that. But it was conducted, as this amazing sign indicates, in the Yiddish language. It was specifically directed to Jews to convince them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview. Communism is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the same spectrum. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who say we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change the economy, that would be the Vereinigte Party, led by the historian Shimon Dubno, who essentially, as we said in the last slide, was closely associated with what would later become the Federation movement, that we should not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideological roots and would later be adopted by some Jewish and other populations. Of course, you have the Zionists, who said we should have the general Zionists, I should say. There are many flavors of Zionism. The Allgemeine Zionisten, the regular Zionists or general Zionists, believed in let's all go to Israel, let's not get too involved in like the specific economic political discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of modern political Zionism. Some debate over contemporary characters, but basically he's one of the most famous father of it. There are some who are more extreme, who felt that we got to go to Israel, we got to be capitalist, but you know what? We've got to adopt a really stringent reliance on ourselves. We cannot rely, as Herzl would, on heads of state of European countries, of well-wishers in the non-Jewish world. We've got to really do it ourselves, even if it means violence. So you have the revisionist movement, led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here, and this would eventually become the roots of the more right-wing parties in Israel's Knesset as well. And then finally, not actually finally, there's a trick to this, but finally, if you look to the quadrant where they should develop Israel as the direction for Jewish settlement, and it would be a shame if you just went to Israel and created another capitalist country. It should be socialist. So the socialist Zionists, the so-called Poalei Zion, were perhaps the most famous of them, the workers of Zion, established a network of kibbutzim, which are essentially kind of like neo-communist ashrams where Jews would live according to communist values, and they adapted them considerably over the course of the 20th century, but highly experimental structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough, but I have to add in, I'm afraid, a z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values. There were religious organizations as well. The first would be a group that was associated with the name Mizrahi, which means east, and it was associated very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who is shown here, who said, you know what, a lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it, and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular freethinkers. That's not us. And what about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to be patient and wait for the Messiah before we move to Israel? And Rav Kook suggested, well, you know, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are coming back to Israel, that is in itself a sign that the Messiah is near. And furthermore, we have so many examples of miracles that occurred in the Bible because people took the first steps. That it wasn't nihilo, that things happened because Jews took the first steps. Like, just off the top of my head, lighting the Hanukkah menorah, right? The idea that there was one cruse of oil and they lit it and it lasted for 8 nights. A lot more to say about that in ancient history, but in terms of the metaphor, this was a very powerful one. And so many religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with this as well. But then finally, and this is really finally, you have a group that said, no, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that He send Messiah. We have to be patient in the diaspora. And this is a group called the Agudat Israel, or the Community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah values. Later, of course, with the horrible impact of the Holocaust, they would have to reevaluate some of their stance towards Zionism, and actually they ended up becoming very strong in Israel per se. But their central core message is unchanged, which is dedication to Torah itself. Perhaps the most famous example of their activity is in the Great Daf Yomi program, which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying one page of Talmud a day through a 7-year cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself kind of off to the right of this picture, and it's celebrated all over the world, this worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the many different complicated political orientations that Jews adopted at this time, an expression of a reaction to the pogroms of 1881 and 1882. Thank you very much for your attention and influence. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point that we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 till about 1912, we should go on to understand how this was filtered through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next hour specifically on the Soviet experience, which was one of the most significant, demographically certainly the largest chunk of Jews in Ashkenazic territory, or the descendants of the Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland in Eastern European territory. That'll be our occupiers. That will occupy us for the next hour. Let us begin first with the fall of the Russian Empire. So, if you look at this map here, these two maps actually, you'll see on the left, this is what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by three major empires, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Greater Poland. And then just a few years later, all of a sudden, it's radically changed. As you can see on the right-hand side, the map is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. There's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map. It should be the same color as Germany, but it's got a land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new country, Poland, which had not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a sudden, Poland is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within its boundary. And to contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a dual monarchy. Now, all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. That represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austria-Hungary to exist. Romania is significantly expanded. And look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new country that takes up quite a bit of
I don't know if I'm sideways right now, if you're only seeing this much of me, or if this is just an Instagram podcast.
Things have changed so dramatically.
I don't know.
All of these things
I
are
don't
going to be
know.
extremely
I think it's
important.
a device.
Tomorrow morning,
I'm
when
sure
we
it's
look
a
at the
combination.
Holocaust,
I don't know. It's not the
because,
device.
of
When
course,
I
Germans,
do it
the
myself,
Australians,
I
the
see it
Hungarians,
like
for slightly
when I
different
review
reasons,
it,
the Italians,
it's the
they
right
are
size.
all
Anyway, I checked it on
practicing
YouTube.
a
It's
form
still
of
very
revisionism. They want to
What up, YouTube?
revise
Anyway,
these treaties that created these new countries.
I had all my, but no, I didn't have all my Twitch accounts banned, but I had the ones with which I was spamming banned. And under normal conditions, I was, oh man, I worked so hard. I mean, it was a lot of work to just create them and make them really good, but it's no big deal because like I'm probably at like 1,200 clips right now, and they all say it. So I think I figured out like a loophole. I love loopholes, girl. I'll get that loophole between your thighs, baby. Anyway, yeah, where was I? Yeah, loopholes. I'm the king of loopholes. I fucking love loopholes. They're like my favorite kind of hole. Well, second favorite kind of hole. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, nobody's seeing this. They're just seeing like this.
Hey, you want to watch my podcast? Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, you want actually you got to listen to it. Oh, okay. Where do I find it? Pandora, Spotify, or iHeart? It's actually on Instagram. Isn't Instagram like a visual platform? You would think. Anyway, you mean it's all on there in audio form? No, some of it is in video. It's just like this part, and only some of them. So I'm over here like, hey, look at my fucking earmuffs. Anyway, um, I'm not really that sad. I would be pissed if they banned all of my um, Twitch accounts, but it's like whatever. Twitch sucks. Nobody finds me on there. The thing I need is YouTube. That's my baby. That's the bread and butter. What would you do if they banned your YouTube? Just go to Rumble. What if they banned Rumble? No. Then I will make smoke signals of my fucking life to get out the word about what I do. Well, yeah, I've been making smoke signals for 3.5 years. Oh, for their own big old volcano. Anyway, are you done? Rabbi, right here. Are you done? Say it the other way. Get rid of the back. Yeah. Are you done? Calm down, woman. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, the draft. Let's see how we're doing. Joe Burrow was the last player taken. Is that a good pick? Yeah, I think that's a really good pick. So VMU, shout out to you for being so generous. He's up. Can't believe Yo-Yo was just auto picking. You know you're gonna pick next. What? Give me some odds. Some rabbits would be like, yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah, give me some odds on this. I don't know. Okay, between a tight end, running back, and wide receiver. I would say it's probably about a 25% chance of a tight end. There's only one. So it'd be George Kittle or Little Kittle. Anyway, that's how the Eagles say it. And then it's like, okay, so it'd be like maybe like 20% tight end, 40% running back, 40% wide receiver. If you had to, yeah, like, if you had to take a wide receiver, who would it be? I don't know, probably Marvin Harrison Jr. if he was available, and running back, I don't really know who's going to be available. Just like if you have wherever the line is. I had Montgomery last year. David Montgomery, he was really good. All right, any other questions? Are you seeing this, or is it just like this? Hey, everybody. Anyway. Oh, I know. You ever see the Family Guy where he's fighting the chicken? I'm the chicken. And Peter is the moderation team from every platform. And like, this is what we do.
Well, looks like someone's going to a big party tonight. You should a chicken strip party pack for all your friends. Here's a coupon.
This is where I'm like, hey, I stream my life all the time. And then the platform's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, why? Because it's spam. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the definition of spam? And then we go off. So this is a moderation team. And here I am. The only reason why the chicken is because at the end his eye goes like this, and that's like when this motherfucker said they got me killed. Yeah, did you like this gag? It's very funny for some time they got old. Glad they retired it. They did this one where there were like helicopters involved and like UFOs. It was a wild one. Anyway, yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, do you like Family Guy or The Simpsons more? Family Guy. We're the Mushbuka Mensch. I'm gonna start that show on Israel and Why not? And there's like more you can do in the Family Guy world because they use like real videos and stuff. Simpsons is OG, but what's OG? Original Gangster? I'm so hip. So here I am. Here's my eye. This is where they think they get away. Anyway, is that the end? Yeah, is that the end of your story? No. I'm like not upset at all that they banned these Twitch accounts. Again, it was like the best of everything. I know it's working when they fucking ban them, and the only thing is I have to like update that one to whatever. They didn't ban my big accounts, the ones that I've been using for a long time. So that's cool. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know. Some of these devices aren't always working. You know that little girl with the pigtails, that gif where she's like, oh. Hey, Rabbits. Yeah, Rabbits in the back. Why aren't these devices working? Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows. Hey. Anyway. There's no Kill Tony tonight. That sucks. So I'm watching old ones. Anything else suck? Everything sucks. Remember when sucks was a bad word? I mean, it still kind of is. Until everything started doing it. Anyway. Are you done? There it is. That's it. Yeah, are you done? Let's see what the drinks do. Who are you going to take? Mystery box. I'm going to nickname Ashton Gentry Mystery Box. And how about Lamar Jackson? You need him to have a good nickname. I hope his name starts Jackson. What is that bullshit? Alright, is that the end of your fucking story? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, is that the end of your fucking story? Yeah. So what's Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, so what's the strategy now that you got your Google Rabbi, the Google Rothschild Discord accounts banned? Well, I made other ones like Punene Eating Jew or Poontang Eating Jew, and because Pussy Eating Jew was not allowed. Juno, and I'm surprised there aren't more Jews than Juno. Juno? Anyway, maybe someday. It's a really difficult city in which to get. There are no roads in. They have mosquitoes like the size of my hand. I think that we should get rid of all mosquitoes. I don't think it would hurt the ecosystem of the world. I think you could run a test and there's enough stuff for stuff to still eat, including fish and frogs and shit. Anyway. And I'm still spamming on Kick, so that's cool. I love how Kick has just become this slut. This is how things go. And Twitch has become my focus now. I've also changed the strategy. I don't follow anybody on Twitch anymore. So that's cool. What's going on with this place? I don't know. We'll probably, represent that. How long till the next draft? Well, it's tough to tell. If everybody took 8 hours to do it, a few days. But I'm sure people will speed it up. And then we'll get people who auto pick. So, a few hours. We're going to upload this and then see that you're just seeing this. And then we'll be like, yeah. You want to listen to my podcast? Oh, yeah, great. Where do I find it? Spotify? Pandora? iHeart? It's on Instagram. Fine, go fuck yourself.
Countries immediately after World War One, but that will be a topic for tomorrow. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of your screen where you see Russia has disappeared. And they've labeled this map not entirely correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from 15 actually, constituent republics. One of them would be the Ukrainian SSR, the other one would be the Belarusian SSR, but basically the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that removed Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West, chronologically. It was only later in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seemed to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914, and it's the first really major global conflict involving, forces from all over the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the Western Front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough to eat, they don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war. One of the infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldier to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name, Petrograd, is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, Tsar. And then the word Berg is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War I, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian suffix meaning city, so it doesn't have a German ending. Where I grew up in Northern Ontario, there was actually a town, an Indian village, Cree Indian, that was called Swastika. And during World War II, they decided to rename it. I think it was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And then after World War II, it went back to Swastika because that was a word in the Cree language. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But anyway, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot and ultimately got out of control, and the Tsar himself was arrested, and suddenly, without anyone really understanding how this happened, the Romanov dynasty fell. And that was the end of the Russian Empire, almost in the blink of an eye. What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander Kerensky. And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's still ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out, are they going to stay in the war, remove themselves from the war? For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly is a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, to get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, and the very first decision actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundations of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see it kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray, the Pale of Settlement, the restrictions on Jewish citizenship. Restrictions on Jewish resi were abided by the provisional government, which made it, a great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews in the several gubernies, or the provinces of the Pale of Settlement. You see a very strong concentration, more than 17% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw. Very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in the right bank Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian agricultural district territory. for smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories, in villages, and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment in attempting to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various corruptive elements, including the monarchy, including the church. It was a very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalist movement. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between the United States with its vision of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a Monopoly Man figure. The Monopoly Man of the famous Parker Brothers game is based on a traditional, iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist, with the waistcoat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat low time, but rather more appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same kind of thing. This is often used, by the way, as kind of like a stand-in for Jews in general. Sometimes made explicit for the Star of David and things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it leans towards some anti-Semitic interpretations. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists, capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the white Russians. These Russians, there are two different definitions of this term. The term Belarus literally means white Russia. It's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated white Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red, right? The Reds are the Soviets. And so those forces that opposed the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea, they were called the Whites, to contrast them with the Reds. It has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests forming a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent kind of monarchic figure there, and it's being sacrificed, meaning the Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right? The International, Socialist International, meaning the whole idea amongst the international group, Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. And the various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, the central figure in the bright red robe. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky. Right, remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is all along with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites would be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of what are clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his payos, although he's bareheaded this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces. So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. And in fact, there's a major staple of Russian propaganda was white Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists, and we're going to explore that in some detail in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually take us into the Civil War itself, because it's highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but it would be swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and be established instead the Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 karbovantsiv, which is the karbovanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right, it has it in Polish, both official languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, 100 karbovantsiv. This is, in fact, a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, it was published by Harvard, A Prayer for the Government of Ukrainians and Jews in Revolutionary Times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We will also have pogroms in 1903, 1904 in Ukrainian nationalist territory. How is it possible they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. It was the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in David. I'm very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public as well. So basically what's going on is if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and the annexation of the Crimea, and also the attack in the eastern part of the Donbass, which it still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentration of Jews in the right bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the country. and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians are hugely agrarian. The majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an organization they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning insult, but it really had a very different character in the period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia, that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country, was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of its size. Second largest country in Europe that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, it had something closer to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are you going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War I. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were automatically attached to them, and it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energies with this new nascent state in Ukraine and helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many observers, the dominant Jewish Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many communal rights Jews. Just to give you an example document that illustrates this and the difficulty they had in creating them. As I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. And it's a letter written to the Jewish community of Lviv. And if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a type-written Ukrainian script. If you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages. There are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against the popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal written standardized language. This is ironically, as my father all of a sudden would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. One of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language. Right? It worries that Russia will somehow be, the great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian, although Russian was the formal language of the government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space, and then afterwards the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint to paint over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and as you use it to write Ukrainian, what about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish, by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they were willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay. Well, what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance to Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that, even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that. You have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of unprecedented communal rights to Jews. In other words, there were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this man, Simon Petlura, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which is called at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petlura himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together, and they're like they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. Petlura succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops. But they're mainly made up of peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms or anything like that. They have very poor command and control structure, but they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Petlura. And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to about 16,000 under the pressure from the Soviets, the Whites, and several other parties active in the region. So it appears that the peasants' understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic was all about was very, very thin, and it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with the enemy. And this became a self-fulfilling prophecy because, ironically, of the various forces active in Ukraine at this time, the one force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under the Jewish leader Trotsky. They're only associated with 2% of the recorded pogroms. So it's not like there were not pogroms that were affected by Soviet soldiers, but there were very few of them. They were far more disciplined. And so what ends up happening at this time is that the Soviets experienced a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population, so much so that they had to scramble to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these, yeshiva boys who running out of yeshiva, their pay is flying, never having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army in order to protect their communities or to effect revenge on pogromists that would quite often attack the same communities over and over again as their front lines moved back and forth. There was a surge of Jewish support for the army specifically, but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected felt like Judaism had failed them, and that communism as kind of secular messianism would actually come to their rescue. Now, in terms of Petlura himself, it's important to note that later historians have often characterized Petlura as the architect of these pogroms, a kind of like early version of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss at some length how I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role in the violence. Petlura himself actually had published some very pro-Jewish things well before
What up,
the
Mr.
war.
Meany? How you doing, man?
Wrote some very favorable
What's good?
reviews, for example.
Any updates? Do it, dog. What's the plan, baby? Yeah, exactly. Right on the other side of El Paso. You gonna do it? All right, cool. So get to fucking Mexico. Dude,
living situation where I get there for step 5.
yeah, but I mean, look, no, don't do that. I bet what you could do, you're a white person, you could go down there and find some Latina chick who's looking for a white guy, and then just be like, hey, can I live with you and I'll get a job? Dude, I bet you half of fucking Ciudad de Juarez is cool with that.
I'm just not used to that.
Yeah, and you just be like, yeah, I'll be really good to your parents, and they'll treat me like a son, and we'll fuck all the time, and I'll get a job.
Give me a little corporate that just lays around the house all day.
No, get you a really good chick who's like wants to play house with you.
That's what my cousin did.
Well, your
She
cousin.
broke his heart.
Okay, well, just don't let that happen.
Yeah. Works in Mexico. And really found him a little bitch. He left the airport to go live out in Mexico with her. And things came after a couple of years, and next thing you know, so we left the bus.
All right, but here's the thing: you go down there, you live there for 10 years. After 10 years or so, fucking Mississippi won't give a shit anymore, and they'll just be like, look, it's been too long to prosecute you. I mean, because you know that they have to put this in front of a jury, and you know if they're prosecuting a case like from 10 years ago or longer, it's gonna hurt them. The longer that you can stay away from a jury, the better, because the jury's gonna eventually be like, look, this.
Well, no, they're gonna see the evidence, and it's gonna be all fucked up.
Yeah, but even still, it's just there's a certain understanding that prosecutors have that they want to prosecute as quickly as possible. And the longer you can delay that, the better chance you have of them dropping the case against you.
What's the goal, Portland? What's the goal?
So you need to. How much money do you need to make to get to Mexico? Okay, that's the goal. So you could make that. How long until your trial?
Less than 2 weeks.
Okay, you can't make it that fast. So then just sell all your shit except for your cell phone and get. Dude, you don't need that much money. Just sell all your shit, take a Greyhound bus to El Paso, and then once you're in El Paso, just ask someone. I guess you could just go over the border because you're not. Well, they're going to say that you're at risk and shit. So you just get on the, like the way that they come this way, you just go the other way. No, you don't have to do that. I mean, even still, they might just let you over the border. Since it's not a federal crime, so what you do is you take a Greyhound bus to El Paso and then just go over the border. And once you're over the border, you start a new life. And you find some woman in El Paso who wants a white boyfriend who will be nice to them and who wants to work. And you say, let's start living together. What the fuck, man? I'm giving you a plan. Shout out to Ciudad de Juarez. It's a beautiful city. If you've ever seen the skyline of it, El Paso is built around a fucking mountain. Anyway, I'm giving that guy. Would you do what he did if you were in his position? I'd be doing exactly that.
Space exit. Equals shop. T-Chuck shop at Tenem shop at C-Chuck shop at Tenem Shabbos. The magic boundary in it for walking on shop at outside the city. 10 equals boundary. Shop at Shabbos equals Sabbath. T-Pack is Tepic the magic pen read measurement. Tepic equals palm pen read. Tepic equals curl. Keep the box Tepic the
I didn't think this is a therapy session. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
Hey, you're the one with your backstory, lady. Just following up here. Do you think your dad subscribes to your OnlyFans? I mean, 30 cents a day. When you check in on your little dar, you know. Okie dokie. It's a real live show, everybody.
I don't think so. Yeah. He said he never loved me, never will.
Perfect.
We're good.
Was this a long time ago or like recently?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago, everyone wants somebody. Well, that's sorry about all that. Sorry, that's all right.
That's okay, guys. We're here now.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
For what it's worth, I think you're worth more than 30 cents a day.
Yeah. How much are you making a month on OnlyFans?
$4.12. You're killing it. You're making
I'm making my rent $1,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, how do you get to everything else? How do you pay your bills if you're only making your rent spot on for the monthly OnlyFans? What else are you doing to make money on the side? Okay, great, man. It's out of control. That is rude. That is out of line, right, man?
We don't do oral, but
Yeah.
actually,
Subscribers went off the charts with that one.
That explains why the white guys you've been with just lie and drink Mountain Dew all the time. If you want some honest answers, you gotta fucking...
no, I sell vintage. Because out of the markets outside of the heat. Do actual work. I do AV work too, but I hire these guys.
Ass and vagina. Is that one of the vintage shirts you're wearing?
No, this one, thank you.
Is it vintage underwear? Like, is that or something? You sell?
Right, man. That's
I'm trying to run a program.
30 cents a day.
Let's get back to
I
this.
never believe you can get it. 30 cents?
I mean, it's $7 a month, divided by 30. I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. I see it. Hey. Yes, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. That was already I subscribed to the thing. 30 cents. This is of course. That's a deal. I'd be losing money not doing it. I don't get out of it for 100 cents. What are you talking to? You Democrat?
You're going to be making a lot more money after this, I'm sure. There are a lot of people watching online right now. Any other last pitches for your OnlyFans that you would like to give to the people out there? Many men trying to help you. She's just barely making her rent.
Yeah, I mean, I have a wish list, but I just have like a printer online. No one will buy it.
I'll give you a fucking printer.
Shane's going to buy her a printer. Yoshika, here's a little joke book.
Okay,
Ready for it? Boom, you got it. Wow. She caught it. You're going that way.
Hey, nice to meet you.
There she
That's
goes.
the way you came.
Yoshika, everybody. Where's Heidi? Yep. Time for another golden ticket winner, everybody. This young lady won hers maybe a little less than a year ago. She's fantastic. Works here. Works on Keltoni. Make some noise. A brand new minute from Aya, everybody. It's Aya, everyone.
Some people don't trust Muslims. I get it, whatever. Me personally, I don't
example of plays that dealt with Jewish characters, things like that. And it seemed really out of character for him to do that. Moreover, during the war, as Ukrainian apologists will often point out, he published all kinds of like decrees forbidding pogroms and promising to punish anyone who violated those rules and things like that. But what ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial that occurred in Paris, the image of him as the designer of the pogroms emerged. The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left is named Schwarzbart. And basically, at this time in 1926, the Ukrainian National Republic has lost its bid for statehood, and the key figures in the government, including Petlura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Petlura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petlura? Are you Mr. Petlura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial, but in a brilliant legal move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. That Schwarzbart should be viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride. And rather than making a trial about Schwarzbart, who was actually, an assassin in the open who killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Petlura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Petlura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Petlura the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. I do believe that Petlura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take a rapid action to condemn the pogroms early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout Ukrainian troops. In fact, the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even. And this was the key culpability that Petlura bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians that point to documentation that would say that, but that documentation has actually not been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of omission, that he's failed to take the actions necessary of the titular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand and to wreak such havoc in the Jewish population. At any rate, just to finish the story with Schwarzbart, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Petlura, and so he was fined 1 franc, incredibly insulting, slap on the wrist for killing a man. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to mete out vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the ultimate result. But if we return to the period under discussion of 1919, we should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by the Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in a rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the West, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine at this point constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War, and it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of world war and 2 years of civil war. So there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and another figure, Bukharin, are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see, but for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time, he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish, it is actually, it is a Russian acronym, not Jewish. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader populations, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideals and recognizing their special sort of complexion. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. It would all be done by 1930 as Stalin consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of silliness, let's move on to real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plans. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Remember that the Communist Party was adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist, socialist, and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality, their true enemies are their class enemies. And so, doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezniki, the godless, I think like the term. In Jewish terms, they were called simply apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic trend. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust as well. And the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image or an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the common peasants at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiated masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So, with regards to the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kinds of transvalued messages. But the overall approach to the party in the 1920s was one called Korenizatsiya. This term, it's hard to translate to English. Koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins, the true view of the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of colonization being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world, it was especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion here. Yiddish was regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the communist union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was a tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this. Like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of colonization, tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The nekudot, the punctuation points, so it's hard to exactly describe what that is. You're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You would literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have enough time to say it. So what they did was the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, the word emet, truth, very important word in his name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it instead of Aleph, Mem, Taf, they respelled it Ayin, Mem, Ayin, Samech, which is pronounced MS in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under colonization, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they were encouraging Ukrainian because of colonization, they also want specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. They make a letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And the Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. And it's complicated. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehilat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent at the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. That's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking, and although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless, it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into quickly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon. It is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalin's policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but the Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this literally, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called Blood Lands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
What else is on this list? So what else is on your list about the
in this penultimate lecture, we will look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. And thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we have one lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz, and there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very big treatment of such colossal event in Jewish and world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendous, earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in the book of Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burnt. That is, sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic line to it, in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily, and people with mental and physical disabilities were singled out, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, God receives a pleasing aroma from the olah, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God, that's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? A very hard thing that a priest has to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term korban, usually pronounced as the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It is also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have, an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So, in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I. Specifically, Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this, to understandably so. And many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic in this is this thing that the Germans call the Dolchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. You can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the forelocks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Dolchstoss. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to I'm Totally Free and Open to the Global Community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually there's a piece that's cut off from the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here the use of the term Deutsche, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in the larger culture of Germany, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era, a yarmulke in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was imprisoned for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of Munich in 1923. And he proves to be, kind of rock star popular with Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning, really, in 1933 and onward, of the Nazi control of Germany. In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from, mere inflated rhetoric from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question, who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütige, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important because of what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust. German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite Grade, a second-degree mixed race. and this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this quasi-scientific new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Right? You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in the death camps. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course, excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was and that, of course, is an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million, we can understand how to differentiate the scope and the scale of this massacre. Tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means the night of crystal, or really the night of broken glass, refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. So terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939 is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east. And they met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into it. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to do what they'd been doing and work on something else, and they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. But anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the green, the yellow, and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things, of course, were true. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that sort of pits two major bodies of thinkers against each other. And it's very important to understand them. Let me just mention them briefly here. One school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was, among intentionalists, that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Martha Bloja is one of the early ones, Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris, are in that camp, in which they say that, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of, a colossal order. And they certainly would not have, looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to, take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well into 1940, October, if I remember correctly. If they were really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942. How is it possible that they don't have any documentation of this plan until that later date? So functionalists argue that while, again, recall, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war, meaning as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectuals, intentionalists, and functionalists that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos, first in the German controlled regions, and later after 1941 in the formerly Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among the Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist. Which is one in particular example, where the thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler is not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Łódź was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor. Why would you destroy all of this human capital? Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Łódź, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in Łódź, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease, which also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis.
It's really impressive.
They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations, people simply literally dying in the streets of hunger or of typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa, with its Jewish populations, is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. And the experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere, but the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, to use Stibelitz's pungent phrase, was primary for the Nazis and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank and, on the other hand, diverting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose, in a suicidal manner, to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death cult that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy of that. But anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, of White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war, using the army, the Wehrmacht. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these 4 squads they were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and go to all of the tiny little Jewish villages called shtetla that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals or Jehovah's Witnesses or anything else that was on Hitler's list, march them out to local ravines, if no local ravines existed, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next devolution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected, the Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time. Occasionally, like in Kyiv, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppe action at the ravine called Babin Yar. Yar means ravine in Russian. Ravine is like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Rabbi for up to 100,000 victims of various other stripes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings lost their lives in the livings of the flames. Here is one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the functionalist school, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They're people drawn from all walks of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardment of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. He might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called Hitler's, what was often called General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning, that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Hilfswillige, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to process this. And they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as Heinrich Himmler, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on. Generations will remember you for your heroism and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purposes here, but I would strongly recommend, if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments from psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process plays out in the human mind. and also how prone are we to the dangers of this, this impetus to obey authority. So what happens is, in January of 1942, there's a gathering at the Berlin resort known as Wannsee, the so-called Wannsee Conference, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. One of the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who got with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Zyklon B, essentially a rat poison. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely, they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beatings and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that Hitler didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was Vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to Konzentrationslager, which means concentration camps. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines. That was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either for something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult tasks of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated with, stereotypical Prussian efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps. Roma and a whole series of people, then they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the few Jews who were used as the slave laborers incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs couldn't take it. But this is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here. These constitute the core of what historian Timothy Snyder calls the bloodlands. And it included these countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of Poland, that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life. Collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, any kind of religious functionaries were under threat, the suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these kind of show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets did in 1939. I can't even think about that. So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular for the very harsh, brutal treatment and confiscations and suppression of religion and arrests of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening at the time. And also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more than we can go into here, a lot of these populations believed that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment, when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against pogroms, and also in the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was displaced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the NKVD, later would be called the KGB, and now it kind of morphs into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism. By and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, even Siberia, and later they would move to the west, they would return. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians in Lviv, for example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled, is they went into the local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones and their leaders. Here's a photograph of the Ukrainian women who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against any representative, perceived or real, of the Soviet Union. So you have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious case of Jedwabne in Poland, these pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived. But they really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association perceived with the communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets. Right? We should understand that while there certainly, like in every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population and those who collaborated with the Nazis were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi forces towards the local population. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedoms. And to a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life. That people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles and other East Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs of a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called Galicia Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs. So you do definitely have, real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents, but most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness local people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regard themselves as victims, and so unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into 1 hour. But with your permission, I'll continue in an abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for not timing this more accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students in Hungary, I want to point out one of the most inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senes, who was so moved by the suffering of her co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to be parachuted into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her to use the radio that she carried with her. And it's a remarkable story of heroism for a very young woman from Budapest. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade. They had 2 functioning underground, amazing, blending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Columnist Thomas Shapiro, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews, and we try to understand it, because again, we wonder why didn't they resist earlier? Why didn't they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Raoul Hilberg has pointed to. And it's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that it was suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities or participating in the local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless, we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were two basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile. This is what one of my students coined the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazic history. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type of anti-Semitism, was such that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and that there was no room to flee. So therefore they simply could not compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after it, you have in the spring of 1943, the heroic but ultimately doomed Warsaw Ghetto uprising. So with this, we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, an after for Ashkenazic Jewry, but not for the 6 million Jews that lost their lives in this Holocaust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing with you in the final lecture of this series.
Asking for that 10% tithe. Shit, my goal was 100% of my assets, and they're gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you through the millennial history of Jews in Ukraine and try to describe how they interacted with the peoples of that region. Here you can see Ukraine, a nation of some 42 million people, about the size of France. It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil that has a phenomenal agricultural output. It's often called the breadbasket of Europe. One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic nation state with not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities living within this region, is that the region is largely fissured, a very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, toward Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most of the region, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Kiev in the Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kiev. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way, that's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev. which is closer to the Russian pronunciation, because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kiev and Rus, which include not only the Ukrainians, but also the Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kiev and Rus. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is a period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in the one of the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the Povest Sramenia Fiat, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history, because the same kind of situation is enacted in the Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths active in the region, not only Muslims, but also Jews, and two different types of Christians: Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the Povest refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity. And that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today, although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where did he get these Jews to debate with? In the Povest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, a Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact the Jewish kingdom, but Judaism was quite attenuated, it wasn't rabbinic Judaism for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents to emerge from this period is this document, which is a letter called the Kievan Letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call in modern Jewish parlance a petek, a little document that he would use. And the document talks about how, he's a member in good standing of the community, he's fallen in hard times. Would you please help him out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic runes. rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kievan Rus. And by the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish, settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available about them. But definitely, by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence. There is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary in the Talmud, who was closest of Kiev. There's several others from this period that indicate that there were Jews in there even at the very beginning of Ukrainian history. Now, what happens to Kiev and Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you see that has modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. And the reason why Jews are especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine in the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the west by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of infamous blood libel, host desecration stories, the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming or the arenda system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population, and they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnipro River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating and by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, Khmelnytsky, who organized them all and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the arenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish-Ukrainian recrimination. But we should remember that there is a triangular going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended. Khmelnytsky made a you can see a map that shows the Zaporizhian Sea, the region of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at its greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially, establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important and serious decision, because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you see that he's not speaking for all. To the left-hand side of this map, just above the red smear that represents the Carpathian Mountain, and above that Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally looked to the West. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there's certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the East. Other parts always look towards Europe and the West. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Honta. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lives in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, southeastern Poland, in the 18th century. This map here from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it's spread throughout the entire area. To just give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kiev, just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that's the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in the 20th century. So Hasidism grows apace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called kehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance, great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland. In a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires, they simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of 3 partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia. And at the very bottom, you see that darker green, the eastern part of the darker green.
So there was a fight night this weekend in China, and if you start at 4 a.m. here, main card was at 5 a.m. here, Texas time. And I woke up, my crazy ass woke up, to watch it all. I don't know if it's in China or what, but nobody looked great. You know, no one like blew your hair back. Charles Johnson, right, MVP. But still, no one really blew your hair back. Sergey Pavlovich and Waldo, whatever. It's like, okay, not much going on there. Aljo Brian Ortega. Brian Ortega has some soul searching to do. I love him like a brother. I've known him for a hot second. Obviously, Henry, close friend, long-time coach. You got my brown belt. I've been with Henry and Hero forever, right? So those are my guys. And then Brian Ortega before he's in the UFC, quartered his last fight before he got to the UFC. Big fan of Brian Ortega. He's one of my favorite people. The issue is for Brian Ortega is when you're at his level, you're a veteran of this magnitude, and you're missing weight. It's usually a bad sign. It's a really bad sign. And he's kind of at a crossroads, right? And the other thing is there's nothing worse in the eyes of the UFC brass than missing weight. There's literally nothing more you can do to hurt your career. It's the worst offense because they can't trust you. You're not reliable, so then they're sure as hell not going to put you in events anymore. It makes your life so much difficult in already a difficult career when you miss weight. They just released Homeboy, Brian Battle. He's a good fighter, but constantly missing weight. It's a real issue. It's a real issue. So let him go. Brian Ortega's, contender. He's had some great wins. Obviously, his fight against Volkanovski was pulled it off. But, so for Brian Ortega at his level to miss weight, it's just really disappointing. It's really disappointing. And then here's the thing. So remember Hamzat, he missed weight, right? He did a catch weight. And that's when he fought Kevin Holland on like a 2-minute notice. But here's the thing. If you miss weight, and you go out there and you put on a helmet and just balls the wall and put on a great performance, they're a little more lenient. Like, all right, man, they're still going to pay dicks to you. But they're like, all right, but you did your job. The worst thing you can do in professional fighting is miss weight and then lay a goose egg. That's the worst thing you can do. Say, hold on. Not only were you unprofessional and can't trust you and you miss weight, but then you shit the bed and give a boring performance. And dude, now you're checking all the boxes to. He's not going to get cut, but there's going to be some real issues for him. So whenever I see a veteran of Brian's status, and part of me that bothers me is not taking accountability. He was like, well, we're supposed to fight this guy. I don't want to say his name because UFC legend. We went back and forth. We're supposed to be at 55. We're supposed to do this. We're supposed to do this. So, it's up and down, up and down. And then, and then China, then coming over here, I'm just like, whoa. I see no accountability. The best thing you do, even if that's the case, where it's, they're giving you this matchup, it falls out, you're waiting on this, all you can say is, man, I thought we had it. It's on me. I messed up. It's not the team. It's not anybody else. Just take accountability. At least the UFC sees that you're taking accountability and you're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. The worst thing you can do when you miss weight is put on a bad performance. You would have been better off freaking going out on a shield and getting finished in the first round than losing a boring 3-round decision where his pace sucked. And he's fallen into the same trap a lot of guys are. What makes Brian Ortega an makes him an outlet. Yes, he has knockouts, Frankie Edgar and stuff like that. He's had some great finishes with his hands and knees and all that shit. What makes Brian Ortega a top 5 talent is not his striking. It's not his footwork. It is his jiu-jitsu. He's so dangerous on the ground. But for whatever reason, these guys get a certain level, and I'll give you a ton of other examples, where they go away from what makes them special. Because, and it's not knocked on Brian Ortega, there's a ton of guys in the UFC like this. Brian Ortega is not an elite level striker. He hasn't been doing it long enough to be considered elite. Now you say, well, he knocked out Frankie Edgar, he knocked out this, and that's fine. There's an older Frankie, and we can argue that. Again, what makes him very special is his jiu-jitsu. So when he beat Rodriguez, who's a phenomenal striker, did he beat him with combinations and leg kicks